Welcome to the Horus Audiobook channel. Don't forget to subscribe for more fascinating content.
Acknowledgement. Special thanks are due to the following individuals: Soror Andahadna, for complete freedom in the use of textual and graphic material pertaining to the Aeon of Ivlat, and the editors of the Cincinnati Journal of Ceremonial Magic for permission to draw upon Andahadna's published work. Peace. Michael P. Berthiaud, director of the Monastery of the Seven Rays, tore material relevant to the Cull of the Black Snake and other organizations of which he is the head, and for permission to reproduce one of his visualizations. Mr. Alan Holub, for Thusoft drawings and commentaries in connection with the Firesark and Often Ones, and M.R. Samuel Adkins, also for Illustratix E material. Air Michael McGee and his wife Jan, CD-iters of the magazine Softless for the frontispiece, and for artwork in plates 12 and 1-3. Ms. Gales Helton, for a valuable communication, and the Director of Studies of the Sergeants of Light, Mr. P.C. Rowe, for useful information. Last but by no means least, M.R. John Simmons, Aleister Crowley's literary executor and the author's collaborator in editing and annotating Cronies' major works, for full free domini he use of the Crowley archive. Thanks are also due to those who, in conversation or in correspondence, have contributed Iowa deep understanding of the aeonic mysteries which it is the purpose of this hook to explain. Kenneth Grant, London, 1980.
Forward. Tim's Aeux brings into focus hitherto undeveloped ideas in the work of Aleister Crowley, ideas that are immediately, might almost say urgently, relevant to our times. LT is only within the past decade or so that various scientific trends and tendencies have made it possible to reevaluate Crowley's work in a way that lifts it out of the exclusively occult framework into which, until the appearance of Typhonian Trilogy, it had been cast. That Rhee's ideas have remained undeveloped until now is not surprising when it is realized that Crowley's death in 1947 coincided with the occurrence of an unprecedented wave of inexplicable phenomena relating to space and the mysterious objects that sometimes appear in it. Since that, to me, a totally new scene has emerged, and the more sensitive members of the human race have consequently become acutely aware of the possibility of consciously directed and self-intelligent life existing outside or beyond humanity. So much has recently been published about these matters that it is unnecessary to enlarge upon the subject here. The significance of Crowley's York and Sucha context is only now becoming apparent as the values of the old world, the old aeon, crumble away or undergo radical change. Furthermore, the entire mass of humanity, not a mere handful of nations, however large and powerful, is now threatened with destruction as once before, when it succumbed to almost total annihilation in the days of Atlantis. Fear arc those who believe that it is already too late to avert a repetition of that catastrophe, although it is considered possible for certain members of the human race to survive the Holocaust and ILS effects. Theta Torm of Cervix A can be ensured by magical Fernalkoch, and the access which it gives to other diamond signs of Psing, outside the circles of time and space, is not entirely beyond belief. With this in mind, the present thesis has been developed. Now, more than ever before, it is evident that man must find his center, his soul, or perish as a self-conscious entity. Hitherto, the search for meaning has been achieved in a limited number of individuals by the discovery of the true will, in a Crowleyan sense, by the birth of the soul in a Gurdjieffian sense, or by the finding of personal identity in a Jungian sense. But these solutions pertain almost wholly to the level of humanity and to a single linear time sequence, viz., the series of eons and their apotheosis in an evolutionary progression from individual to cosmic consciousness. It was left to Crowley G. Magical Son, Frater Akkad, to demonstrate the possibility of concurrent eons wherein the three times, past, present, and futuo ales and yeify a simultaneous and direct experience of ultradimensional and extratemporal kinesiousness. He succeeded in bratting the manifestation of a time cycle known as the Aeon of Mot, expected be more orthodox occultists to supersede by some 2,000 years the present era which Crowley introduced in 1904 BTS the Aeon of Horus. Frater Akkad's greatest achievement lay, undoubtedly, in his ability to convey the sense oftat manifestation in terms consonant w with the direct teachings of Ma'at. These teachings have racinally been chan-nellied, nearly 30 years after Arhad's death, and published as Liber Pinat Pratnumbre, b. an adept who wishes to remain anonymous. However, NSSHR is an active member of the Typhonian OTO, and as her work is discussed in several chapters following, she is referred io Throtighout as Sor and Ahadna, the name by which she is known in that order. Libter P na pra number W is transmitted, as was Crowley's bunk F. E Lobja Preterhuman Intelligence. M or cover, like the Horus current associated with Crowley, so the Ma Tian Karini associated with Andahadna has already pro-ducade observable effects, particularly among individuals sensitive to the presence of occult influences and among those who have been sucked into the reawakened vortex of magical activity in the new Y-world. However, before a precise balance is achieved in man between the night and the day side aspects of existence, a crisis of consciousness has to be undergone by humanity at large. This experience is known as the ordeal of Thea Byss. Its full significancy is discussed in the Typhonian Trilogy and in Magick, Appendix II, where Crowley describes the implications of the ordeal in terms of individual magical attainment. In relation to humanity at large, this concept comports the massive experience of an aeon without a word, a concept explained in depth in the pages which follow. Crowley was aware that such an aeon lay ahead, but he assigned it to a remote cycle of time and did not enlarge on the matter. A recently pirated version OFC Rowley's diaries includes a reference to this wordless aeon Budit is misleading insofar as Crowley Medea grave error, which remained uncorrected in the typescript used by the unauthorized publisher. In actual fact, the ordeal involves the mystery of the twins, Gemini, and of an obscure magical formula relating to Zin. The present Beak explains the nature of these formulae. It also shows that man stand at the present Rio meant, upon the threshold Opho wordless aeon, that he must pass through the desert of Set, another expression that will be explained in due course, and emerge into the clear light of the aeon of Ma'at, but without guidance from thesupernal influences that have hitherto monitored the evolution of his consciousness. Frater Akkad has produced cogent, but not entirely conclusive evidence, to show that Crowley failed to fulfill to be distinction Opha Magus because of his inability to utter the word of the aeon of Horus, the present aeon, and that therefore the present aeon is itself the wordless aeon, the advent of which has been dreaded and abhorred by the prophets of the past. A recent world avatar, Meher Baba, also failed to utter his promised word. Degree as growing world tensions threaten to escalate and to submerge humanity finally. A bridge crossing the wordless aeon has appeared almost miraculously and, like a web that spans space and time, it is able to transport into other dimensions, other eons, those members of the human race that have understood the word or voice of the silence. The great pylon that guards the first gateway to Theans outside space and time is the pylon Offlit Urant Horusmot, and upon its plinth broods the vulture of Ma'ai, the dark twin of the Gilden Hawke tinged with the blood of the aeon of Horus. Of the Book of the Dead or Tibetan, little has well known. Katilat is or unmanifest. Whether Egyptian been said in these pages, they are both but of the Bukaft Cad names, New York Chronomicon, here said because H.P. Lovecraft, who was instrumental in bringing this new book of the unmanifest to the notice of the public, has left a rather unsatisfactory explanation of its true provenance and of Thessalu which it undoubtedly possesses for the practical occultist no less than for the reader interested sole aspects of these matters.
Introduction.
Throughout the centuries, sensitive individuals, priests of dark faiths that inspired the poets and prophets of antiquity, have made themselves receptive and available to cosmic impulses and vibrations. By such individuals, the consciousness of humanity has been prepared for the transformations we are witnessing, and which some are experiencing in the world today. We are living today at a crucial period of transition from one age to another, yet although periodically a new age dawns, it is within our own time alone that it has become possible the succession of eons, or cycles of time, not a sequential process but a simultaneous phenomenon. This is reflected in the consciousness of certain individuals who are liberated from the thraldom of spatial dimensions and who therefore exist outside the circles of time. In previous books I have attempted to trace some of the more significant transmissions and channelings that have manifested in recent years. Since the appearance in 1888 of Blavatsky's still largely misunderstood interpretation of the secret doctrine, various occultists, poets, and painters have parted the veil of Isib and penetrated the deeper reaches of introduction, a mystery that science is only just beginning to reveal in fitful flashes. Aleister Crowley, perhaps more than any other occultist, has suppleed direct and prophetic insight into the mysteries of the eons and the evolution of human consciousness which such a Voltnian comports. T/ie Book of the Law stands as an insurmountable obstacle, a perpetual challenge, to those who, doubting the validity of Blavatsky's book AFDZN, were, to a certain extent, able to justify their derision of the mysterious origin which she claimed for it. Teaches does not apply, however, Totenboek of the Law and T. strange circumstances that led up to the work of Charles Stansfeld J1's Frater Acad, the man referred to in the book itself as the child, and OT whose existence at the time the book was channeled, Crowley knew absolutely not hing. The full circumstances are described by Crowley in his Science Science, and they remain a battling challenge to human inquiry concerning the existence in the universe, or beyond it, of praeter-human intelligence functioning independently at cerebral structure, or any known mechanism of human consciousness. What concerns us here is that Frater Acad claims to have witnessed and to have ushered in an aeon of truth and justice known technically as the Aeon of Mot, which supersedes the Aeon of Horus inaugurated by Crowley in 1904, when he received the book O/Tfer Law. If Acad's researches had been the only outcome, one would be inclined to dismiss his work as fabrication or, perhaps, a development along lines peculiar to himself and unacceptable to Crowley. But since Achad's death, various occultists working independently and, in some cases, unaware of Crowley's work, have substantiated various aspects of the ionic changes noted by Achad. These changes reveal the existence of a pattern, a consciously generated and XEDL thread leading from the fantasies of Blavatsky, through the purple and passion of Crowley, to weirdly disturbing visions of Lovecraftian worlds wherein forces considered by the ancients as dark and still are now revealed by science as the anti-worlds and inner spaces of the known universe. The ancient Gnostics developed an elaborate arenology involving time cycles and /vords of magical power. Similarly, Far Eastern systems had their yugas, mahayugas, kalpas, and maliakalpas, cycles within cycles. And in recent times, within the lifetime of many readers of this book, a new aeon has dawned, the Age of Aquarius, known under various names by different cults. It is said that an aeon endures for approximately 2,000 years, but an aeon is also defined as being an immeasurable period of time, and metaphysics has shown that time is a very tricky commodity, perhaps more sovereign than its sister concept, space. The coupler from the Necronomicon, quoted at the beginning of this book, is of sinister import. In fact, as Acad and others have shown, quite independently of each other, the eons are not necessarily successive. There may be eons between eons, periods of time so infinitesimally small as to be indeed immeasurable. Such a hadadon from a mundane viewpoint, however, need not be immeasurably. It need not be in time at all. Each historic age or aeon has had IIS word or magical formula, but the present age of Aquarius dawned without a word. Aleister Crowley, who announced the first cycle of this age, failed to tear a word, and Meher Baba, who promised his devotees that the culmination of his years-long magical silence would blossom finally in one supreme Ord, died without having uttered it. Can it be that the Aeon of Horus is the Aeon without a word, the Aeon of supreme chaos dreaded from time immemorial by adepts and prophets of all ages and climes? Such an Aeon may now be upon us. Yet there is hope for the latter days of the Age of Aquarius, for the cycle complementary to the Aeon of the Sun is that of the daughter, which is known as the Aconifem Aat. Some there are who claim Atredi Tohavi heard the /vord oft at far distant Aeon, and to have surprised the modes of its magical formulae and he even stranger sorceries behind its dark doctrine, the doctrine of the Bulne Lidded de Ug Tur or sunset, that it comports the formula of Ma'in and the manifestation of the Mani stone, the sacrajui within the lotus. The Mani stone is the special symbol Ophi Hrf Kmalk in her virginal or daughter phase, of the woman whose mouth speaks oracles and, by the same month, manifests the wish-fulfilling gem that grants Aldxirx. Because of the enigma of the woman and her role in the secret rites of occultism, the Aeon of Mot is shrouded in mystery, and its symbols are obscure. Isai today, the Kmergence of woman Asa Biengenhoun right, free and potent to control her own destiny, with the discomforting hint that she may surpass the male in knowledge and power, is paving the way for the Advent Oftat Aeon, wherein she will function as a gateway through which cosmic influences will be invoked. In Tia's second ring of power, it would appear that Castaneda is referring to the formula of Thivo //IGR Re, when he makes one of Don Juan's female apprentices say,
Women are better than men in that sense. They don't have to jump into an abyss. Women have their own ways. They have their own abyss. Women mensiru it. The Nawal told me that was the door for them. During their period I heaved conk something else. The Nawal told me and LHC little sisters that during our menstrual periods dreaming becomes power. A crack opens in frony of us during those days. 2 days before her period a woman can open that crack and step through it into another world.
Sri Hernath wrote, It is beyond doubt that the entire body of males on earth represents the unfathomable original force. To accost them from a safe distance is the only key to the solution of the mystery which enshrouds them. Women hold the pass to the attainment of phenoi liberation. It is in their posver also to darken forever that pass and to make the way top perdition easy and clear. To he wielder of such diametrically opposite forces are unconditional submission is a matter of necessity. On the same volume of letters, Hernath describes the dual attributes of woman as all willa and all joy, and in another place he describes them as he incarnation of will and chaos, original and unformed matter. Hence, he declares, their joyous aspect is pleasant and prolific of good, while their fiendish nature is hideous and dreadful. Only such a combination of duality is capable of instructing and saving me. T shall bring forward, later, a possible magical interpretation of this doctrine. Women can lead one to heaven or to hell, according to how one approaches, i.e., worships them. As Ina L., they can distill the poisonous and fatal venom of the snake, or the bliss-conferring culus of the stars. Aleister Crowley claimed to be the prophet Opha Nu Aeon, the Aeon of Horus characterized by force and fire which dawned in 1904. 44 years later, in 1948, his magical son, Frodericad, announced the incoming of the Aeon of Mot, the Aeon of truth and justice. According to ancient occult traditions, an Aeon endures for approximately 2,000 years. Phi compatibility of two eons running coevally is therefore a logical impossibility. It is now known, however, that the apparently anomalous coincidence of two or more eons occurring simultaneously is not an impossibility when time is considered to be not a linear sequence of events or spaces, buta precursis, an intrusion into the present space of the past and the future, which involves an implosion of synchronicity. Akkad's researches into AL, conducted independently of Crowley's, point to an in-depth meaningi hadis now being elucidated by Sor Andahadna and others. Their work demonstrates a continuation of the current initiated by Crowley. The relevanra of Lantra, in connection with New Aeon Mag, it becomes understandable in the light of woman's future role as a doorway to third dimensions. To a question concerning the validity TLF using sex asa means off spiritual culture, Sri Ramakrishna made the following reply. Know that it is also one of the paths, Buddha dirty one, that just as there are SES Kral doors, the main gate, the back door and one for the sweeper to enter the house inner Toklian IHC dirt ire leading into the house, so know that this is also a path. Through whatever door people may enter the house, they reach the goal all right. In view of that celebrated Parahamsa's insistence on sexual asceticism, this reply was undoubtedly remarkable. It is comprehensible only if woman is regarded as a goddess or as the vehicle of a goddess, as it is enjoined that she should be during the tantric rites. This surely is a very high form of asceticism. It means that woman is to be envisaged as a vehicle of divine or superhuman influence. And if, as suggested in Nightside O/ND Thesexnalergies, can be invoked to activate the zone of Dath Yesid, the key zone which gives access to the other side of the two Re of life, it is not difficult to understand Ramakrishna's words. Experiencing, as Tet did, the vastly extended consciousness conjured upon him, while in direct communion with the cosinic spirit iti the form of the goddess Kali, he would not fail to be aware of those other dimensions which Thecabalists described as QG9 Uter. Dath is the 11th Sapphira, and 11 is the mystic number of the Cliffith. A ND of magic or energy tending to change. Energized by the moon of Yesid, it becomes the gateway to the bis, and of the tunnels of Sethat underlie the paths of the tree. According to Osrider/SC, Urkel S of Dibach of Thol ATU 11 resembles the formula of lust, and ATU 9, the number of Yesod, resumes that of the hermit symbolic of the secret seed roll, worshipped in the sea Ultof the spermatozoan. Taken together, the two numbers of the major formulae OBOTO, magick 11 and 9 produce 20, which is the number of the ATU entitled the Aman. The letter ascribed to this ATU is Eilen, and it is the signature of Set. It is an ideograph of the triple fire tongue, and a secret name of the lunar current, i.e., Sin. Between the two moons, Dath and Yesod, shines the sun, the number of which, 6, added IO 20, yields the number Ophalbad, the husband of the impure Lilith, which demonstrates the fact the application of the sexual current, frontally, generates substance, whereas dorsally AP plied it generates shadows. The priests of Set work with the latter current, hence, of the culls of the shadow, Lilith is described as the supreme goddess. One final point is here relevant, and I state it without apology. It is not my purpose to try to prove anything. My aim is to construct a magical mirror capable of reflecting of the exclusive images seen as shadows of a future aeon. This I do by means of suggestion, evocation, and by those oblique and in-betweenness concepts that Austin Spare defined as neither. When this is understock D, the reader's mind becomes receptive to the influx of certain concept that can, IFR dimensions of his consciousness. In order to achieve this aim, a new manner of communication has to be evolved. Language itself has to be reborn, revivified, and given a new direction and a new momentum. The truly creative image is born of Renire inning, and this is, ultimately, an irrational process that transcends the grasp of human logic. LT is well known that scientists and mathematicians have evolved a cryptic language, a language so elusive, so fugitive, and yet so essentially cosmic that it forms an almost Kabbalistic mode of communication, often misinterpreted by its own initiates. Our position is not quite as desperate, for we are dealing primarily with the body-mind complex in its relation to the universe, and the body aspect is deeply rooted in the soil of sentiency. Our minds may not understand, but in the deeper layers of the subconsciousness where humanity shares a common bed, there is instant recognition. Similarly, a magician devises his ceremony in harmony with the forces he wills to invoke. So an author must pay considerable attention to the creation of an atmosphere that is suitable to his operations. Words are his magical instruments, and their vibrations must not produce a merely arbitrary noise, but an elaborate symphony of tonal reverberations that trigger a series of increasingly profound echoes in the consciousness of his readers. One cannot overemphasize or overestimate the importance of this sub-form of alchemy, for it is in the nuance and not necessarily in the rational meanings of the words and numbers employed that the magic resides. Furthermore, it is very often in the suggestion of certain words used, yet indicated or implied by other words having no direct relation to them, that produce the most precise definite ions. The edifice of a reality construct may sometimes be reared only by an architecture of absence, whereby the real building is at one and the same time revealed and concealed by an alien structure haunted by probabilities. These are legion, and it is the creative faculty of the reader, awake and active, that can people the house with souls. So then, this book may mean many things to many readers and different things to all, but to none can it mean nothing at all, for the house is constructed in such a manner that no echo can be lost.
1. The monstrous soul.
Certain fugitive elements appear occasionally in the works of poets, painters, mystics, and occultists, which may be regarded as genuine magical manifestations in that they demonstrate the power and ability of the artist to evoke elements of an extra-dimensional and alien universe that may be captured only by the most sensitive and delicately adjusted antennae of human consciousness. The vision, when it appears, is contained by the occult and immaterial organ popularly known as the third eye, of which a contemporary yogi has observed, "If your attention is in the third eye, just imagination is enough to create any phenomena." The preparation which renders the human instrument sensitive to the subtle impact of extracosmic forces is not quite the same as the preparation undergone by yogis with the purpose of experiencing superconsciousness. On the contrary, Romer would seem to require that total and systematic derangement of the senses which Rimbaud declared to be the key to self-knowledge. The primary study of the man who wishes to be a poet, wrote Rimbaud, is his own knowledge entirely. He seeks for his soul, inspects, tempts it, instructs it. As soon as he knows it, his duty is its cultivation. The soul must be made monstrous. I say that he must be a voyant, make himself into one. The poet makes himself into a seer by a long, tremendous, and reasoned derangement of his senses. All the forms of love, suffering, and folly, he seeks himself. He consumes in himself all poisons, in order to attain only the quintessences, thus heatens the unknown. And when, at the point of madness, he finishes by losing the intelligence of his visions, he has beheld them. This formula of derangement was for Rimbaud, a foursome of the greatest artists and magicians, the supreme key to inspiration and the reception of vivid images such as those which flash and tremble upon the luminous canvases of a Dali or an Ernst. Itis, the kind of inspiration which Remy de Gourmont recognized as the source of his Chance de Mulder, are which, he said, will remain unique and from now on belongs to that list of works which forms a abbreviated library and only possible reading of those whose ill-made spirits will not lend themselves to the everyday joys of the commonplace, or of conventional morality. It should be evident that those who let in the forces of the Q/Ipthioin must themselves assume the mask of the beast. It is therefore not surprising to find that the entire gamut of so-called abnormal and perverted lusts has been exploited in attempts to transmit the vibrations of etracosmico least, extraterrestrial forces. As such forces were described by the ancients as demons, giants, elementals, dwarfs, and they were glossed under monstrous and bestial forms by the mythologies of all peoples. The magician, Michael Berchoz, describes the translation of forces from universe B to our own universe and their return in the following words: David will come again, as will mighty Sorcrix, for the mighty beasts of the deep have been unleashed and they have gone about their pathway of destruction, and far worse is expected. Hold to the powers I have given you, for only by lycanthropic transformation, by being and firstly becoming a monster shall the magician escape. And again, become a monster and escape that pathway, that alone is the doorway of the Dathian portal of total darkness. I have told you that all avenues of escape are blocked, but in truth there is the doorway of becoming a monster by becoming the beast, so that thereby you can escape by the very door they came through. Know also that this door is always open and that ingress from beyond is a constant threat. Slowly they are awakening, therefore doorways have been created and you must put on the masks and skins of animals and others, horrible monsters and hellish astral entities, and by this means only the magician can escape from this universe into the next system of worlds. We are seeking to set certain magical specifics in this matter, and there cannot be anything else given as advice, because the very mouth of hell is opening and the demons of the 11th pathway are pouring into this sphere. To return to Rimbaud's key. There have been few cases of sense derangement for specifically magical purposes more extreme and more fully documented than those exemplified by Aleister Crowley, who moved daily in other worlds and in partially reified dreams that all but eclipsed the mundane events of everyday consciousness. The strength required to experience the dream and to remain outwardly coherent is an achievement that few can claim. Lautrefament admitted that the struggle. The Yopelrau's soul could not, and, as is well known, Rimbaud withdrew from it as their highly instructive IO study the works of those who, although immersed in a superb madness, are able to record, however falteringly, the vision transmitted to them and exacerbated by repeated interior convulsions of terror, or by orgasms of ecstasy. Baudelaire declared, "It is through dreams that man communicates with the dark drayani by which he is surrounded, that I do not understand this to mean that the dream quadream is the key to other spheres, other dimensions." Psychologists generally have demonstrated that the dream is usually a personal and ultimately insignificant phenomenon, insignificant in that it does not lead beyond the individualized consciousness of the dreamer. This surely is not the dream to which Baudelaire referred. Rather it is the sediment, the lisoti, the daily round. Yet some dreams, rare or non-existent in the lives of most individuals, are dreamed frequently by adepts of art and occultism alike, and they contain flashes from sources other than those seen through the narrow window of the average dreamer. It is the ability to increase the duration of these flashes that distinguishes the genuine artist and the occultist skilled in the art of magical dream control. For the ultimate secret of creative delirium lies in a special kind of tantro/ that may be consciously applied. And herein lies the difficulty in understanding, in any but irrational terms, the systematic derangement of senses that is the mainspring of creative genius. An understanding of the dream in his essential and intuitional sense leads directly to an understanding of magick. For all creativity involves change, transformation, translation. Aleister Crowley defined magic as the art of causing change to occur in conformity with will. He also defined it as energy tending to change. But what is the nature of this energy and of the change to which it tends? On the physical plane, the energy is creatic as sexual energy, and the nature of the change is in accord with the nature of the will or control that is exercised at the moment of its release, orgasm. Thus, the full formula of magick as off-dream control is resumed in Thelema worded precept. Do uihat thou wilt shall bt the able o/phzm. This may be interpreted as meaning that the basic law, the inherent tendency of each individual, is toward that total transformation of himself from the limited entity that he believes himself to be, to that which he really is in essence, i.e. transcosmic, extraterrestrial, and, ultimately, an extra-dimensional absence. To understand this profoundly, one has also to have understood being persists independently of existence and of non-existence alike. Blavatsky observed degree, the idea that things can trace to exist and still be, is a fundamental one in Eastern psychology. Under this apparent contradiction in terms, there rests a fact of nature torialize which in the mind, rather than torg abui words, is the important thing. In a more limited and immediately applicable sense, one can apprehend Tbe's idea by understanding the 11-fold precept and its complement Surrih Lowy, late under will. Love is here identified with the method of effecting magical translation and transformation, for love in the sense in which that word is used in it has an essentially chemical and sensual connotation. Nile Cider of Eden contains a IRW hashtag of magical formulae and the modes of sexual sorcery which he imply. It is tolerably certain that Crowley himself did not fully recognize these implications. This may be explained by the fact that not until the year of his death, 1947, did any massive contact occur between Earth and extraterrestrial intelligences, a contact which his intercourse with Iwas had helped to make possible. The writings of the French occultist, the Abbé Boulin, whose teachings included the attainment of salvation by means of sexual congress with angels and other extraterrestrial entities, becomes understandable in the light of Crowley's relationship with Iwas, and of Michael Bershoz's more recent researches in this area. Further aspects of the subject appear in the works of Swedenborg, J.K. Huysmans, Arthur Machen, and H.P. Lovecraft. Michael Bershows claims to have contacted the astral entity that used Boulin as a medium in the last century. This method of congress, although it remains inexplicable, has been substantiated by the work of Austin Osman Spare, whose sorcery of sentient symbols has been tested by contemporary occultists including myself. Spare's work helped me to evolve the formula of dream control outlined in the Typhonian Trilogy. Recent research suggests that dream control may be an alternative designation from con control, i.e., the control of universe, be represented in ancient Egyptian mythology as Amenta, and in modern psychology as the magically controlled subconsciousness. The assumption of monstrous forms, and the sense of identity with hellish astral entities becomes logical as a method of controlling subtonian levels, and Austin Spare has evolved valid techniques of sigillography for exploring these subliminal levels. Bershows also contributes a unique study in depth of such primal atavisms, in his highly sophisticated systems of which law motive, lycanthropique is but one. Here we are concerned with a more general statement and with the psychographic and astrographic representation of the forces, elementals, involved. A certain secret $rhyme-wart contains the basic patterns or primal vibrations which the occultist uses to evoke the Typhonian teratomas, for it should be understood that, ont lie analogy of inverse or reflected reification, the reinsters described in the Barosian account of creation, the monsters that preceded the human life were masks of primal power which flowed into manifestation min the eye of the void. The means of return, as formulated by Bershows in the paper already cited, may be accomplished only by reducing ili process, i.e., by identity with the beast whose magical nature is symbolized by Shugel Cronrin 666. Arthur Machen, the Welsh author and mystic, occasionally referred to there, of protoplasmic reversion, which appears to have many points of similarity with Spark's system of atavistic resurgence. The final stage of this transformation or magical change is described by Boulin, perhaps unwittingly, when he declares Ty Dagon wilt come again. H.P. Lovecraft seized on this pattern also unconsciously when he formulated the Cthulhu mythos, largely elaborated, as he himself admits, from dream sources. Dagon is qualistically equivalent to the number 777, which exceeds 666, the beast, by 111, the number OTALP meaning death and thick darkness. 111 is the full extension of the primal letter A alkpli, ALP, theterotic representative of which is the fool or clown. The symbolism is complex and should be studied in connection with an analysis of the first scry letters of the magical alphabet as given in Chapter 2 of Nilcid of Eden. The clown is the soul guide on the Jeventh path, the path of magic or energy tending to change. This is the key to the nature of all genuine exponents of the antique rites or masks that Ark figured forth in the antics of the harlequin, madman, or fool. A superficial view, even, of the lives and activities of adepts such as Levi, Blavatsky, Crowley, Gurdjieff, and more lately Salvador Dali, whose symbolic ecstasies arc an enigma both to his admirers and his detractors alike, reveals inclement of buffoonery combined with bestial undertones and currents that fuse into one dazzling image the ineffably wise and the abysmally ignorant, the hideous beast and the beautiful god. My adepts stand upright, their heads above the heavens, their feet below the hells. 6. The angel and the devil are mirrored in a single image. Dali, Tanguy, Ernst, and others have captured this image visually in the fluid instant of its emergence from one chaos to another. It is the fleeting image of irrational power that Spare also contrived to anatomize in a visualization of sensations beyond the range of normal experience, a product of that systematic derangement of the senses of which Rimbaud spoke. The image is lured into the vortex of consciousness by a curious rite, a stratagem of tantalization, to the verge of mania. This is the formula of the vortex which has been used by initiates, especially by initiates of the left-hand path, from time immemorial. The left-hand path is precisely that of the derangement or reversion of the senses which Rimbaud formulated independently and which the surrealists after him endeavored to put into practice. That some succeeded there is no doubt, but that success depended solely upon this formula may be doubted by those unable to understand that such a derangement need not be, and indeed is not necessarily, discernible in outward behavior. Rimbaud, Baudelaire, and others lived the life outwardly, but consider Huysmans, Mallarmé, or, in the visual arts, Delvaux, these appeared not to do so. Huysmans with his safe employment at the bureau, Mallarmé, the respectable teacher of English, Delvaux, established as head Open Academy of Art in Belgium. The quality of their work yields the answer. And yet, in cases where it appears glaringly obvious that an artist lived the life, it is not in itself conclusive proof of world transcendence and of the certain establishment of contact with alien realms. A glance at the work of many artists, even oftos with an international reputation, show that they did not make the transition as did Spare, Syme, Dali, Tanguy, etc. These artists accomplished a leap into other dimensions and, this is the important point, returned to record their extra-dimensional experiences. This appears to be the crux of the matter, that certain artists entered another dimension and were permitted, or were able, to return to mundana consciousness and leave an account of the vision. In days of antiquity this was known as the vision of Pan.
2. Carlas out of space.
Austin Spare insisted that magic is neither black nor white. All magic is colorful, he said, by which he meant that the black shaded into gray, the gray into white, and the white, space, which contains all colors, is but the womb through which flow the darker forces from outside. The great void, therefore, is not the shadow of manifestation, mapic, but its matrix. The symbolism is further exhibited in that of the 16 ka, as, or colors, that emanate from the vulva of Kali, the BLDCK goddess. Black is the hue of corruption, and, as such, the Kala Ofa specific age chemical process involving the black dragon, a process that has never been openly expounded. Black is the color ascribed to sex under the veil Ofa nocturnal symbolism, which also has not been publicly lifted. The treatises often humorous psychologists confine their studies to an exploration of the unconscious, as if such an entity actually exists. Nothing exists outside consciousness. There are, however, subconscious and superhuman conscious levels of consciousness. Psychologists analyze only the phenomenal aspects of consciousness reflected in the human mind as objects of consciousness. The psychologist, the scientist, analyses and measures the phenomenal. That is, the function of science. It is therefore to the artist, the creative genius, that Eve must look for the source of true subjectivity or nonconventional consciousness. In modern fictional fantasies designed ostensibly to while away 2 hours, certain adepts have approached more closely the real secret of magic and off-creative consciousness, which involves the use of the later, some of which Western science has but recently rediscovered. One such adept was the writer Arthur Machen, 186 and 1947. In several stories, he introduces the theory of protoplasmic reversion. This signifies a process of return to the primal elements. Man is described as descending through the stages of this reversion until the human tabernacle melts into the amorphous, sentient slime from which it originally emerged. In the story entitled N, Machen suggests that this primal state is equivalent to the protoplasm described by H.L.I.M. Law, 1686 to 1761, the disciple of Bohm. The particular interest which the theory possesses for us lies in its connection with a phrase that appears several times in books transmitted by Aleister Crowley. The phrase in question, "the wrong of the beginning," recalls the biblical Adam in the Garden of Eden at the time of the fall. The subject has been treated extensively in the Nightstick of Edkin. The point to be noted here is that the occult meaning of the allegory of the fall comports a magical system of conscious reversion. Wei Wu Wei, a contemporary mystic and writer on Ch Buddhism, enunciates the inner significance of the fall in relation to the Kia Niga liners, which creates the necessary condition for anoesis. This leads to the ultimate knowledge of truth, the truth back of all appearances, phenomenon. This is the metaphysical AP approach. It was described in terms of the astral by William Law, and, as previously noted, in physical terms by Arthur Machen. The keynote is blackness. The original blackness which Jeff gets named Toa subtle science of reversion, which in later teachings was travestied in the grotesque symbology of black magic, and which, in the Middle Ages, became almost indistinguishably associated with witchcraft. Machen, in high introduction to his tale, T. Ir 14-foot height POP/R draws a very clear distinction between black and white kinds of magic. But the ulars or colors proceeding from this contrast and juxtapositron are not so clearly discernible owing, perhaps, to the fact that they cannot be explicitly classified. They cannot be shown, but merely suggested. It is, for example, a little-known fact that the red powder, red hibiscus flower, the red lotus, the blood-red stone or E/Azir mon of the alchemists, indicate a stag in the performance of the great work, which comports a VCRY special biological component symbolized in the cult of the beast by the Scarlet Woman Babylon. Furthermore, the sacred ashes white and red or white and black, used in the rituals of the Kama Ofert, and referred to in the Indian texts as the dust of the feet of the great goddess, are one with the white and black ash that remains over on the sacrificial altar after the most secret rites of Kali, the black goddess Offblood, have been enacted. The peacock and the rainbow, the coat of many colors, and the iridescent raiment of the Zvaz, resumed the doctrina in its entirety. The peacock, symbol of the god of the Yezidi, isoglyph of the Ka/, are identical with those typified by the Chinese under the image of the rainbow, and by the alchemists as the multicolored garment which appears biblicals as Tihi coat of many colors. The iridescent hues reminiscent of FLSH scales are the colors of the original fish, vagina, typical of the waters of creation as WZLL as of the red deluge of destruction, and they emanate their varied scintillac ions according to a systematic regimen, the precise order of which has long been lost to the Yen Western arcane tradition. The restoration of this vastly ancient lore constitutes one OT the major aims of the O.T.O. In the Ainur, paradoxically, these doctrines now survive only in Siriental Tantras, which absorbed the Typhonian traditions of ancient Egypt. These in turn were the final flowering and focus of the primal African mysteries, the black source of white light that rayed its variegated hues through the prism of old Egypt's draconian mysteries. I have given more specified indications as to the nature of the colors in Cult of the Shadow, where the black and the white, the two extreme contrasts, are shown to be the sources of Tet 14 colors, thus making 16 in all. As Spare observed, all magic is colorful. The sun and the moon are the basis of these 16 emanations. In the human organized, they are the male and the female. Their energization and polarization produce the colors that row from the female genital outlook at specific stages of the dual lunation, which constitutes the 2G day cycle of the lunar month. To each of these days is age latata particular vibration represented by a deity, having a characteristic kala. The Kal-R scales published by Crowley in Liber 777 are based ultimately upon this system. Although confusion has arisen because of the two kaphens not subsumed by the original scheme. Thus, although there are 30 colors, there appear to be 32 16 by 16, the extra 2 being reflections of the sun and the moon in the priestess when she functions on the paths of death and Saturn. The mysteries of these paths, or emanations, assume the ultimate secrets of the Nfur which the Eastern Kabbalistic tradition carried over, min Egypt, from the primal African gnosis that it would appear that Altlatliers, Bennett, and Crowley stumbled by accidenti upon the color scheme that forms columns 13 to 18 of our joint compilation Libor 777, because it is highly improbable that they were aware of the doctrine of colors. Crowley certainly was not, until the last year of his life when a certain rare and secret manuscript came into his hands. Relevant aspects of the Srividya science of the or have been explained in my Typhonian Trilogy, while in Nighty and of Eden the later synthesis has been expressed in a form adequate to the needs of practical occultists using the Ophidian current. The correlation of the kolas, the dream cells of the subconsciousness, and the tunnels of Set has been explained in Nightside of Eden, to which the reader is referred. Each cell is both the generator and the vehicle to one or another of the 16 kolas and their reflection in the 32 tunnels. Each cell has on its threshold a dream guardian that awakens to the vibrations of its allopholic name, color, and musical notation. Elhi Grimoire of Names and Sigils, published in Nightside of Eden, is the key to the system of dream control referred to in the Typhonian Trilogies. The term dream control connotes the control and transformation of the waking state via the dreaming subconscious mind. Various magical systems of control, such as Austin Spares, which involve the use of sigils and sentient symbols, act upon subconscious strata, and there are no precise boundaries. Crowley's Liber CCX 1.11, however, contains a precise map of the tunnels of Set based upon the ancient Egyptian division of the Ats of Seketaru, which have been compared by Budge and others with the Elysian fields. The literal translation of Seketaru, however, yields another and more essential meaning. Sekhet is the lioness-headed goddess symbolizing the fierce power and heat of the sun in the southern hemisphere. The name Sekhet is the origin of the Hindu word skate, meaning power, which is often symbolized by a woman or a goddess, the goddess emphasizing a superhuman abundance of power, in this case the power of heat in a sexual sense. Shakti is nearly always depicted, in religious sculpture, as the consort and the means of expression of some specific god. The word Ra, or Am, was typified in the draconian cult of Egypt by the womb of the hippopotamus, the beast of the waters, the dragon of the deep and of the deluge. The Ar, or Terra, degree was the door, Thegatwaif power, Wofuel is the wheel, Yoni, or lotus of the law. The fields, Seketaru, are the place of flowers, and the waters of that especial Flociar, the lotus, identified in all ancient ts as the sexual flower or flowing one, are the chelas emitted by the vagina. The divisions of Seketaru thus form the secret cells, or energy fields of the female organism. The changing colors of the Nile, blue, green, white, red, black, red, yellow, etc., were assumed to the symbolism of the goddess as the river of life that literally created the earth, represented by Egypt. The Nilotic mud of matter, the red earth of source, was later typified biblically by Adam. This is the basic rafimo underlying the magical doctrine of the Kaf as exemplified in the Tantras of the East, Noah Fur, G, and of the West, Tarwa, Tree of Life, etc. These systems have been explained and aided in detail in cults of the Sliodoter and Hyalcids of En respectively. What is here attempted is to show the correlation between the dark deities of death and Thesex magical formulae used in the evocation of the guardian spirits, dream dwarfs, and denizens of Chthan Ian cells beneath the hills of Hathor in Sekhet Aru and the tunnels Ot Set in Amenta. In order to activate a particular cell, The Ryagician is required to project his astral consciousness and to penetrate and permeate the cell with its subtle substance. To achieve this end, he assumes the form of the guardian whose sigil is inscribed in the appropriate colors, and whose name he vibrates, astrally, into the ear of the woman serving as the door of power. The vibration should persist until the astral form of the woman assumes that of the guardian. In other words, the magician, by a system of intense and suprascient visualization, in penetrating the woman, enters in at the door of power, sekitaru, and fully pervades the cell of subconsciousness typified by the sigil. According to the theory of protoplasmic reversion, those cells only should be used that confirm the demons of the deep, such as Dagon, whose number is 77-7, and the monstrous Sentvige and End described by Lovecraft and others in connection with the See a Thursday One Who mythos. Reference to the tables on pages 205 and 206 of Knights of Edu will provide the magician with information concerning the sexual formulae tobe used in any particular evocation. It is necessary to note that the woman selected to serve as a door of power would be a living embodiment of the astrophysical forces necessary to the projected operation. Thus, for evocations of the deep ones, she should embody energies, or sphiantii, symbolized by one or more of the three watery 8 Eins of the zodiac, whereas in a case of building a pyramid of fire, she should embody S/Tn 13 of the 3 fiery signs. The fiery Shaktis give access to the earth and to the Chthonian cells beneath the hills of Hathor. The aerial or ethereal slat/2'5" give access to the deeper spaces Ot night, typified by Newt and the demonic octopus from whose tentacles hang Thesterspawn of Cthulhu. The range of the sorcerer who can assume with impunity these lithith forms is virtually limitless. The Bukov Dan and Is commentary hint at incredibly ancient god terms, the dark survivals of which occasionally rend the veil Ot matter and reveal for one lightning-swift moment an immeasurably gulf, where nameless and unnatural blasphemies are bred and nurtured in the outermost reaches of inner space. Yet nothing, literally nothing, in the universe or beyond it can be unnatural. As Blavatsky has observed, the whole of occultism is based on the supposition that there is nothing supernatural, and with equal truth it may be said also that there is nothing essentially unnatural in universe B. However, as Michael Bershos has shown, all natural law is abrogated, and the magician sometimes is able to bridge the gulf and find himself suddenly on the other side of the tree of life. Then, glimpses Ot black outer space forever /o difflugtumorphs engender the ineffable vertigo that Austin Spare experienced at moments which he claimed were among his most creative. A similar formula seems operative in the case of Macken's theory of protoplasmic reversion, though the former is of air, space, the latter of earth, flatter. 7-inch his formula may be seen at work in the creations of Salvador Dali, whose vision sometimes embraces the backward movement oft-time typical of those subtle dimensions which his paintings suggest. His formula of systematized delusion based on the paranoid critical activity of the delirious mind is, in several ways, a development of Spare's formula of magical obsession for the stimulation of resurgent atavisms. Alchemy, obsession, delirium, reversion, and the sorceries of sex form the foundation of creative occultism, and these elements were woven by Rimbaud into his celebrated formula. Baudelaire, before him, had paved the way with a theory of synesthesia involving all the elements essential to an ultimate reification of the past, with the exception of the element of nostalgia asa dynamic torque. It was Marcel Proust who incubated this element in prose, while Austin Spare Devil op-ed it in the visual arts. All these elements combined in Crowley to produce the most intense representation yet attempted by a Western initiate. 2 distinguished adepts paved the way for Crowley's achievement: the French mage Eliphas Levi and the Russian occultist Helena Blavatsky. Crowley has left a record of these matters in his Confessions, to which the reader is referred. He placed great importance on the fact that the year of his birth, 1875, coincided with the birth of the Theosophical Society founded by Blavatsky, and with the death of Eliphas Levi, of whom Crowley claimed to have been a previous incarnation. To Blavatsky and the Theosophical Society is owed the survival of the Book of D. Flan and its comment in the form of TNS Softduckleriner, which is undoubtedly the most valuable contribution to occult literature that appeared in Thuist before Crowley's writings. Eliphas Levi, whom Lovecraft has described as that cryptic soul who crept through a crack in the forbidden door and glimpsed the frightful vistas Ot the void beyond, was one of the few initiates to exhibit the essential elements of creative occultism as distinct from the moribund formulae of most medieval primorm. Crowley was the flower not only of the Golden Dawn, as Krishnamurti was the flower of the Theosophical Society, but of the entire body of Western occultism and its literature. The vital spirit of this literature is to be found not in orthodox magical texts so much as syntheproducts of creative artists of the so-called decadence, beginning with Baudelaire and culminating, Ma the Surrealist in the creative magic of Crowley, Spare, Gurdjieff, and the New Aeon schools of fantastic visionaries represented today by such artists as Dali, Ernst, Bronner, Tanguy, and others.
3. Nuclear art and the new gnosis.
Contemporary science agrees with the sacramentalists' attitude to matter. The world is seen as a play of forces which sometimes burst into manifestation, and, at other times remain veiled behind the apparently innocuous forms of everyday objects. These forces were concealed by the ancients beneath the image of Pan, the earliest representations of which were extraordinarily hideous. The work of the magician lies in reifying these powers by bringing them into alignment with the subconscious energies that form the basic substance of manifestation. In a more particular sense, the secret of creative occultism resides in a capacity for projecting a magically charged sigil beyond the astral walls that confine consciousness to its waking state. One engine capable of launching such a missile is the sexually magnetized imagination freed from the limitations of thought. Imagination and thought are two distinct functions of the mind, and pertain to its dreaming and waking states respectively. The dreaming mind is the matrix of imagination, the waking mind the matrix of thought. In the daydream, these twin aspects of mind function in such a way as to appear virtually inextricable, but in meditative awareness it is possible to distinguish one strand from the other. The result of such awareness demonstrates unequivocally that while imagination is essentially irrational, it is fecund beyond measure. On the other hand, thought is rational and non-creative unless it contains conscious I, a certain admixture dream strain IC. The irrational. The irrational is therefore the creative element in the amalgam of waking and dreaming. In the daydream, Dion Fortune frequently alludes to a system of magically directed daydreaming suggested by the formula of dreaming true, which she used to build up and charge the thought forms that manifested her fraternity of Thane na light. Salvador Dali has defined painting as hand-done color photography of concrete irrationality. This definition implies a magical process of reification that has been practiced by occultists from time immemorial. According to B. Yates, MacGregor Mathers used a similar technique. Austin Oman Spare perfected this technique and evolved an alphabet of sentient symbols in which each symbolic form is vitalized by the astral dynamism of fantasy, which is a form of waking dream. Itis by means of the fantastic, the irrational, tie the creative spirit fire the clay of the mundane, the rational, and molds it into shapes of magical mystery, thereby endowing the world with reality. It is therefore a matter of imbuing T/Inu AF with the dream content of sexually charged fantasy. The process comports a form of sensual magic summed beneath the symbolism of the sovereign sanctuary of the gnosis OTO, and it results in the word made flesh. It is an astonishing fact, but many so-called occultists speak and write about words of power without in the least understanding the nature of words or power. The latter manifests, not in gibberish but in a certain sequence of letters that comprehense a subtle sorcery of sonorous sounds, of spells potent to evoke an ineffable and magical mystery. Rimbaud referred to this peculiar form of evocation as the alchemy of the word. Its secret essences are concentrated in Ho's mystical perfume of which the Persian poet speaks when he refers to the rose garden of the beloved. These perfumes are the balas, and the state of inebriation which they induce is celebrated not only by the Persian poets, but by the Hindu and Buddhist tantras, when they speak of Ho's subtle essences had been likened to the fragrances of flowers. They symbolize the blossoming of wine, blood, in ihe beloved as dawn of womanhood. Ewers represent the liquid aspect of these perfumes, while incense symbolizes their exhalations vaporized toth aeriality in combination with air or fire, symbolic of the masculine forces. The tantras are now thinly surviving repositories of the science of the katas or perfumes. They are to Eastern magic what certain grimoires were to the /Yestern tradition. The only magic that is of practical use to the contemporary magician is that which enables him to evoke Theco/AR of other dimensions. Tfir Book of Tyre Z.S. is therefore the supreme Griaur of the present Avon, containing as it does the secret formulae which unseal the cells of cosmic consciousness. It also contains the keys to the gates OT extraterrestrial worlds which constitute universes parallel to our own, and which by some mysterious reclorii sometimes impinge upon our own, transforming it in a way that also transforms the magician and prepares him for an existence that must appear totally alien to his mundane consciousness. For it is in the dimensions of magical and controlled dreaming ahead, he meets with entities with which it is not only the aim of the grimoire to establish contact, Bowie which in many cases have actually inscribed the grimoires upon the astral substance of Theartha's aura, as in the case OT the Beef D fan. Authit such grimoires of cosmic power a wreath book of Thoy, and Liber 231. Also, and it is not surprising, some grinoworks /zir /ed only in fragmented form, unclutched in their entirety, by the human medium chosen for their transmission, or perhaps not so chosen. For some desperate souls Haxi reached out blindly into other dimensions and the recoiling tentacles of those not to tally blasted, grasped strange Liagankans rift he for hidden wisdom. FHC alien lore which threw Achaeans thus SCCPCD into the fabric of the human rife wufk summertimxa pkarked in works ofartand remained lidden from the profane precincty because they seer exihided to all. Tickertati pucks, parenters, sculptors, musicians, scientists, all, wi hout doubt, conscious why or unconscious. Embodied inter works somk of the senses that form thirskred ingredients of the ia/in themselves. These rare perfumes and evocative vibrations were fused with the human spirit to distill a wine of subtle potency, the pinner itself. Madness was not the on eye, late if many spirit magicians and witches. Artists too have been struck insensate, paralyzed be, the power offerent they unwit tingly invoked. In some cases, therefore, we receive distorted impressions on ly of the original astral grimoires or archetypal manuals of practical mage. Sir may be the case with Dr. D's attempts to establish sulnuk intercourse with the denizens of the Mian. These attempts proved abortive despite the elaborate Enochian system which he and Kelly bequeathed to humanity. What these magicians said, however, is a method of invoking and establishing contact with the sentinel of that other universe, the entity known ASC Horonzon. And in more recent times there have been further tennis Adam Bradians of the Dark Doctrine, as evidenced by the work of Michael Bershows, and by the receipt from the future Aeon of Mod of Tickbook of Unforgotten Ones, channeled by Sorner and Ahadna. These influences are now potendy at work and they complement the supposedly fictional Necronomicon, celebrated in the writings of H.P. Lovecraft and which is in elect the source of his creativity. No less alien are Thainru Inces that seized upon Carlos Castaneda, although, seeking to present his impressions as factual, he succeeded only in blowing a fuse, and that which would have been acceptable as fiction to the dream mind has been rejected as fact by the waking mind. Not since the days of Blacksatsky have these steries been presented as factual entities emanating from extraterrestrial sources. She was derided toward her boldness, as also was Aleister Crowley and, to a certain extent, Gurdjieff. Dali, on the other hand, succeeds in his art, but when he commits his imagery to the written word his testimony is found to be not generally acceptable. Despite all talk about dynamic art, creative art, visionary art, the general tendency, even among those who profess to know better, is to regard artistic inspiration as essentially subjective and essentially passive. Is it because the framed picture does not move visibly? The walk round an art gallery is a rather dismal affair after all. The spectator moves, the pictures remain motionless, dead memories at vital moments. Yet this is all of art for most people, and a dull affair it is. Yet art, in the true and vital sense, is an instrument, a magical machine, a means of occult exploration which can project the seer into the realm of the unseen and launch the waking mind into the seas of subconsciousness. The power of seeing the unseen, the unnoticed, of knowing the unknown, is the supreme gift of art. Art is an instrument of such delicate construction that its hypersensitive and delicate antennae can detect the light that shineth in darkness, the light that never was on seer land. It is a well-known occult maxim that the seer assumes the form of that which is seen. He too that which is seen, because the area of seeing is an act of reification, a projection of subject as object, and it is because the artist responds to infinitely tenons vibrations that he is capable of capturing the most elusive, the most remote and ethereal impulses that thrill through space. He can read the runes of reality incised in vivid ewers upon the wastes of the void. The twin aspects of genius, the passive and the active, are possessed by the multi-realist artist. They also form the necessary equipment of the adept. Yet in very few people arc these twin aspects manifested. Nearly every one has a capacity for the passive aspect, which involves some sort of appreciation of aesthetic values. There are few people totally unresponsive to the beauties of nature, and none at all that is not responsive to its ferocious manifestations. Fewer are able to respond profoundly to the beauty of natural phenomena, and fewer still to so-called works of art. It takes a degree of genius to respond to such manifestations the whole time. Artists in this category are among the saints, some of whom thrilled with rapture at the constant awareness of the total unity, harmony, and beauty of things. Such were Bohm, Ramakrishna, etc. Some yogis are immersed in an unsullied and vibrant bliss derived from the incessant contemplation of this world-bewitching Maya, the breathtaking wonder of the great and glamorous illusion which surrounds us. On the other side of the fence, on the side of active or creative genius, there are yet fewer. Active or creative genius means nothing less than the ability to translate the wonder or the terror of the great Lila, the great play of life, in terms of visual, tactile, audible, olfactory, or some other sensual presentation of phenomena. But there is a third aspect of genius which is yet more rare. It is the ability to open the door of the theater and admit the influences from outside, from the swarming GNFS beyond the grasp of the mind, and accessible only to the magical entity whose fantastic feelers can snare the most fugitive impulse as they flash through the holes in space, the kinks in time, to be reflected in the magic mirror of the artist's mind. There is emerging to die a new gnosis and a new art. Point 1 have dealt with the former in my Typhonian Trilogy, and have begun to treat of the latter in Nileside of Edern. The Art the new Aeon Isa nuclear phenomenori. Its most concisely functioning adept is Salvador Dali, the year of whose birth, 1904, coincided with the transmission to Aleister Crowley of Book of Thelema. The fundamental thesis of this stellar or nuclear art is that antimatter, non-being, and absence are the source of all objects, all being, all presence. The iteration of the twin poles of Nias operating in the fully polarized magical entity will create a nuclear consciousness which, in its explosive impact on the mind, will disintegrate the concepts of being and non-being. The resulting transcendent experience of total beauty, total bliss, will regenerate the world, the little world my Aleister, our insignificant planet, creating in its violently disruptive vortex of power and identity of God and man Asa Rupermt Abskinker capable of generating instantaneously, and on all levels, every conceivable time and every conceivable space simultaneously or not at all. All this is adumbrated in Al, but humanity asiat is upon the threshold only ot nueon consciousness, and that Grimork remain as yet unseated. Tit the key to its understanding will unlock the ultimate door and admit the full influx of extraterrestrial energies. Lovecraft intuited the fact that intimations of these alien presences usual manifest onl to the dreaming mind, and as often as not in nightmares, for few minds are able to contain without terror the forms of the new gnosis, a fear and an anguish that always heralds the loss of personal identity, the ui enra ot the seer. This absence, being an essential condition of the manifestation of the presence of the thing seen, forms the most difficult stage of the great experiment. To transcend it, several magical techniques have been devised, the most easily explicable being known to initiates as the Mass of the Mr. Before describing this Mass, it is necessary to explain the rite of preparation and the precise function of the participants. The cosmic impulse in its creative aspect is reflected into humanity as the mechanism of sexual polarity. The cipher of sexes, the mystic O. Its sacred inta or color is black, for it is the absence of light, and the dark vampire force that sucks into itself the creative light typifies night. From this darkness all forms emerge and they are ultimately dissolved back into it. The O or void is typified by woman, Aspristus. She is the mirror or reflector of impulses proceeding from that which projects into her being the essence of form. She receives all impressions and gives birth to illusions. For all form is fantasy, and exists only in thed rearing mirror ot the mind. The mirror, however, in order to refract the rays from outside, is slanted in a way which enables two to capture to the utmost the rays of cosmic energy that flow from the stars. The priestess selected for this rite is adept in the art of dream control, and has perfected it to a degree of refinement where she is able to project upon the actual mirror on image order plan for the purposes of the rite. 2 mirrors arc placed exactly 11 feet apart, one beneath the priestess, the other suspended above her at a slightly slanting angle, as explained. The room in which the rite is enacted is at a great elevation. When the stars are right, or as Spare would phrase it, when the correct alignments obtain, the rite may be successfully accomplished. As cautioned in AL 1.32, the priest should nor confound the space marks, or he will open himself to obsession. The SPAC marks arc stars, that are vehicles of the Q/ES. A magical sleep is then induced in the priestess by a method of sexual sorcery relevant to the 7i degree OTO she dreams, and receives the influx from the stars that in the mirror above her should appear the star form, at first shadowy and indistinct, of the entity with whom the magician is seeking to establish contact. RHE invocations that lend full substance to the entity are then vibrated. At the climax of the dream, as the woman also climaxes, the entity awakens and descends from the mirror, as the force of which it is the Ido/on descends from the star and possesses her. The star is the hole in space through which the energies, Iokvi, pour. The priest then withdraws. The child that results from this union is an amalgam of extraterrestrial and human elements. The occultist is concerned more with the effects of such influences upon the level of human consciousness than the artist, who seeks to embody them in paint, poem, or stone. In other words, there it just described occurs at astral, dream levels, the artist often being unaware of any actual magical congress. The result, however, is sim Eiler. Rooney he artist brings to Bertha delineated or a plastic eidolon of alien consciousness. This in turn fecundates the consciousness of those who perceive it, and a new school of art is born. 2 he should then become a magical machine which transmits these influences to its immediate environment. And, if they are strong enough, these influences radiate in ever-widening circles and affect whole nations until, ultimately, the entire planet becomes impregnated with highly charged particles of alien vibrations. Such an interpenetration occurred on a planetary scale at the beginning of the present century, and it is significant that the event coincided with the reception by Crowley of the Book of the Law, which contains the key of the new aeon gnosis. The book also suggests the probable lines of development will characterize the evolution of stellar or nuclear artists. It reaches out to capture the elusive ecstasies of cosmic consciousness. The imagination, as the image-making faculty, is the supreme instrument of both magician and artist. It may be exercised with the aid of the Shakyai or sexual power that resides in the female organism. The correct use of the imagination involves a knowledge and use of the kalas, 16 of which manifest in the fully awakened priestess. Paradoxically, she awakens only during the magical sleep, trance, which precedes the onset of enlightenment, for the darkness of the mind in dream is illumined by consciousness. To give reality to the dream haunters is to give birth to the dark influx of forces that are ever waiting to gain access to the human life wave. These quiphotic entities are known as the liars in wait. Degree it is man's incorrigible egoism that has woven about humanity the fatal circle that excludes the influences needed for its future evolution. Eine scheme vaster Shan, that which can be embraced by its present undeveloped imagination. As previously noted, the occultist is concerned more with the tangible effects of these influences upon the human level than is the artist, who interprets them in mundane materials and remains unas, are oft air causes at the dream level of consciousness. Fetheme of the present work, therefore, may be summed up in a phrase. The great work consists in the conscious tracing to its source of the creative inspiration which emanates from beyond the veil of the abyss. The concept composts a certain perichoresis, or introition of elements from one dimension into another, which in turn involves the idea that the astral consciousness of man is capable of receive ing currents of cosmic energy, in the form of creative inspiration, which permeate the aura of the earth. Whether or not such intrusion proceeds from actual entities in outer space is problematical. Outer space may be another form of that inner space which comprises the mental or subjective universe. It is certain, however, that extremely sensitive machines, and the artist is such, receive the highly sensitive apparatus of their receptive antennas the most tenuous impressions from this, as yet uncharted region.
Thought, the gates of a zine.
Several attempts have been made in recent times to cover traces OTA series of magical form pertaining to the G-acts of Azin. Independent groups of occultists, and individuals working in isolation, have received intonations in dreams, by scrying and other means, of the percents of entities intent upon communicating certain keys, the use of which would enable their possessors to unlock the gates beyond death. Mention has been made of these independent group, and since that time, 1977, others have picked up spontaneously a general pattern, of which many dissociated elements form unified parts. The more recent manifestations have occurred in Ohio, where Libet Tnani Pra Naribia was earthed through adepts using Maatian invocations. Sor and Ahadna, a contemporary priestess of has received matches front beyond the abyss, and they comprise Torbook O/Tirforgoy canons. It contains allusions to mysteries that first appeared in the writings of Frater Chad. LT would appear that there exists just without the circle of mundane awareness complete grintoirs of magical formulae. It is perhaps from this lost grimoires that artists and poets has been drawing with increasing frequency over the past century, or since the first whirlings of She Nu Aeon were adumbrated more than 400 years ago in theorizes of Rabelais, and earlier initiates. It appears that the most effective way of manifesting these formulae may be achieved by groups of magicians using special systems of dream control. Magicians are thereby enabled to compile extensive RCCC-RDS of operations involving the invocation and/or evocation of extraterrestrial entities. Several methods of working have been tabulated in Nigelcid of Eden and subsumed, for the sake of easy reference, beneath the degrees of the sovereign sanctuary of the O. Frater Akkad should be acknowledged as the first herald of an aeon beyond, or outside, the present Aeon of Horus inaugurated by Aleister Crowley in 1904. It is well known that Crowley contested Akkad's findings, and one of his objections to their validity was that Akkad's manner of research was not conducted along lines recognized by established authorities in the field of scholarship. But this begged the question. It was not a valid criticism. Did Crowley accept James Legg's INF Jr. refinement of the texts of the Chinese I Ching, which was presented in accordance with accepted rules of scholarship? No. Furthermore, Crowley maintained that the only interpretation which explains the texts is the initiated interpretation, and that depends upon factors as far removed from scholastic attainment as the appreciation of fine art depends upon factors that have no concern with a knowledge of the merely physical constituents of the pigments employed in its production. In other words, the ultimate test involves not the rearing of scholastic or academic ability, accessible in terms of university degrees, but criteria of initiation, which are accessible only by fellow initiates, or by those whose degree of initiation is far enough advanced to permit them at least to mum the presence of indubitable authority in the matters of Akkad's proclamation of the Aeon of Mot, and of Crowley's denial of Akkad's right to make such an announcement. It is evident that both adepts are here open to similar objections, and for precisely similar reasons. Having accepted Crowley as a successful transmitter of large and consistent fragments of the lost grimoire, we may at least exceed, in the case of Akkad also, a substantial, if yet an equal, degree of authority in matters in which both adepts have proved themselves highly competent at one time or another. Crowley died in 1947. He had had no contact with Frater Akkad for 11 years. In consequence, neither of them knew the details of any initiations the other had undergone during that period that I have given, in Cults Off the Shadow, Chapter 8, a brief account of the circumstances surrounding the incoming of the Aeon of Mot, and of Crowley's magical position, at the time of his death, with regard to Frater Akkad. Crowley appeared to have reached a dead end, while Akkad seems to have formulated an impossible situation with his claim that a new Aeon had dawned. But this has proved otherwise, and it is interesting to note that Frater Akkad's work is now, nearly 30 years later, seen to be vindicated, at least in part. He announced the dawn of the Aeon of the Daughter, which would complement and polarize the Aeon of the Son ushered in by C. Rowley. These two eons run consecutively but, as Akkad observed, we should make a clear distinction between them, seeing them in true perspective against the background of the Aeon of Clot. The god form of the Aeon of Mot, the Plother, is the Yenulture. 2-inch he god form of the Zeon of Horus, the sun, is the hawk. Bui Thegid form of Mayon, the daughter, is the Vari Pir bat. The daughteress, the mother unaway considered in the language nf the Iphi stories. The daughter is the priestess entranced, i.e., immersed in magral sleep and active at astral levels of consciousness. The magical formulae of Stion therefore involve it he mysteries of dream control. 1. He symbolize formulae are zoomorphic, the mouth, sexual orifice, tormot, typified by the moth and the vulture. The phallus for Horus, typified by eye and the hawk. The mouth, oral orifice, for Ma, typified by the bat hitch hangs upside down, oipenriff. In the sleep organodrage induced by the vampire feast. This magic is expressed kabbalistically as 0-2, which is the formula of Nut. Nod is the mother, and the two are Horus, the son, and Ma, the daughter. Their synchronicity is resumed beneath the symbol of the bee, which is the vehicle of Sekal. It is the symbol of sweetness, honey, a lunar glyph pertaining to the rapture associated with the process of creation. Lunar honey is generated by the perfect alignment of the mouth and the eye in inner vision. The symbolism is partially explained in the secret comment, writ 10 by Crowley for Poundyara Gapk, which contains a quotation of the biblical verse, "What is sweeter than honey? And what is stronger than a lion?" The symbols, translated into the language of sexual alchemy, Arethavail's Opha magical formula that has in recent years become a matter of general knowledge, owing to the publication of certain writings by Aleister Crowley originally reserved for initiates of his esoteric organizations. But the cosmic link was lacking, and it was not until the present author became acquainted with the unpublished writings of Frater Akkad that he was able to establish a connection between this particular kind of sexual magic and the extraterrestrial power zone of Set. The latter is represented astronomically by the Sirius complex, with its son and daughter eaters, Sirius A and Sirius B. Akkad's researches were expressed mainly in biblical phraseology, and only secondarily in the terminology of the 93 current. Even so, we find in Akkad's 3 stones a key to the mysteries of Set, for the 3 names of the stones add up to 936, which is the number of Orthrus, the twin of the dog Cerberus, the symbol of Set. Akkad was unaware of this fact, but he intuited a connection with the mysteries of time and Eiferjukals or stones implicit in the forma of Kali. 3-inch Li myscrix of Me Kali are identical with those OFSPC Newt, and this part OT the formula, complex us it is being currently expounded by several arcane schools. The key to these mysteries is to be suglit in various esoteric schools magick and sorcery. Validity of claims to competent transmission of the mysteries may be texted and proved by their affinity with 93, and the Ophidian current which that number represents. Members of the C. Ultofmot in Ohio have discovered a festlines, perhaps a few pages, of the invisible grimoire of which Kershaws and others are also deciphering the runes. Any genuine occult organization can therefore product evidenke of the validity of its contacts on the inner planes by the necessity which each fragment is bound to bear to the whole. Even so, caution must be exercised in the assessment of such necessity. The reason for such caution is evident when it is realized how Abel was an adept, OFC Rowley's stature even, to judge of the course of protracted initiations which involved not only himself but several other individuals. The work Opha Chad and of Parsons exhibited profound awareness of a cosmic unfoldment that may not always be consciously recognized even by those who are able unconsciously to pick up and express aspects of the current. How complex the pattern is may be appreciated by the fact that when Parsons received Poundyacre 49, the Book of Babylon, which he proclaimed Tob the 4th chapter of Al, it was in magical concert with LRH Abard that extraterrestrial contact was established. It remains to be seen what part of the puzzle Hubbard may manifest, but that he clutched at it through the door opened by Parsons is shown by the circumstances attendant upon the Babylon working, for an account of which see the magical revival. The working began in L94M, a few months before Crowley's death in 1947, and just prior to the wave Ophunex planed aerial phenomena now recalled as the Great Flying Saucer Flap. Parsons opened a door and something ruin. He supposed it was Babylon and the 4th chapter of Al. Others have supposed other things, but all are agreed that something unusual, something inexplicable by mundane laws, occurred around that time. Both Crowley's and Akkad's prolonged initiations led up to this phenomenon, which charged the sorties with the atmosphere of menace adumbrated in 1904, Ale 2, verse 1 to 46-inch, and which culminated in Hiroshima in 1945. And perhaps the revelation of these mysteries is likewise preparing the way for the nighties that cower before me and are abased. Ale. 2, verse 1 to 46. Various writers have suggested that extramundane intelligences are apprehensive about nuclear disturbances originate ing on Earth. The UFO flap that commenced after Hiroshima was considered by some to be part of an investigation into the situation here on Earth, which may lead to the abandonment of what is, perhaps, after all, merely an experiment in human evolution. It will not be the lint time that such an experiment has failed. On the other hand, man likes to feel, no doubt, that his puny activities could disturb remote galaxies. He may hazard extinction, even for the sake of exalting his ego in such a manner. Man's thinking is determined by the mass media to a larger extent than he is prepared to admit. He therefore tends to interpret occult phenomena in terms of extraterrestrials, spacecraft constructed on principles he will one day himself understand and use, planetary and interplanetary wars, and so on. To the occultist, however, a quite different interpretation suggests itself. For example, the word abased in the above quotation is, by gonaria, equivalent to the word eulalia which Frater Akkad discovered in 1943. Both are forms of the number 73. Eulalia conceals a magical formula of the 73 current which works through the feminine aspect of Chakmas in his phallic function. Chakma is the wise one who appears as GML, also 73, the priestess of the silver star, who is the female hierophant in the form of the moon. Chakma is therefore the logos whose word is Alalia. The word cower is equal to 237, which is that of Urhika, the great magic power of SHPHH, SCFCKH, the goddess 393. 237 is also the number of Aosic, spelt in a certain manner, an extraterrestrial entity whose name has had particular significance since the year 1945, the year in which Parsons opened the door. Adding 73 to 237 produces 310, the number of Shat, a form of Set which identifies this number with the silver star, and of MQPTZ, meaning leaping or jumping. If the reader will turn to the remarks on the Vaulters in Niacide of Eden, it will become apparent that all these ideas denote a jump through time and space, a leaping through the door of Daphith knowledge by the wise one who manifests from alien dimensions, typified by Sirius. And the god Set. His wisdom is transmitted rim the word or Fogii discovered by Crowley in 1904, and Hayakad in 1943, eine curious amalgam that composts the no word of the Aeon of Zein. In such a complex pattern of events, it is not surprising that the thread is sometimes lost and the mysteries misinterpreted. The entities known as Iwas, Aosic, etc., are forces operating in other dimensions and brought through into our universe by the magical spells contained in the Book of Deluxe and other grimoire.
5. Magical mannequins.
The folly of all this wanting, of all this dissatisfaction. However, since he wants, he may as well want Tobe some TBJNG positive, something creative, something luminous and beautiful. He can achieve this by the use of the magical Tnanakin, which is the true Yenvil in THR shape of the dwarf, magnified to gram proportions in the bubble of the vitality gyobule, and repeated in myriads of vitality globules. He should consciously formulate the magical mannequin and project it into space in his miniature escitality capsule. The launch ing must be engineered with the precision OFTS counterpart in material space mechanics, for it is designed to leave Earth and penetrate fully conscious, the ethers of inner space, peopled not by alien races but by man's most intimate desires in the forms of alien shapes. They speak a strange language and man has to employ thusiopsigils in order to command them. Asa magician calm man's spirits and clemenials to bring tie which he desires. By this and similar means man will learn how to control his dreams and effect their reification. RH magical Renanakins or dwarf dreamers are identical with the wee folk, the little men of fairy lore, who were the projections of medieval magicians essaying the great work, the interpretation and exploration of the eth, rs. More recent manifestations of these fey folk, or little green men, are apparent in connection with the phenomena also called euphonology. FHC fact that not all people see these creatures seems to suggest that they exist at profoundly subjective levels of consciousness. But his is not to say they are not as real as entities occupying the mundane spaces, and the waking state familiar he average human being. Such phenomena seem to require a special type of perceptivity in the beholder before they can register as visual effect, and many non-initiates cite, or in some way sense, these phenomena. Being unversed in modes of magical interpretation, they describe their experiences in terms reminiscent of those who were taken by the fairies, or who experienced intercourse with diabolical entities, including the devil himself. Innumerable well-testified accounts of physical possession by demons, erotic encounters with the devil, and sexual intercourse with incusi and succubbi are extant. The reason is not far to seek. The sexual trance is the basis of certain kinds of zwerorgvis which occur when other worlds, other dimensions interpenetrate each other, often causing a disruption or fine fissure in the consciousness that experiences them. This form of magick involves the use of the mouth and the tongue, the two eyes of the waking state and their complementary dream eye. The mouth is dual as the uterus of the mother, and the utkur of the word logos of the father. Their fusion engenders the magical child, the daughter, who represents the reified yet original nothing, in the particular form desired by the magician. The mechanics of this rite of transubstantiation are relatively simple. The woman chosen for the off-priestess must be adept in the control of both eyes, that which receives the word, and that which later gives birth to it by transmitting or transporting it from the dream world to the circleoftime, i.e., the waking state. At the moment of sexual congress, the priest-magician should gaze intently at the ajna region of the priestess, the secret third eye, so that his lines of vision appear to be parallel. It seems to her that he is gazing into both her eyes simultaneously. Hypnosis is induced in the priestess by prolonging the gaze until a state of drowsiness subcrevenes. The sigil designed to embody the aim of the rite is then visualized as impressed upon Theanchuk Ra. As deep hypnosis superbrangs, the sigil ks into the shaft and is visualized as descending to the region of Leith, the center at the throat that is the place of one he /yenord. At his stage of the rite, the priestess may become oracular, and any word, or words littered by her while in the magica sleep, who'd be noted down by the magician or his scribe. Our priest then appears to kiss the priestess. /vat he actually does is to suck down Thessigil from Deithian to you, the vortex of the void represented by the vulva of the priestess. The visualization of its descents, who'd he accompanied byt he excitedion of the secret eye of Set by means of V2 of OTO. As the two eyes of the priestess close in magical sleep, so the secret eyes of Set and Horus awaken, and the priestess sees, mirrored in the depths ot the ajna vortex, the vivid and luminous signal as it descends into the abyss. As it does so, it passes the plan of the piton its journey to ultimate reification in matter. The D-ream thus he comes actuality, and the dreamer awakens as Cephalus of the priest descends and flowers in the vacuum created by the sigil's descent. There are remedies aerations of this rite, but success depends in each case upon the power of dream control. The most suitable type of priestess for such a rite is that ota watery and or earthy nature, never fiery or aim, for the latter type are inimical to reification. Why then actual manifestation is required, the rite should be performed when the moon is full. The mouth is of great importance in such a rite of reification. As Pei 85, it includes ihe tongue, and the teeth symbolic of spirit, as the trident of Set. 85 is also the n-number of ihc Greek w ord enka, meaning 11. This is the number of fiat and of thrq/ipphio/phi svithitstunels or mouths through which matres sucked into inner spare. But, above all, the mouth is the supreme symbol of maat, for by the same mouth ipphoi that utters the word, is the word ultimately absorbed. The blasted tower is the title of the tarot Phirump to which the letter Pe equals a mouth is attributed. Phi identity of the two mouths, Ntanu and MRN/W, is also implied. The mouth and the myth are one. They meet in the simsel of truth and the true word exemplified by Mot, the Mut or mother vulture. The ancient myths were transmitted by word of mouth before writing was invented. The later written accounts became the legends, the legible or written versions of the earliest truths. As Gerald Massey has amply demonstrated, there were two primal truths, IHC Mot or mouth of water, the feminine source or fount, and the Mot or mouth of air, the masculine inspiring spirit, the reifying agent and the vivifying spirit. In the most ancient mysteries known Tomon, both these truths were represented as feminine, the Mot or mother of blood being the primal matrix of all things. She was entified as Isis. Her sister, Nephthys, was the nourisher, the wet nurse of the word myth made flesh. Thus the mouth as the source of the word is synonymous why the myth, math or truth, i.e. reality, the emuth or mouth waste source of all things as the mother, for she alone was the reciphier of form in flesh. The first myths were therefore concerned with this primal and physiological aspect of truth, Mot. One Otimot's symbols is the Mosh, the flyer by night who seeks the light by which it is eventually consumed. The moth is the eater in darkness, and identical with the vampire force symbolized by the vulture, Mut, M-A-U-T, Mort. The eater in darkness is the eater of the dead in thecrypts that contain the mummy, thymage of the light in darkness and of the Rear men spirit. The moth and the vulture mret in the Mot cult as equivalent symbols. However, the magical import of the moth as the nocturnal flyer seeking the flame is connected with a magical formula associated W if the cult of the dead in the realms of Amenti. This cult of necromancers gave rise to the mythical Necronotaican, MYT Heikel in the sense just explained. It is the book at the eaters of the names, or words, of the mu MMY in Amenta, and this necrophagous force AP pairs also in the tantras under certain guises of Kali. Ciro Vy had access to this book, and Lovecraftian, fearful of its contents, stressed its mythical origin and he fact that it was Dmamborn. He maintained that it did not actually exist, and in a sense he was right. 3-inch he Necronomicon does not exist as a book in the mundane world, but it does exist in the dream state and is available to those who are able to penetrate the veil ot the abyss and break open the seals of the Clipnoi which guard too. Crowley incorporated a fragment of it in Lear GCXXXI, and Blavatsky before him borrowed many of its concepts and incorporated them in the mysterious Book of Dan which forms the basis of the secret Dosserin. The Necronomicon mythical book Hudit is also a living grimoire written in dream sigils that are being haltingly deciphered 6y physicis today, for these sigils conceal the ultimate mysteries of Mot, and therefore OT matter. The ancients expressed them by word off mouth long eons ago in the torm of the myths of the mother cult. The cult of Mot is also the cult of Mat the Mad One, the pure foot of the tarot whose number is not. He is the innocent virgin, the unawakened one, a symbol of the Pristitin in her magical sleep, lit by visions and reverberant with echoes off other worlds. These sights and sounds are the shapes set in fray, and the words mantrish of the goddess Mot. They manifest today in the secret cult of the moth, the winged nocturnal butterfly that is devoured by the light of night. This symbolism will seem obscure to those unacquainted with the mysteries of the cult. Its central tenets will here be enunciated. The moth, the mother, matter, the matrix of spirit, light or lux, is synonymous with Maut whose totem the vulture lives upon the dead, and with the Mat or Mad One whose cipher is 0, naught, and Yut, Nox, the goddess of infinite space. There is here an occult linkage between the concepts of moth, mother, myth, mouth, mot, mout, mad, not, night, not, nox, and the goddess of space whose cipher is 0. In the Kabbalah of Thelema, which is based upon the ancient Chinese equation, +1, +1 equals 0, naught equals 2. 2 is the number of Fairphi or both, the twins Set Horus, who resolve into naught via the process of projection and withdrawal, exemplified by Tihi formula of the divine ape energized by the magic of the IX degree O. The procedure resembles the mode of sexual congress known in vulgar parlance as the inoranic dash. RUJ the 6 and the 9 indicate the sun and the moon, and in Theoizes/Arneo/ they appear as the malk and female energies in perfectly balanced electromagnetic polarity. 2-inch he mouth is the instrument of this magic, the moon, female, absorbing the seed of the sun, male, As the sun sucks in the honey of the female and the right of eye sows this fluxium is charged with the vibrations of the red lunar current colort roger. The priestess is energized and excited not onl by the tongue and cephalus of the priest, but also by the subtle sentience of the sigil that is projected into the ein by means of arachna. The latter is the womb of the word, dath, reflected into space min the projection from the throat center, Usuddhata chakra, which has 16 petals and which concentrates the essence of the 16 kalas. The mouth thatchuitersi he word is therefore identical with the mouth that receives the seed and makes it flesh. The mouth aruterus is the magical glyph of the scarlet / yeoman, and it is significant that thenumber of IPSO.S 696, added to, or merged with, the 93 current equals 789, the number of Tanith, the dragon of the deep that is the primal form of Babylon. Fire above consecrations show that the true nature of Mot is identical with the draconian current as manifested in Babylon, the whore whose nature it is to give herself to all Tamers. Yet she who offers life is also the dealer of death. Tor Dei and death are one. The rite of the scarlet woman is implied by this rite of Mot, which involves the mouth and the eye. This is the reflection in Dath, the place of the magical word, of the MVSTCRY of Set, whose mouth and eyes arc one as the gateway ot death, or thepx/ie, that which is excreted or cast off, sloughed like the snackskin of the serpent of night. The serpentine or ophidian current is expressed as 93, agape, sexual love or lone under isle. This is the number of Iwas, the mysterious intelligence that transmitted the mag-ical keys of the Aeon of Horus to Aleister C. Crowley. The 93 current emanates from or is uttered by the A. Which is identical with the star of Set, Sirius, or Sothis. Set also emanates by Thesamk mouth, Ipsos, from the Aeon of Mot, whose magical word is 696. Their identity produces 789, as has been shown, the number of the Scarlet Wyvoman who embodies the 93 current according to Thoth's secret and census of the OTO. The eons of Horus and of Mot seemingly overlap, but only when viewed from a point in mundane time, that divides the past from the future and envisages Mot Asiaticum. Frater Akkad claimed that the Aeon of Mot was inaugurated in 1948 and, as the Avon of the daughter, it paralleled and fulfilled the Aeon of the son, Horus, thus bringing to perfection the full formula of the child, crowned and conquering, in its essential polarity. For the son, as the will of the father, may manifest only Rinth other Mot, whose riddlin upon earth is the daughter, Kaphen Ia. The Astrum Argentum or silver star of Set is focused upon earth via Iwas who transmitted the 93 current from that star to Karl, vin the mediumship of Aleister Crowley and other initiates of the Gnosis. According to Michael Bershows, who received a transmission from Iwas in 1977, Crowley has already reincarnated upon earth in feminine form. If such is the case, then the daughter aspect is already incarnate in newer midst. It may be so. Clargery Cameron, Ho claimed to be an avatar of the Scarlet Woman, endeavored to earth the daughter by giving birth to a moonchild. The experiment Fate and C. Rolay, who died at about this time, failed to find a gate of ingress to Cameron. However, if Bershow's communication proves to be correct, a gateway was found in Kafniai's now incarnate.it is well to bear in mind, however, that it is unwise to seek in historical entities the actualized identities of magical or mythical personalities. All that we are justified in assuming is that the 93C errant, having been transmitted in its present form by Aleister C. Crowley, is now manifesting in a feminine form somewhere in Asia, as Crowley prophesied. The number of the current 7C9 comprises the 6I degree, the 6II, and the IX degree OTO, and the respective affinities of these degrees with the Venusian, mercurial, and lunar tours of the vibrations indicated by these numbers. The sum of the integers 7, 8, 9, being 24. This indicates the path of the water dragon or sea serpent TNTH. 2 is symbolized by the lurker in the waters, the tongue in the mouth, Theclatoris in the vulva, and, ultimately the phallus in the vagina, the mystical symbol of the word vibrating in the void. Path 24 and the tunnel that underlies it are attributed to Scorpio, the astrologal pH of Tihi Scarlet Oman. Fe formula is one of T-eng through corruption or putrefaction that it comports ser ttdn magical techniques of necromancy involving the astral body and thief rites of the entranced priests. The deepening of HCR trance is affected by a process known in the arcane schools of Asia as Lakbika yoga, and the practice of what is therein termed the hiker cunnilingus, i.e., the milking of the third eye or subtle vagina of T priestess. The mystical symbol of this process is the vampire bat which hangs upside down in the sleep of satiation induced by its repast. It is the symbol of the backward way, typical of that inversion of the senses that leads to the highest states of trance. The role of the mouth in his process is paramount, the mouth being the source of the word. Budit is the tongue in the mouth, Thecklapper in the bell, the phallus in the vagina that vibrates the word and thereby enables it to reify in the flesh. Henk, the magical significance of the hell, and the thunderbolt the Tipton versions oft his rites of Kali, or the Scarlet Woman. Note that 7 plus 8 plus 9 is equal to 24 equals the path of Scorpio, or the Scarlet Woman. The number 789 is therefore highly significant in the Kabbalah of Thelema. Links the Aeon of Horus with that of Mot, and thus makes possible the fusion of Horus and Set in known image. The zootype of Sekhmet or Saktimot was glyphed in ancient Egypt by the lioness. She was the goddess of fire, typifying sexual heat and fiery liquor, Zula, and of sexual pleasure teseted over by the moon. She was also symbolized by the bee whose association with sweetness, identifier Sca Het, Sekhmet, or Sekhet, as the goddess of the honey moon. The trance of inebriation induced by Theimbabishan Afukfi leads to the vision of Trur, Techruf Thusiof Sakli, power. In this case, the power of sexual magic. The eons of Set Horus and of matter are symbolized by the lioness Sekhmet, who typified in Egypt the heat of sexual passion and the fire of strong drink. The product of fermentat ion was a certain kala, or honey, which manifests as the perfect aeon or perfect ion of time, Kali, at the acme of the lunar cycle, at which time she secretes sweetness. This is the full moon, the honey moon, and it was exalted in the mysteries by the celebration of sexual rites and orgia, which engendered the fluids of immortality that constitute the fixer II/NR. The number 6 or 789 therefore refers to Venusian, Mercurial, and lunar vibrations Ina triune rite involving formulae of the 7th, 8th, and 9th degrees of the T.O. Venus is sweetness. Mercury is magic, particularly sexual magic. And Luna is the goddess in her ultimate fullness or manifestat ion, the Maion or Mot ion that is the perfect ion. Firader Akkad correctly identified the two eons as the aeon of the twins, Zain. They run concurrently and they have no word. The twins, Horus and Set, each with their aeon or ion, Kala, form the perfection that is Mot. This is adumbrated in Akkad's later, as yet unpublished researches. He was aware of the vital significance of the mouth symbolism carat, and Crowley before him had observed that the word secret, which appears in AL 21 times, possibly referred not to vague and hidden mysteries, but to the idea Opha or, as the Tantrics would express it, as that kapha which is known Tobe the supreme fragrance, exudation or commination of the god Des Kalika. Crowley, however, remained unaware that this secretion was indeed the secret ion or aeon, the perfect ion which Akkad saw as the amalgam of Horus and Set. The Tarotic twins referred to the letters Nin, the number 7, the number of the mother whose symbol and manifestation they are. This is the aeon without a word, the aeon of silence, the Ein. It is the aeon of the ordless beasts. Ties type is the wand of double power. I. X plus xi equals xx. Wh ich and he tarot represents the aeon. The n numbers 9, ie/phi, and 11, lupfi. Degree represent the lion serpent, invoked by the hand. The 9th and 11 degrees, OTO, thus contain the M-istory of the secret path. Asterisk perfection is expressed by the magical modi off this path, but the Adcleon of the late of the goddess, i.e. K, alters somewhat the sense in which Crowley expressed it. The gnosis of and initiation into the secret ion is by a peculiar entrance or gate onto the void, Min, to which access is gained by the eye of the daughter, Nip, mentioned in Al Asgoff or Kaf Nia. This is the mystery of Kaf Nia in connection with the left eye and the left hand, path. The left eye is the eye of Set, the evil eye that projects the vibrations of the eye unar or nocturnal current. The left hand is typical of the primal hold, or womb, that emits the dark and lunar emanations. The left-hand paths are the tunnels of set which ramify behind and beneath the tree of life. Asterisk as the sun, is of the front of the tree as Urahor quit, so the daughter, moon, is of the back of the tree as Hor Parkrat. She is the fulfillment not only of the formula of Tetragrammaton, but also of the aeon of the sun, Horus. Her manifestation also manifests the perfect ion of Mot. Mot therefore is the balance whose symbol is the double horizon stylized in the astromythos as the sign of the scales Es. For inasmuch as Horus is Aries, and the vivifying fire of spring, so Mot is Libra, and the reifying blood of autumn with its harvest moon. She is the blue-lidded daw teroff sunset, as well as being the mother of matter. She whose name means literally the mouth or womb Ophal that exists. It is by approaching her through the tunnels of Sethat her sting may be fully apprehended, for as existing our being outside, pertains to the front of the tree, so true being, which is non-being, is represented by the back, the lower, the left, the secret and hidden eye that is designated Kaf Ninth Beak Oftire Law. Various aspects of this doctrine have been developed since Crowley's day. Frater Akkad, who claimed that the Aeon of Mot commenced on April 2, 1948, gives perhaps the best documented accounted in his official and unofficial correspondence. I have already drawn upon this correspondence in some of my previous books. Later phases of this cosmic initiation were recorded by John and Cameron Parsons, who received, as they claimed, the 4th chapter of Al. Later phases have been recorded by Sor Andahadna and Gary Straw in Liber Pinnac Prac Number Carat and its official comment, and in the Book of Unforgotten Ones, also channeled by Andahadna, with a comment by the occult artist Al Ten Had Ub. But, as is often the case, some of the most revealing comments are contained in private correspondence connected with the transmissions. Especially relevant here are Andahadna's remarks on the Mass of Mot. Here again the gist of the comments turn upon the symbolism of the letter Pe, meaning mouth, and the tarot trump entitled the Tower. The mouth is the utterer and absorber of the word, and also the means of erecting the tower formed of the weird and monstrous speech, uttered by Pan, the beast that is Shugal Zon. The tower, blasted and toppled by the lightning of the Ophidian current, disgorges its dwarfish occupants. They are extraterrestrial entities imprisoned within the tower until their time for release and emergence initiates the mysterious explosion, nuclear, which magically evokes them. These creatures, which are of a clephoic nature, are permeate in thestral atmosphere of the earth, preparing the way for the denizens of death that swarm beyond the veil of the abyss. They appear to clairvoyants, and to occultists immersed in magical dreams, as fantastic forms such as those glimpsed by Berosus, forms reflected in the earliest myths of creation. Due to a cosmic time lag noted by Crowley and by Akkad with greater emphasis, these entities are now emerging from their astral sleep, dream existence, into the waking state of human consciousness. How to deal with them is one of the most urgent problems now facing humanity. Its solution is to be sought, perhaps, in the identity of the tower as the pylon of Babylon, the magical serpent of astral light known to the ancients as Tanith. As previously noted, her number 789 is comprised of the numbers of the Ophidian current of love, so under Will's degree and of Ipsos, the Kabbalistic formula of the Aeon of Mot. Thus, Death and Mot are identical twins in this Kabbalah of the new Aeon, where death is realized as the gateway, Babel, of the sun daughter, Horus said. The pylon of Mot is the ultimate outpost in the desert of Death, beyond which the forms of fantasy merge into the misty images of the forgotten ones who lie beyond the threshold of sleep. They possess a form and a no form of constantly changing shadows. These shadows may be energized and dimensionalized in some mysterious manner into shapes that illumine with their unfathomable darkness the bright voids beyond sleep, susupti. It is virtually impossible to adumbrate the nature of these shapes beyond alluding to them as tremendous agglomerations of matter, Mot lumenji beyond the pylons of with. Sax Romer's suggestive expression, the massing of the shades goes a little way toward evoking the precise concept, although they were not mere astral shades, as Barrett supposed, but alien and gigantic concentrations of consciousness that float as clouds from other, inconceivable, dimensions into the most tenuous strata of initiated human awareness. The pylon P is the mouth Pe, that utters the word that is Mot, the mouth and origin of the myth ophthalogoi that sprang from the blasted tower and inseminated earth with their vitality. As an adept of Mot expresses it, we were planted here upon earth by an alien intelligence.
6. The double-tongued one.
There exists at the present to me a secret coterie OFC Heinesk adepts, the members of which yet practice the ancient rites connected W at the tunnel of Antiel I have visited. I sane guri off this sodality hidden in the heart of London. It uses the magical formula of PM after the man NCR OFC ults which arouse the fire snake by methods similar to those described in the previous chapter. A curiously fashioned gung is struck continuously until wave upon wave of resonance mounts to a crescendo which numbs the oral nerve, not by virtue of its volume but by a certain insidious quality of supersonic vibration that penetrates to the deeper levels of consciousness. This results in the induction of trance in the priestess engaged in the Rai. She is seated upon a throne carved in the form of marine reptiles which appear to exalt her above the dark seas of sound where lurk the shadows of typhoniati teratomas. It is a symbol of HCR exaltation on the Inker plains, above the phantoms idwijleing to see consciousness, for she now sees lucidly, her vision unobscured by the veils of forgetfulness. The sexual dynamics of the at sea follow the pattern of the 8-inch OTO, Butsvith the ad CD Teklinikuk of dream control operated by the priest elected to serve the mass of Godus. The throne is so cotistracid that at the motnatit when the vital fluids are released the priestess is arched oxer the priest, thus facilitating the practice of the Hayek nun Eulinctus in its form of oral rippenriffen tielptina. The pitch of the pong, which corresponds to the tonal vibration that invokes the guardian of the tunnel, is decisive in determining the nature of the ensuing visions and other magical experiences. The priestess sees, as in a clear and glassy sea, the entire extent of the tunnel and its adjoining networks, and all their denizens are revealed to her. The convolutions of the human brain are illumined by the magical consciousness. Point 2. Furthermore, she has, by virtue of ecstasy generated by the cunning of the two tongues, the power to command any spirit or elemental toward the reciprocation of desire. The man who first drew my attention to the existence of this cult was Ralph Aloysius Starr, who, according to evidence submitted tome by Mr. Peter C. Rowe, was initiated into the 9-degree OTO by Crowley in the 1930s. The gong in question was in Starr's possession at the time I knew him, around 1970, although Mr. Rowe, beneficiary of Starr's estate, has since informed me that although mention of the gong occurs in some letters written by Starr, it was not in the latter's possession at the time of his death in 1977. The reason for this may be that it belonged to the cult and that it was returned thereto by one of its members, or by Starr himself. However that may be, I personally heard Starr demonstrate the gong's curious qualities which convinced me that the sound I had heard in the hidden sanctuary was produced by a similar if not the identical instrument. The double-tongued serpent is also known as the beast with two backs, and the Don Blee Wand one, whose vampire life is prolonged by the magical use of the tongue and theclatoris. The clitoris in the vagina and the tongue in the south are symbolized by theclapper in the bell or the ham 9 tunking the gong, and these are extra-dimensionalized by the vibrations produced. The symbolism of the tower and the mouth is here interpreted in its feminine phase. 8 MPE spelt in full equals the word GBIO, which meansa flower, and which includes the ideas of the sea up and the Mount as the womb-shaped hill and brothel house. Itis also the number OLSKH, the ark or tabmacle, and of the number 11 by Greek Kabbalah, which is the number of magick, of the Kfipphaya, and of Nut the goddess of infinite space. The number 85 thus compare hence all extraterrestrial radiations. The double-tongued one, 85x2, is 160. The number of NQ_, meaning sucked or suckled, of LNSK, meaning for a drink offering, of IQIM, etc. up, from the Egyptian word, kem, ithyphalic, of IPO which, in its earliest Egyptian form AF is the Namiophthesenthelawar hemisphere, of MNO, Torstrain, I will restrain its floods, of ONM, 2 fountains. But above all, the double-tongued one Isa glyph of you are Hey Cow, the great magic power, the 7, or Thiot, the mother goddess whose child is the 8 or height, i.e., the summit or reification of her desire. 8, 80, 418 foot are the mystical numbers of the mercurial current. 8, that dwells in the mouth, 80, that awakens the priestess and renders her oracular, 418 equals abrahadabra. Cf. Deborah, the oracular one. She is the oracular nor in a twofold sense in that she prophesies the nature of the operation and produces the child that is its manifestation. Nothing Isa secret kev of this law. 61 The Jews call it. I call it 8, 80, 400 and citeen. But they see the half. Unite by thine art so that all disappear. Note the numbers oft Heeks verses, viz. 46 and 47. The former is the n umber of mu, the v ultures gry which is the key of the hj series. The dynamic, prehensile, spasmodic, etc. Latter is the yoni as mi hall retners to tin half off the beast, or one member of the double wonked one. They i.e. the Jews called it nothing or nothingness. 51. Ein, typified by the I or Yonlin F the beast, sh Yugal Koron exon. Ein, 61 equals all. All or everything is thusa reflection, as 61 ot the 16 kulas. Unite by thine art, refers to the number of the verse, 47, as applying to the formula of the prehensile and coywulsive yoni or eye of the priestess in France. It will be seen that the fiery of he vulture, 46, Isa secret key of nothingness, theinct yoni of the goddess in the form of the beast, sh Yugal Kornzen. 8 plus 80 plus 418 equals A06, which combines Thegedesnu, 56, and the void, I or yoni, 0. 506 is the new Mberof sa chrh which denotes a female blood relation. From the Egyptian word, ireo, meaning a daughter. The ry of the daughter is thus concealed. In the cry of the vulture of Mot as denoted by these two verses, and the numbers 8, 80, 418, added to 6i, equals 567, the firstborn, about which Frater Akkad writes in his notes on the Aeon of Maat. Note that 567 balances 789, the medial 7 being the mother goddess, 56 being new, while 89 represents DMMH, silence. In the list of prime numbers Inliber 777 raised, Crowley refers to 89 as Unumber Ofsen, restriction. The wrong kind of silence, that of the Black Brothers, but it is in actual fact the feminine equivalent of the V2I formula of Karetza, exercised by the priest. Also, sin is here more appropriately interpreted as the name Opha Uner deity, and the current she represents actually infuses the Negev Sefer of the sleeping or entranced priestess, the de utter darkness as distinct from Themitherlight. Another form of 506 is 650.inl. I.24, it is written, I am Newt, and my word ISS 9 and 50. The number 650 also demotes the application of the sexual nergy off theoni, typified by Sekhet, 31.7, to corner on 333, the half which has to be united by Tihi art of the 611 foot, the form of vibrant silence engendered by the feminine aspect of Korexit at F you are there more, then BR of N 56. Hen added to 418, equals 474, the number off death. The tower and the mouth, or eye, are thus interrelated in the Kabbalah of Thelema. The twin aeon is, then, the Sundaw TRR Horaset, amalgam that achieves IIS ultimate manifestation in the Ma or Mu ion. The symbol Ophi Hizayan is Enio, 7, the number of the twins. Zneo is the eye of the serpent Ion. Yoni equals EY and Theonisha the serpent. Zain is the formula of the wordless aeon at which Crowley hints with apprehension, because he failed to realize that the daughter, Kulein, is the complement of the sun, the solar current represented by Horus Azare Hoarquit. He is the crowned and conquering child, the one that is tu dua, and therefore none, nothing, 7 or perfect being, the manifestation of T perfection, the aeon of perfection. As the vulture is to the hawk, the moth Tuthbutterly, a symbol of the soul, so is Mot the mother moon of truth to the daughter of darkness, the blue-lidded daughter of sunset. The formula of Ma'ayan is manifestation through the mouth, Ma, of the backward ion, the ion of THC Ophidian or serpentine eye. The letter of Shich is Znin, the literal meaning at which Isa, sword, the Numbur of Znin, 7, is also a symbol of Babylon WH as 78 represents T great magic power expressed as 89. 7 is the number OL the primal goddess Atathy constellation, represented celestially by the 7 stars of Ursa Major, and terrestrially by the thigh or vagina of the female, first as beast, then as human. The doctrine of the daughter, Allah, is contained in the formula of yetragrammation. Buoy it has been obscured by overemphasis at the formula of T son van, whose number is 6. This obfuscation has tended to throw the whole matter into confusion, and occultists have been, literally, AI 6s and 7s concerning the nature of the sun, 6, and of the da terroir 2n/io the mother, 7. However, when it is understood that the sun represents the solar or creative energy, it follows that the crowned and conquering child can only be the process of projection, whereby this energy becomes the object of a specific magical operation. The daughter is then the manifest aspect of the child, which is projected by the magician at the climax of his magical working. It is by the mouth of the priestess, as representative of the daughter, that the word is manifested, and her utterance occurs in silence, in the sense in which that word has already been explained, a soundless vibration, hence the wordless aeon, the formula at which is 2ein. It is everywhere apparent in his writings that Crowley adhered to the masculine-orientated interpretation of Tesk mysteries. In a communication he received Ria Fraker Lam Potatatum during the Paris Horking, Ha is identified as the name of the god who seduced the phallus away from the yoni, hence the physical universe. All worlds are excreta, they represent wasted semen. Therefore all is blasphemy. But the only blasphemy, if such it is to conceive the manifester as masculine. The phallus is the generator, the yoni is the manifester, and the world of appearance emerges from the mother whose formula is Ma. The excreta referred to is the lunar energy of the yoni, not the solar seed of the phallus.
9. Mayon.
The O forms the link, hoifkver tenuous, with the work taken up by Sor and Ahadna, who has, until these words are published, no knowledge even of the existence of certain documents in which Akkad describes the circumstances prevailing at the time of his later discoveries concerning the Book of the Law. The appearance of the egg adumbrated the manifestation of the aeon of the daughter, known as the Maion. It is important to note that the word manifestation is the key of the rituals referred to in AL. Point 20. Akkad showed how the 13 letters of this word can be disposed about a 13-pointed star diamond, which he thought tobe the symbol of the new manifestation. The key of the rituals is thus contained in the formula Ma Ion, Andi he Ionof Ma, the daughter, is Ilor Ir/Ion, or supreme secretion. The word manifestation appears in the first and last verses of the first chapter of .ml. He chapter specifically relative to the goddess Nut. 11 will LDC made apparent later in what manner Thestar and the diamond contain the essences of this new aeon. Frater Akkad claimed that the Iru beginning of the age of Aquarius occurred on April 8, 1948, 6 days after the coming of the Aeon of Iayat. Aquarius is the sign of the waterbearer, and the diamond is the stone of precious water. Furthermore, the 8th of April 1st plus G2 precisely 44 Y centaurs after the receipt by Crowley of Lip Y.4L, and the onset PF the equinox of the gods. THS we have DLI equals Aquarius equals water equals 44 winking and laughing. M equals blood equals 44. LHT equals fire, spirit, equals 44. Total equals 132 equals QBL. To receive, root of the word Kabbalah. 132 is the number of the secret tradition received by occult means, as was the book Ophiklaw. Thus the stone of precious water and Thestar diamond of grays or angles. The sudden jump from the Aeon of Horus Tathat of Mot, and through Mot to Mayon, is explained by Akkad, who attributed occult significance to the time at which he chanced to finish writing the document entitled The Incoming of the Aeon of Mot. This timing he associated with the numbers 351, 352, and 353, and he selected various Kabbalistic equitions with the numbers, mainly biblical, from those given in Pound D. They are mainly beside the point, but in the number 353 by a Kabbalah of which Akkad was not aware at the time, he would have found proof positive of his intuitions. 353 is the number of the frog, the symbolic leaper, jumper, or Veliner, denoting in the present context the leaper of the Aeons from Horus to Mot. The frog is the totem of Hecate, the witch who transforms from the old crone or hag fixer into the voluptuous enchantress, Yar mother into LH daughter. Hecate is also a goddess acknowledged to be a Fakm of the star Sirius, which is the star of 13 points discovered by Akkad, though he knew it not. One meaning of the name Hecate is 100, and 100 is the number of Kotzur, 5 the pig, which was a symbol of Hecate as the enchantress who transformed men into swine. Shati, the sow, is also 100, and it is the Egyptian synonym for the Greek Hk. Ilobert Temple observes, Sirius Tichar Dog Estar is represented byth hieroglyph Ofa tooth. So it is important also talk now that their Isa word in Egyptian Ivich means both tooth and dog that I am referring to I/in ir, tooth, and the a kind off dog, Shati female dog, Ifi a dog god, and Shale which Isa form of Hathor who is identified with Isis. This is of great importance, for their Isa question asked in Al. Is a god to leave Ina dog? No, but he highest are of us. This riddle has been explained Ina Prexius work. Here it is necessary to note that the Sirius dog or Jod is represented by the tooth, the determinative of flame, spirit, the LHT fire of Akkad's equation. 100 is the letter Kephi, the letter of the goddess typified by the Q or tail, which again is symbolic of the Urhe cow GF. Hecate or great magic power in its primeval and feminine form. It is also the secret symbol OFC Hoxer as the magic of the backward way, the way of sorcery that brought doom to Atlantis. Kotzur, the god Ofa Atlantean magic, is type-pounded by the trident or triple-toothed scepter of spirit. Kotzur is the guardian of the deep and Thenamsi Haranzan is probably a corruption of it. Koft 100 is also the Numbur of perfect illusion. That is to say that the magic Oftleaper creates the phenomena of change, in this case the change from one aeon into another. Yet no actual transformation occurs, for the eons arc modes OT the one, as previously explained. The key of the rituals of the new aeon, a soft aeon of Mot, Isa LSO IHC key of the Ferf ion that is shed by an Yut arched Ovir the priest in the sacred rituals. Annuel's number is 11 and it is significant hat he integers OT 333 when added to each other yield then umber 11. Just the leaper, whether as dog, pig, or frogies the changer CIF eons in the mysteries that Akkad sought to expose. Anti-star Sirius, star of the Edut, is the focus of air activity from Ad the Abyss. The jump forward or backward of the eons is allied to curious kink in time of which Akkad had the following to etc. is always in these mysterious Gyclesa certain time differ, because circles do not meet and comp closed, but Riher Tlnuk actively inspirates. Thus, the writing of Liederster Wasa E after the spring equinox of gods, and the incoming of Ihis N of Trull and Justice, a little before the anniversary of the equinox Ofthet Ods. Thusa progress in perfecting is maintained O time, rather than the arrival at a static perfection. Also their JG/GS at WCRCA traveling backwards into when progresses into a new rut earn the past while yet each at a mathematical point culled now in time and here in space, but it can never be captured and made static. It is ever coming. And so, if we snunk times appear in jump f backwards or fnorwards in time, it is not surprising, though often to be wondered at. Now, many years after these words were written, Michael Bershows has evolved a method of simc-traxel whereby an individual may enter any aeon at will, and or all eons simultaneously. Today, it is possible to accept the possibility of the simultaneous coincidence of several eons. This is, of course, a logical development of the assumption theta mag Eichel universe exists for each individual. We are all different, but we have been conditioned to believe that we all live in the same world. However, this is not so. We all project and live in different worlds, and each individual must create his own magical universe and, by a kind of onric perikbaresis, kvalk his own Kabbalah and manifest his own truth, Mot. The process of true incarnation is therefore threefold, and it is identical with the proper creation or formulation of a magical universe. B. The projection of it on to the plasmic mirror substance of the outer. C. The successful installation of the adept as the center of his universe. Much misunderstanding relating to the mechanics of reincarnation arises from failure to realize that no individual can begin to read the mystical path, so-called, until he has given up the world, not the world of the inchoate outer, but the magical universe created by the adept as a vehicle for his functioning. He can surrender this shell only when he has truly incarnated within it, and, having vitalized it, mastered it utterly. This is the supreme sacrifice, for, failing this, he is cast as it were naked into the abyss. Not the abyss that separates the supimoles from the remainder of the tree, but the abyss that exists within the central column or trunk of the tree, the nothingness that radiates all, the spider at the center of the web of the outer or illusory universe. Until this point is grasped and thoroughly assimilated, the incarnation and death of the magician and his rebirth as a mystic into the star system of the A. Cannot be comprehended. It is the puerile misinterpretation of this doctrine that has led the uninitiated to suppose that it is the world of outer sense only that has to be surrendered. One cannot give up that which one does not possess. Hence the number of dead magicians is legion. The birth ota mystic, rare. Only such a fully realized universe is a salient unarrear, a world of the spirit capable of receiving impressions from outside. All else is the subjective chaos of a merely mental construct that is born of the ego, earthed and earthy. The creation of the magical universe is made possible by the fact that mental energy is of a plastic nature. George Peff expresses the matter admirably. The universe is malleable. We can learn the proper techniques, we can shape the cosmos rather than let the cosmos shape us. We may, as a race, be on the outermost edges of creation from thought. Initiates have always assumed this proposition and have always known the proper techniques. William Law, in particular, may be cited. He believed that man originally possessed this creative power and that when he felt, the universe lost its plasticity and congealed into the dense matter characteristic of consciousness in the waking state. The dream became an ugly reality. The magical universe is a reflection of the ion, of which two is the parallel universe. It is therefore imbued with the rays proceeding from that other universe that has, ina 8 ents, been created by its reflection. It is impossible for the human mind to grasp this concept, but it may be intuited high the imagination. The new proceed from the order of the silver star known as the archetypal as Rum or A. Shich in the celestial planisphere is represented tri-Sirius. Frodericad maintained that the system of initiation op erat by the AA came to an end with the termination of the Aeon of Horus. He sought its revival and continuation along new Aeon lines, as outlined in his books. He observes that the current so set up may then lead to further discoveries by those destined to make them. LT is useless to work on outmoded esoteric lines Ancia formula has worked out. But LT surely was fallacious on Akkad's part to imagine that the Aeon of Horus terminated with the advent of the Mayan in 1948, and that the system of initiation came to an end. It did indeed come to an end in the Utker, but the initiations continue on the Inna planes, and the initiates of the order are no longer resurrected to this planet or to this Aeon. But this was unknown to Akkad at the time of the inception of Malan. Also, both Crowley and Daka had failed to understand the true import of the ritual connected with the G-Urs of the Great Off Magus, which Crowley devised and incorporated into the 6th degree of the OTO, while the order was still in its old Aeon phase. Ritual involved the crucifixion of a road previously baptized in the name OFC Christ, whose Aeon, known as the Aeon of Osiris, dead in 1904. The road or frog is the symbol of leaper not only in the sense in which initiates use it in their navigation of certain paths on the back of the tree of life, but also in the sense of the transformer of eons, and the leap from one to another. THP crucifixion typifies the place of crossing over or jumping from one aeon to another, and it is situated symbolically at the place of the cross or crossing over, which is Dath, the place of the false Sapphira, the 11th Sapphira. Crowley's interpretation of the symbolism reflected his personal anti-Christian complete, which distorted some of his work, although AL, having been transcended from outside, is free from such distortion. For some decades past it has been evident that a great change is imminent. The Book of II Lamb suggests that this change will occur during the 80s, and the present complex of human affair appears to make such a prophecy more than a mere likelihood. It makes it appear inevitable. The P or change from one aeon to another, we shall not say the next, is often attended by geological catastrophes and political upheavals of great magnitude. Crowley observes Book of Thoth, p. 116 IEA, important to study very thoroughly, and meditate upon, Tb's book i.e. AL. In order to appreciate the spiritual, moral, and material events which have marked the catastrophic transition from Tbion and Osiris. The time for the birth of an aeon seems to be adjudicated by great concentration of political power with the ACT companionship improvement in the means oftravel and communication, with a general advance in philosophy and science, with a general need of consolidation in religious thought. It is very instructive to compare the events NF the 500 years preceding and following the crisis of approximately 2,000 years ago, with those of similar periods centered in 1904 of the old era. Isa thought far from comforting to the present generation. 500 years of dark ages are likely to be upon us. Buoy. If the analogy holds, that is the case. Fortunately, today we have brighter torches and more torchbearers. Frater Akkad Quotisa, hidden master, whom he does not name, WH as far back as 1877, wrote as follows. It must be stated that things are entering upon a more than ordinary disastrous series of epochs. To use the mythic expression, the very world, outspun with such an expenditure of energy, is to be gradually coiled back to nothingness, indrawn lifewards. Or, to vary the expression, the old, natural, degraded and perverted organization of humanity in its various zones, is to be transformed, and it is a question thereon dependent what proportion of that humanity is capable of enduring the retaining possession of the corporeal and at the same time Crowley composed the ritual connected with the curse of the grade of Magus, he had lost contact with the secret chiefs, of Shorn Iwas was the foremost. It is evident from his diaries of the period that he went on strike against Techar masters themselves. He then bitterly regret this state of affairs and reptitured, as may be seen from Liber Aleph, chapter 80. Euthina FRW months of Crowley's strike action. An entity known as the Lamb made contact with him and forced him back on the path. Lamb has been mentioned several times in my trilogy, and in Nyside of Aden, and the reader is referred to these books which reveal further threads of the pattern that was leading Crowley to the attainment of Isissimus. The curse of the grade of the Magus having been removed by the rite of the crucified toad which was a dramatized representation of IHE changing aeon. Some interesting Q-Abalisty equations emerge from the names of Lamb and Iwas in connection with he eons of Horus, Iwas C. Errant, and of Mot, Iso C. Errant. When Iwas, 418, is added to Lamb, 7L, the numerical result is 489. This number added Tashin the better of the trident symbolic of Kotzer, yields 789, which is the number of a priestess who was contacted by Larn in New York in 1974. The number 300 Aosic, when added to 418, Iwas, yields 718, which is a key number in AL. Thus, Lam Iwas equals 489. 489 plus set equals 789. Isos plus Iwas equals 789. Aosic Iwas equals 718. It has already been noted that the number of Isos, 696, added to 93, Iwas, also yields 789. Set or fattest he heart of Abracadabra, which is the formula of the great Hork of the Aeon of Horus. It is also the heart of Andahadna, the formula and name of the priestess of Mot who received the word of the Aeon of Mot which, when vibrated by means of the 93 current, produces 789. Thus the Twoon are irrefragably intertwined, and the hierophants it of their mysteries are living priestesses of the OTO, which it's the engine or vehicle of the double current.
Wano, Noisis.
Frater Akkad maintained that v. Hen he crossed the abyss and was recognized by Crowley as the child mentioned in AL. There was no magical curse upon the A system, that the curse fell upon it when, shortly afterwards, Crowley performed the ritual of the VOTO, as devised by him for the purpose of assuming the grade of Magus. In consequence, Akkad's initiations, which had lapsed for some time, were once more activated. It was probably a direct result of the ritual that, at the summer solstice of 1917, Akkad discovered the key to AL. He writes, but this initiation as at a period under the sea Ersk, and as Parzival, one was probably affected by it in H. Rorm of astral ordeal, not at all present in the previous initiation. In other words, I then Jill filled 21.47 and Lee Furs 1 stage of Fon 1, 353 inch, Slil Hausar, Why one who hash umpt from yesed to bina aj unu usual in / God. There is therefore direct connectorin between the curtisai jiction ot the toad, the leaper, and the jump by an unusual method. Itis evident from the documents relating tot lie incoming of the on of truth and justice mot, and of maion, that Akkad was referring to two distinct manifestations. The former occurred on April 2, 1948 at 1:11 p.m., and W is symbolized by the I3-fold star diamond of B manifestation, W at the number 438 asterisk at IRS heart. The latter occurred on April 14th at 1:06 p.m., and was symbolized by Thes tar sapphire containing the number 403. Akkad regarded both these manifestations as the coalescence of a greater and a lesser cycle, off which the greater concerns the inauguration of the equinox of the gods, and the lesser cycle with that of Mayan as the daughter is the continuation and other half of the aeon of Horus, the sun. The great circle of time represented by the whole or perfect stone is the perfect ion. This is symbolized by a 13-pointed star diamond. According to Akkad, the great cycle of perfection represents the tree as having folded up into a single perfect sphere with no grades or paths, a truly concentric system which is for the Turi to manifest. In the lesser aspect of the aeon, i.e., Mayan, grades and Sephiroth and the tree are still taken into account. Akkad therefore drew attention to verse 45 of the first chapter of Ael, which reads, "The perfect and the protect are one perfect and not two, nay, arc none." The number off this verse, 45, is the mystic number of Ixod, and Opha dm, Adam, which signifies the red earth or clay from which man derives. The mystical nature of the 13-pointed star is therefore clearly connected with the mother goddess of time, or periodicity. The word Adam exists in Egyptian as Alam, the red deity, the setting sun, and as Elect, the mother goddess of time. The star with 13 points is Thus the collection of kolas contained in the 13 lunations of the Prixtus who is chosen to represent the goddess, and the perfect stone is the secretion, secret ion, that comes to perfection in manifestation or Mayan, i.e. in the daughter. The energies or Ikir of Mot will therefore manifest through the daughter, she being the Jfur manifestation, or the manifestation O/LHRJXRI. Akkad's reference to the spherical tree is of vital import and as signifying the nature of consciousness in a future aeon. We shall not at the moment seek to specify which aeon is indicated. It is sufficient to note that it is beyond time. The Sephiroth have collapsed inwards, the paths are made void, the tree has folded up into a single protect sphere. LT is the aeon with we a word. The aeon of non-being that is yet perfect being. For I am perfect, being not. Thus ye have star and star, system and system. Perhaps the two stars are the two stones discovered by Akkad, and again perhaps the two systems relate io the two aspects of the perfect ion, the eons of Mot and Maion, or perhaps Evkan to Thelwyn system connected with Sirius. Akkad draws attention to the mysterious time lag that AP pairs to separate and make distinct the two incoming currents or eons. LT appears between April 2nd and April 14th, and he records that on the latter date 2 women in California sensed the impact of the new current and Chanelita manifesto titled, "Behold, a new Jekyll Gometh into being." These men were unknown to Frater Akkad, yet the phrasing of the manifesto showed unmistakably that they were recording the event that Akkad, on that day, had announced in a due comment written specially to celebrate the event. Akkad noted that on page 2 of the manifesto channeled in California, mention is actually made of truth and justice. The whole message, however worded, is truly in line with our work. This entirely independent testimony cannot be ignored. The time log off 13 days Ores links it with the 13 raid star diamond, and the 2 women with the mother Mot and daughter Maayan. As late in his life as 1936, Crowley wrote a letter to Akkad in which he recognized the possibility, at least the imminent advent of the unoffot. There is nothing in the macrocosm that does not have its reflection in the microcosm, and Rim Ursa. Wilhelm Reich maintained that fear of imminent catastrophe, no prevalent in our age, is generated by a morbid apprehension of imminent internal disintegration due to dammed-up vegetative energy. Hence the massive nature of the neuroses, psychoses, and similar disorders characteristic of the present day. But why has this occurred at this particular period in man's history? Can it be that he senses the shadows of catastrophe cast by his sudden advance in technical and philosophical knowledge, and its almost exclusive direction towards destructive ends? The latter is, of course, caused by the enormous gulf that widens daily between his spiritual immaturity and his technical ability. More and more people are becoming alive to the threat that hangs like a cloud over the planet, and which has resulted in massive hysteria and a return to superstition and infantilism. Crowley noted in his introduction to Liber al, the childlike calm Denkseirigerks combined with nightmare fear of catastrophe, against Ishik we arc yet half unwilling to take precautions. Consider the outcrop NF dictatorships, only possible when moral growth is in its earliest stages, and the prevalence NF infantile cults like communism, fascism, pacifism, health crazes, occultism in nearly all its forms, religion sentimentalism to the point of practical extinction. Consider the popularity of the cinema, the wireless IHE football pools and guessing compsilians, all devices for soothing fractious infants, no seed of purpose in him. Consider sport, the bab, ish enthusiasms and rages which it excites, whole nations disturbed by disputes between boys. On the other hand, if Reich is right and the inner stresses are building up so enormously, a compensating explosion is bound to occur in the outer, so whichever way the phenomenon is interpreted, the result in either ease will be catastrophic in the external world. Man has now reached the stage where he is unable to right himself. United by external intervention, a veritable miracle is needed. Man's irresponsible tampering with transmunding energies has undoubtedly excited the curiosity of other inhabitants of the universe, and it is just possible that in order to safeguard their own position, which may be jeopardized by the ignorance of humanity, or even out of compassion for less advanced entities which they see as tobogganing to certain destruction, that intervention may occur in the nick of time. Some believe that the UFO phenomena are part of the miracle, and a mounting mass of evidence seems to suggest that mysterious entities have been located within the Earth's ambience for countless centuries, and that more and more people are being born with innate ability to see, or in some way sense, their presence. Prayer for deific intercession in ancient times has now become en decorto extraterrestrial or interdimensional entities, according as to is Hector the manifestations arc viewed as occurring within Renan *s consciousness, or outside Jumselfin apparently objective though often invisible entities. An Isis Lodge * has in its archesius the sigils of some of these entities. The sigils come from a grimoire of unknown origin which forms part of the dark Kabbalahs of Baskull, located by magicians in the tunnel of Kalielfi. The grimoire describes 4 gates of extraterrestrial entry into and emergence from the known universe. They are opened and closed by the formulae of 718 and 789. There is a secret cell possessing a 5th gate, Death, whose number is 11. The 4 gates are upon the tree and they pass through the tree, even to the other side. They are Venus, Pluto, Mercury, 718, and Venus, Mercury 8 789. The 5th gate is Uranus, Dath/11. The gates are thus: 1, Pluto 2, Uranus 3, the Moon 4, Venus 5, Mercury. Their numbers on the tree are 1, 11, 9, 7, 8, and their total is 36, which is the number of the star Sapphire. Degree 36 is a number of the Sun, being 6 squares, and a mystic number of Mercury, being the total numeration of the numerical series 1, 8, Thursday n number of Mercury. 36 is also a number of the beast, for 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 0.36 equals 666, and, again, it is the n number of the sea Urs, LH equals 36, whose nature has already been explained. The star or soul of New Isis is the dog star, Sirius, which radiates its mysterious energies from transionic gulfs of inner space by the formula of 718 and 789. The Aeon of Horus, as explained in Chapter 4 of Aleister Crowley CFFFI Hidden God, is the Aeon of fire and of the Aeternic cults. Of Mars in its fully disintegrative aspect at H's star is the pentagram of Set, the sun shine the sun, represcent astronomically high the star of Isis, which is Sirius. Horus is the Ish son of this god, and Thesonor father Ophir solar system. The Aru Makis, son of Thestar, Sirius. He star 2, is 3-4 the coup to the Aeon of Horus. A Chad suggested the name Hermachis conceal a formula of the changing Aeon.in the unofficial correspondence. He writes, Hermochis may be a complicated formula of the Larker cyclic. For instance, HMU Horusapha had Avon plus BTA of the present, lesser one, plus H Torgride of the earlier one, brought into and linked through new initiation of ISA, and IS for Isis, who is all OT nature and who says, I am Riftai is and was and shall be, and no mortal hath lifted my veil. That is the virgin aspect. For Isis is mysteriously connected with Newt in leader AL. Ilia, therefore, I am known to YC by my name Newt, and to him i.e. to the scribe of AL. Viz. Crowley, Bia RFCRT/Noma, which I will give him sirs of last be Steffi Mr. Since I am infinite space, and the finite stars thereof. Eld I.22. Accad's italics. But no such linguistic contortions are necessary. Hrumik is means, Horus of the star. In AL, he is described by Iwas as being beyond the present Aeon. Not beyond Ina temporal but Ina spatial sense, as Sirius is beyond the sun. Thus, Hermachis are the hidden god, Set or Siriu will not eventually assume my throne and place, AL.21.34, or rule over the Aeon of Ma, by now enthroned and triumphant. The ST mysteries, emanating from Sirius, were the initiating forces of New Isis Lodge, a branch of the OTO, specially punned to receive them. Akkad was aware of the identity of Nephthys and Isis, i.e. New Onesis. He wrote that Newt is not because she is above, around, and outside this palace. As it were Nephthys, the black outer shell of the world sphere, so is the inner lining Isis, her sister, the virgin womb or secret center of Newt which had it occupies and fills. For he is not extended. Therefore is the palace of HJY daughter Onwe the palace of my son. According to Blavatsky, Nephthys is related to the number her 2, AC/Phi, meaning a house or palace. Lawrence Durden Robertson has an interesting gloss on this fact that is of particular relevance here. Speaking of the number 2, he writes, this number, traditionally associated with femininity, has great occult significance and its more esoteric aspect. It symbolizes the 2 labia of the fossa magna. Esoterically, it signifies the 2 basal divisions OT the clitoris, the source of creation. Frater Akkad insists that there must be a distinction between the Aeon of Ma and that of Hermachis. He goes on to say, I do think that the difference is between the larger and lesser 6 both coming into manifestation at practically the same time with the time lag probably eliminated in some mysterious manner. The time lag of 13-day one seals the mystery of feminine unification, i.e. of Mayan. The priestess when oracular exhibits the voice of the doxy whose word is Hriliu. This is the shrill scream of ecstasy uttered in sexual orgasm by the dove, the Venusian bird that was originally Typhonian. The physiological act Reliasiza subtle kala. The word Nlayu adds up IO261, and so does the word Amrila, which is the nectar or kala of immortality manifested by the priestess as she is awakened from Thed Reem state or trance. Hut 21L equares kabbalistically with Ari, a lion, and with H, fire H, flash, lightning, Tihi phallic lightning flash of the Tyan serpent. Hara in Sanskrit Isa name of God. GBVR, Hebrew, means the mighty God, from the Egyptian KHCPR, the creator. 3FN41 is the equivalent of AM, the woman unfertilized and unenlightened, i.e. the daughter, the virgin. The number 41 is also that of change L, meaning to go round in a circle, or cycle. Crowley equates 41 with the Yoni Asa vampire force, sterile and nosogynous, 2 ideas pertaining to the unfertilized condition of the virgin. Kfai, 78, equates with med la, the influence from above, or beyond. It is also one of the Noom bears which Crowley ascribed to Iwas. F. Earthermore, 78 is the total Noom office comprising the book Otithoth. Itis also the number of Ghnk, to initiate, and of Oza, the name Opha giant. Asterisk the name Hermachis may be read as 330, 342, 370, and 382, and examination of these numbers reveals the inner nature of this entity. 330 is the annum burr of MTZR, a terminus, and a crosspath. This is significant because Hermachis presides at the crossing over of the Aeon of Horus into that of H-Jot, and also because the Aeon of Mot, the seventh Aeon, is the terminal Aeon of I he present culpa. 330 is also the number Atzor, meaning revolution, hurricane, tempest, ideas relating to circles of time, and the catastrophes attendant upon their revolution. The number 342 is that of BSHM, perfume, which suggests the ambrosial kala referred to in connection why the physiological phenomenon of Hriliu, as if to confirm the violent nature of Hermachis. Thizanumber also includes the idea of a blaze, a destroying flame, SHLHBH, and LSHVH unto desolation. The number 370 is that of Osh, creation, typified by the Batic goal, a form of the leaper as Pan-Horus. Crowley notes that 370 shows the whole of creation as matter and spirit, the material 3, the spiritual 7, and all cancelling to RO. The word OQR also adds to 370. It signifies foundation, basis. Sirius is the star of the foundation, and the foundation, Yesod, is the secret center of sexual energy, acrypt to newt under the euphemism heart, in the words nty heart and my tongue. Alt I.32, 53. Oat the use otidhr word tongue in connection with Yesod. It is the physical organ whereby the kalas of the goddess or priestess are transmitted to the mouth ma, in Sanskrit, the secret center of Nut Asaf, the daughter Ma, who manifests the Mayan. QRO 370 is to curse, an allusion to the manifestation in question. Furthermore, SHMSHL 370 means left hand, which in this context refers to the late used and extracted from the left hand, i.e., the lunar hold of the female. It is also the Num Bur of Ran, green, to put forth green. Dun is derived from the Egyptian Ponef, a goddess of growth, renewal, which contains the name of Nut. There is, to date, no significant Kabbalah connected with the number Na2. It does, however, reduce to 15, which, by tarot, is the number of the devil. A 4 particularly, it is the number of ZVB, the menstrual flow, from the Egyptian SEF, purge, sept, corrupt. SCP also means time, spontaneous manifestation. The patterned hat is emerging will evidently embody a fusion of elements as remote as Atlantis in time, as futuristic as Ma-Ion in interdimensional space, and as near as now, Assad umbrated in AL. The subtle antennae of the tree, our psychosensory AP paratus, will, indeed fold into a sphere compact ophal times and spaces simultaneously. The sphere will diminish to a bindu, a tigel which will exunish utterly, and that which remains will be no thing. But it is the work of each individual so to cultivate those antennae that they respond to slight est vibration from those other times, those other spaces, those other dimensions that are in very truth himself.
2. Stones of precious water.
Tuesday Jozapuan of Korinzan Asen evil entity was no don bt carried over from Dr. D's account of him or it, but as shown in Night Side of Eden, Korinzan is the mask OFA vital formula which both D and Crowley failed to recognize in its totality. Both these magicians were too positive to fathom the meaning of negativity in relation to the Aeon of Horus. Korinzan veils an astonishingly rich and complex formula of which there are 2 main parts which together comprise the Beast 666. Crowley was aware of phone half only of the formula, and this limitation necessarily distorted his understanding which, influenced by desexually top-sided experience of it, produced the vague and entirely unsatisfactory Darsvian of Goranzan described by Crowley in Tieferian and Ian Voy T. The full formula presents a perfect synthesis of the beast and its negative reflection, the scarlet woman, which becomes P. It's on the other side of the tree. Thus, the whole beast can never human/in any phenomenal sense, for its other half is eine world of an entity that represents the true Antichrist anti-universe. These observations are in harmony with the most advanced scientific facts. Frater Akkad came to the conclusion that the fall of the Aureate equinox, i.e., the perfect ion, coincided with that of the equinox of Ma-Ion, and that they both fell on April 2, 1948 at 1:11 p.m. PST. The word of the great Aeon, the perfect ion which IG coming into manifestation is Alala. AL equals 31. LA equals 31. LA equals 31. The whole comes to 93. This is all quite clear, but the word of Mallory, symbolized by the daughter, is not so clear. Akkad draws the word Mayan from the word manifestation, and he expounds it in several ways, viz. as Mayan, as Mantu, as Loman, and as Naomi. 3. Fanatestation is the YT ord of the lesser equinox, the daughter Aeon or time cycle. In Poundiazer AL it is stated that the manifestation of Newt is at an end, the end being, according to Akkad, both ends of the word manifestation, i.e., Maya. The daughter is thus identified with Newt. Furthermore, within the word manifestation is the word which is the key of the rituals and also the name of the Aeon itself, Ma-Ion. Akkad drew attention to the fact that at the time of his undergoing certain ordeals that were totally add up to his receipt of the word Alala, Crowley was issuing his manifesto in Man, 1924. They were estranged at that period, and the close approximation of the words to man and Ioman, in manifesto and manifestation, in connection with the circles of Timeanthe initiation of new cycles, struck Akkad as shyly significant. Thus ye have star and star, system and system. Let not our know well the other. Akkad also drew attention to his design for the star of Ma-Ion that he used on his notepaper, also unknown Tak Ro Lay, to commemorate the birth of the Aeon of the lesser cycle. In Sanskrit, one of the meanings of the word ties, not, while another is mouth. The two stars in the above verse therefore not one, or the daughter, i.e. other, is the mini-jewel secreted by her in the form of the red star or pentagram denoting the late of manifestation. Nearly 20 years after Akkad's death, Sor Andahadna with a group of initiates working in Ohio received Ir book Ifal Libor Penny Prenuenta, which proclaims Aichi word/PSU as being the YT ord of the Aeon of Mat Isos means, by the same mouth. The American initiates knew nothing ot Akkad's private Mot workings, which still remain unpublished, and Andahadna thus supplied the other half of the mystery which completes the formula of Mot, which I now read as follows. The manifestation of the word of perfection is 6 brat by the same mouth that absorbs thescretion of the Renani jewel. The Mani stone is the J Yule of the Sevkan stars and of the Graal of the woman in her scarlet phase. Akkad assumed that this jewel was the ruby, which is the stone sacred to Newt. The other star is the diamond star sapphire of manifestation. This doctrine of the secret ion of IHC perfect ion and their manifestation in Maion is identical with that propounded in AL 1.8. The Kabs is in the KHU, not the KHU in the Kabs. Worship then the Kaaba, and behold my light shed over you. It will be shown in due course that the Kabs is Sothis, the star of new Isis, and the light shed by Newt from her secret ion. For his is how the perfection of Mot will manifestation. The number of Maion is 171. Shich is that of Matzil, meaning the first or primal emission, also of an AFZL, emanating from .171 is the total numeration of the series 1, 18, 18 being the number of the Graal, and of Chia, which means sin, fault, outcast, from the Egyptian Adi, leprous, unclean, which links the Mot complex with ideas of the primal curse associated with he Syrah blood, or star ruby. Degree it appears, then, that the manifestation of the secretion leads to perfection. The manifestation of Newt, being at an end, this time in a temporal sense. The secret ion flows into being and manifests Thes tone of perfection. Phi ruby star of N Yut becomes the diamond S tar stone of Mot.in practical terms. The formula is an alchemical one, and it requires a projection of the red powder. The magical encirements employed are the heart, eupleamistic, and the tongue mouth. Taurin this aeon of the daughter no malk element is present. Newt defines Hadit as my secret center, my heart and my tongue.
Al 1.6.
It is necessary at this point to revert to the word that Akkad vibrated in 1926, the word which, he maintained, Crowley Asamagus had failed to utter for the Aeon of Horus. A few months before this event, in 1926, a great master named Meher Baba, 2 took a vow of silence after declaring that when he broke his silence it would be to utter a single word that would release a stupendous wave of spy tool energy and thus regenerate the planet. He indicated that this event would occur in connection with some major catastrophe to civilization. Of my own I shall not break my silence. Universal crisis will make me do so. When the crisis will reach its absolute culmination, it will make me utter the wr moment. In a statement entitled The Final Declaration, he said that 3/4 of the world will be destroyed and that he will break his silence and speak one word, the word offwards. In another place, he declared, when break my isolence my presence shall flood thee and even an inanimate thing like he alone will feel my love. And again, the only incomparable miracle I will perform is when I speak. I am like he a lion, but ath momenta caged lion. And finally, I want you to know that I will delinitely break my silence. Even so, for years later i.e. in 1969, Meher Baba died without having uttered the promised word. Did Akkad supply the word? Or did the year 1969 usher in the wordless aeon, at which Crowley hinted in his magical record? If so, then that aeon was ushered in by the beasts i.e. the Antichrist's writings, which began with his autohagiography or confessions and continued during the first 10 years of that aeon i.e. throughout the 70s. It is difficult, therefore, not to recall the cryptic words of L.2I.46:2 degree, the 80s cower before me, and are abased. If we intend to king a truly comprehensive view of these matters, we are obliged to consider several curious coincidences. Baba claimed to be an avatar of Christ. Crowley claimed to be an avatar of the Antichrist. Baba claimed to be like a lion. Crowley identified himself as the Lion of Light. Baba alluded to floods, water, so does Akkad, and both allude to a stone. The number 44 equals blood/water Aquarius appears several times in the course of this analysis, and it may be significant that this is the number of cycles of time connected with the mysteries of Mott. From the year 1904, when Crowley received AL from Iwas, to the year 1948, when Akkad announced the advent of the Aeon of Mott, is a period of 44 years. Similarly, from the year 1525, when Meher Ba 6a took Menarn vow of silence, until his death in 1969, is a period of 44 years. 44 is also the result of multiplying 4 by 11, which Crowley interprets as the corruption of the created world. It is also the number of Cihvl, meaning horror, 2, and of ZBLH, the Tower of Heaven. Chvl also means the Phoenix, which is the secret name that Crowley adopted as the outer head of the Ordo Templi Orientis. Apropos the lion, the following observation suggests that I may have taken a leaf out of Akkad's book when it comes to suspect Kabbalah. Booty include 2 here because the coincidence of the many that seduced Akkad into blind El-Lees is too startling to leave unrecorded that I have before me a Tifmaranda pad. On it I had scrawled the word Baba, and on the next page the word lion. The pages became disarranged so that one lay against the other, the 2 words appearing as one, viz. Belian, a composite of Babylon and lion at itsn BR is 166, which is that of the words soul, space, queen, suggesting the concept, the soul of the queen of space. This further suggests that the lion, or lion serpent, Wi-Fi, is the heart or secret center of the Scarlet Woman, whose soul is lust. 2, the concentration of 166, 1 plus 6 plus 6, is 13, the number of the star of manifestation and of the Aeon Ot Maion. And it also represents the scale of the highest feminine unity. In terms of the Maion, therefore, 166 signifies that through space will come the radiations from the star of Mott that will manifest through the woman and the beast conjoined, Babylon and lion. Meher Baba adds up to 261, Tihi Numbero Ferilio, the word of the dove. Baba claimed to be the Christ as adder of whom the dove is a symbol. But this dove's vase originally Typhonian and denoted the mother. 216 is Alsoi Hen Umberofdrav, meaning abomination, which may indicate the abomination of Desalayan, 718, prophesied by Baba in connection with 3/4 of the world. There is further strong Iasik in Tavui of the suggestion presented here, I see. Theta/Yordless Aeon has dawned, and it will manifest the beast as Antichrist. It's the form of the daughter. At the time of Baba's assumption of Nunan, a great avatar in West Bengal, Sri Pagal Hernath, uttered these words, which in the light of later events take on a sinister meaning. Now there is no time to waste in smiling smiles, ot falsehood. Do not remain mistaken, still there is time. It would do even if you are careful from now. My only desire is that you throw your respective burdens on me and move still faster. Be careful. Again I say, be careful now. 5-inch his is my only desire and final request. The message dealt with Sri Hernath's impending withdrawal from the /F/N of incarnation, and his reassurances to his Anlaranga Baklas that the play would go on despite his disappearance. 2 years later, in 1927, Sri Hernath Finn Ally left the body. That this event occurred at a period when Crowley and Baba were preparing to produce a word, the Tford of Tfur Iron, and Adarakad had claimed that he had done so, is, I think, profoundly significant. More so when we recall the nature of the protagonists involved, viz., Crowley, who claimed Tob the Beast, Antichrist, Baba, who claimed to be the Christ, and Akkad, who claimed Tohavi ushered in the Un of Mot, and Tohavi uttered the word that Crowley had tailed to produce. The word of the dove, Typhonian Trilogies, the word of the dove, Christian, is Al.1.17 declares, "There is the dove and there is the serpent. Choose ye well. He, my prophet, hath chosen, knowing the law of the fortress, and the great mystery of the house of God. All these old let of my book area right. But G is not the star. This also ia secret. My prophet shall reveal it to the wise." These are Newt's words. Frater Akkad suggested an equation between the star and Ain, the I, the reciprocal path connecting Chakma and Bina, i.e. on the trio T light, now crosses the path of spirit, and is shown in the new order Tob the star, attributed to Aquarius, the New Age and shown Indiogram of Trieste, which, however, may prove Tob more correctly spin, the I. He goes on to say that it may then represent the Eye of Shiva, or the all-seeing eye, bringing about or witnessing the last judgment and the restoration of spirit. Her again we have intimations Opha change Ophion, or a restoration such as that awaited by the Yezidi in respect of their devil god, Shaitan. ACI have shown in Higbal of Edkin, page 36, and elsewhere, the eye and the star both refer to the left eye and to the mystery connected with Kafnia. The Sim 6 holism of the tower has been similarly explained. The number of the Satanic Trinity, Typhon Apophyspes, is 666. OMMVSTHNG is also the number of the name of Jesus, SHMIHSHVH. The Christ and Antichrist are thus subsumed beneath one number, and they represent an identical current in two forms, the one manifesting on the hither side of the tree, the other on the R.verse. The number of the Christ current, however, is 888-inch. This is also the number of LNTHBVTH, DZ swims, which means concerning thepaths. Other meanings of the sun umber are imperkin and ether, both of which relate to the void and its reflex, the abyss. There is a deeper mystery concerning the number 8 in relation to the two eons, and it is BUND tip with the verse, Ramael already quoted, "The eighters kausiar before me and are abased," and to another verse of AL with reference to the numbers 8, 80, 418.
Al 1:46.
80 is the number of kebabs, a star, OTHKLL, redness, sparkling, of Sachamam, to be hot, burning. These ideas suggest destruction BJ fire and a star glowing with intense red fire. Point 2 is the star of Set and of Anyut, the 5-pointed star, with a C Urkel in the middle and the circle is red. Ald I.60. 8, 80, as 88, is the number of KHNBAI, meaning ACI prophesy, and of LHNBA, ta prophecy. Also of 1 Ma BI, for them that love MC, which recalls the secret glory promised by Newt to her chosen, AL.1.60. The her 888 is more than 666 by 222, which is the number of fever. This is mentioned in LL 1.34. Anothker prophets hall arise, and bring fresh fevker from the skies. Another WNN shall enyake the lust and warship Ophi Hisaneku. A Nothker soul of god and beast shall mingle in the-globed priest. Another sacrifice shall stain the tomb. Another king shall resign, and blessing no longer be poured to the hawk-headed mystical lord. 222 is also Thumbur of HVVRH, whiteness, a term used to denote the ultimate snows of Kether, gateway to Kadith, Hadith, in the icy cold West. The adjective fresh, before the word fever, adds subtosalt, the number atar I-Shah, the HEAD, and the phrase fresh lever adds to 733, which denotes Risha HVVRH, the Wyite head, a title of Kether. The harmony of these concepts is emphasized by a consideration of the number of the verse, 3 which is the number of GL. Yen, to reveal. Fee revclation that Dotacad expricknerkt concerning Tius tone of pre. Eus/Fata included all these ideas, and Orhers that he did not, because he could not, at the time know about. From Theskes refers tot lie space psiand Ketlier, the transptotonic gulfs through Schvicht he radianzo, the star otel 3 ravs WLBT rans my ted. Ellertrin Isa Konktraden, ol the N 733, fresh fever. The holding oft he paths into a sphere is also adumbrated, although it is not as yet apparent how this will affect the transmission from the star A. The idka of an imminent catastrophe that will afflict the universe is therefore inherent in both currents, in 666 as well as in 888, because these two currents are not, as hitherto supposed, different and opposing forces, but one and the same current, antimatter and matter, Antichrist and Christ. They are arithmetal manifestations of the two poles of being AL and LA, with a third that is nziffelser the one nor the other, concealed within them. This hidden God is the second, or twin, LA. As Akkad observed, this double nega tivlala is true 93 in manifestation. The phrase for them that love me, imhabi equals 88, is used by Newt, AL.1.60, immediately after a declaration conceeming hernum 6 myn beres 1l, as Ali their rinbers hu areophis. The 5 printed star, with a circle in the middle, and the circle is red. My color is black-toed blind, but the blue and gold are seen of the seeing. Also I have a secret glory for them that love me. The number of the final 5 words, 8 is that of Nabe, the star. The star that Newt describes has also the number of KHNBAI, one who prophesies, and of Ksviv, as a harlot. The magical sense of this phrase is revealed by Newt in the term Zekrat glory, the halo, emanation, secretion, or secrelion, which she manifests to her lovers in the act of union with her. The number of Thevkers, 60, is that of the BCHN, or watchtower. This is the symbol of Tos Husin BR is 11, i.e., of the Kfipfioifi, of Dath the 11th Sapphira. The number of Th false, order or image of the anti-world of the tree in reverse. As noted in Cults O/Fizz Shadow, Chapter 8. Akkad maintained that Crowley did not asa magu and therefore if a true mouthpiece of the on of horn utter a word. Tialma is the word of the law of do what thou wilt. Abreliadara is the key of the rituals of the new Avon. Thiki which is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
Al 1.20.
The secret word is, then, the secret ion. As we are bound to admit, neither Thelema nor Abrelidabra are the words of the Aeondata in consequence of this omission. Akkad claimed that the word Alala, which he vibrated in 1926, is the only Ona or rebelling, wherever it came from. Furthermore, Akkad claimed, in tune with the statement of Al concerning Fur Ivord, that Crowley knew it not. Akkad goes on Tosi, nor does Thering of Ankeefnakanen, the self-slain prophet, represent it. Not the urn of ashes. Elephakad is correct in assuming that Crowley Asamagus failed to utter a word. It is not an isolated omission. Iwas instructed Crowley to get the stele of revealing Itzel P. Ale.21.10, presumably from the Bullock Museum in Cairo where he first saw it exhibited during his honeymoon with Warda Thieser. He was to gloss it in locked glass for a proof to the world. A proof T-hat is of his work Asamagus. Iwas insisted that this shall be your only proofy. Al.2I.1I. Crowley failed to absurrect the STEMI. DMCD no serious attempt to do so. In a letter to Norman Mudd, Frater Omnia Pro Carry/NFZ, written in 1924, he drew UPA plan off campaign and suggested J.C. Fuller Asa suitable candidate for the expedition. The plan did not mature, nor did Fuller hear of it until many years after Crowley's death. Crowley also failed in fulfilling the instruction contained in AL 1.37. Also the mantras and spells, the obia and the wanga, the work of the wand and work of the sword. These he shall learn and teach. It is doubtful whether Crowley learnt the Abkalai and the Wanga. Lai certainly did not teach them, yet this VCRSR seems to have anticipated the discovery of Sver Bukov Thespiti, which contains Keys Toa Nuyonic Obia. One of the rituals used in New Isis Lodge was based upon it, being devised by an adept who found the book in the 29th tunnel of Set. It has 29 pages representing the lunar cutty or rays that form the spider's web. The spider is the special symbol of Obia. The rays of the dace interlaced with those OT the nights form a web of 58, 29x2 threads. The BEG concentrates to one eye, and the number 58 concentrates the power or Skakli OT13, the red star of the lunar current. 11 plus 13 is equal to 24, the number of TTAH, a form of pollution or uncleanness, thus connecting it with the rapture of the earth ALII.26. The number 9 is ascribed to QO, #L, the back of the head, the reverse or other side of the sun, 1. The symbolism of which has been treated extensively in my trilogy. It is also, according to Crowley Liber 777 revised, the magic force itself. The number 13 by reflection becomes 31, the number of AL and Thiki to the Book of the Law, whereas the number 11 remains unchanged by reflection. It is the basic AVD magical light that permeates both back and front of the tree and reflects even the accursed shells, the Q/hypno at that exist only without the divine tree, i.e. on the other side or night side of IHE tree. The number 58 is that of the secret wisdom, pertaining in this case to doctrines contained in the Bank Uffelbzespider. It is also the number of NGH, the sphere of Venus, and of the spider /un of space whose culus or venom's a number 256, 16x16. Point 16 is the total number of knees in the psychophysical complex of the priestess representing the goddess. 16 is reflected as 61, Thenumber objet, a form of Ifat, and of the Ein or eye of the 4-foot oid. It is also the number of Kali, the supreme concentration of the culus of the void in its dark or nocturnal phase. The word MCHVZ also adds to 6I, equating the C Urkel of the goddess and of the spider queen. Nu plus had equals 61, which connects this current with the mythos of AL. The two numbers 58 and 29 yield 87, the number of LBNH, the sphere of the moon, as also of ASVK, a cup or chalice. The one anar and Venusian components of the rite are thus emphasized. Some 20 years after the Book of Eifer Spider had been located in the tunnel of Ulielfi, an astrologer announced his discovery of the L3 sign of the zodiac, which he attributes to the spider. He calculated the span Ophirak can influence as 29 days, May 16th to June else inclusive. More or less coincident with this discovery, Michael Bershos received transmissions concerning the spider Q_un of space. The sign of this goddess is especially related to magical power, Shaker J, and the phenomena of psychic transmissions from extraterrestrial dimensions. Each of the 256 pockets of her web contains a dimension lying oblique to the known universe in the realms of space reflected as time, on the back of the tree. The 29 days offer rain thus form the occult aspect of the period traditionally ascribed to Gemini, the twine, ruled by Mercury. The numbers 16 and 13 equals 29, form a concentration of 11. Death. The 16 info off the Dathian and Yesodian moons, 11 and 29 equals 58, 16 plus 13 plus 29, which is a number of the goddess. Her formula is implied by this number, which is also that of KLCHK, licking up, the function of the tongue in the mouth of Mayet 61, the daughter Mot, whose formula also is contained in the Bukuf Flus Vidal. 58 concentrates 13, which again brings round the formula Toth lunar current and to the goddess of the 13th sign. The 29 days or rays denoted by the spider are therefore the conveyors of the magic force in its most positive. Crowley has masculine form. It is this aspect of the magic force that will break down breakdown equals 29, Theodorder Ofsequin tile time, by revealing the synchronicity of ionic cycles pro-physed in Al. Here again, it is significant that 29 is a number of Hadit, the manifestation of Newt, Al.I.I. Hadit is defined by N Yud as my secret center, my heart and my tongue. Al.I.6, italics mine. The tongue not only vibrates the word, it also licks up by fur some mold the auroral ion or center of Newt. This occurs behind her heart, Tifereth, i.e., on the other side of the sun, or, in other words, behind Resh at the back of the head Oe, where the illusion of existence is engendered. This touches upon the evolution of ionic cycles which occur simultaneously. The Russian occultist Rurik, who traveled extensively in Asia during the first half of the present century, wrote the following passage which, in view of the secret door, alluded to in Al 21.30, has about Eta compelling suggestiveness. In the foothills of the Himalayas are many caves, and it is said from these caves subterranean passages proceed far below Kinchenjunga. Some have even seen the stone door which has never been opened, because the date has not arrived. And when the stone known as Chintamani is described in terms such as the following, there can be little doubt that some connection exists between them and certain passages in Al that Rurik's Tibetan sources had incorporated as myth. Are they not curiously prophetic of the Iwas working and Avakad's later researches? Rurik's son told Andrew Thomas that the stone Chintamani is alleged to have been brought to Earth by a space voyager. The mineral is from another world, from one of the solar systems in the constellation of Orion, i.e., Horus, Sirius. Italics mine. One is reminded of a cryptic passage in the Secret Doctrine, volume p. 42-2, which hints at certain things in a casket that had fallen from heaven, in the presence of the Tibetan Gjang Thotharinyang team in AD 331. Blavatsky quotes Pham Buddhism in Tibet, p. 63, and observes in a footnote that Tibet objects in the casket, of which there were 4, included a talisman with Om Mani Padme Hum inscribed on it. In 1G, probability, the Chintamani stone. According to legend, a splinter of the stone was given to Jian Emperor of Atlantis, named Taslavu. The number of the name is 194, which is also that of the word stone. Akkad diamed that the stone of Frecious water alluded Toinel.2i. Percent is identical with the silver star which he used as symbolic of the secret aeon, or ion. 66 is the number of Nu, and of the name Alla according to Kircher, as well as being the cystic number of the Clefol and of the great work. Itis also the number of the Ftui sinner, i.e., Chintamani, and of Alhik, the Lord thy God, Isa consuming fire, etc. In the passage in Al which mentions the secret door, it is written, the light is mine, its rays consume me. Furthermore, 66 is the number of LVL, to circuit, go round, as do the cycles of time. Thomas notes that the Chintamani surmounts the tower of Shambhala and glows like a diamond, emitting flashes and pillars of light in the sky. The parent stone is kept in the tower, but smaller particles are sometimes taken to certain parts of the world with Irnru WW era 2 approaching. The stone is said to produce consciousness transformation in those ex-post toits radiation of cosmic energies. Another interesting passage appears a page later in Thomas's book, which readers should compare with the description of the stone of Bultu and the manner of its formation, in Night Side of Eden p. 193. Thomas quotes the Mahatma Maurya in his conclusion to Agni Yoga. The streams of this fire were seared upon the stone in its great flight before the face of the sun. The allusion to the Mani stone, Asa stone, of Frecious water, from the star of Set, Sirius. Of the tower OFS Hampala, Harmony Truth/Ivtot, of Wikti stone is the glowing crest gem, and of the water bursting into flames in connection with the symbolism of initiation. Can they be anything but veils of an identical mystery? And the supreme finial of proof upon the arch of conjecture is that Akkad's 3 stones, 3 facets or fragments of the Chinayamani, are cabalistically equivalent to the number of the dog of Sirius. Degree the silver star that is the source of the teachings emanating from the great /Yite brotherhood and ill-mining the earth, through the hidden order known as the A-A. Note that the number of Thevers Ina L is the number of Newt, and also of the secret door Dath. A hat leads to the clip hole on the other side of the tree. These points suggest that Frater Akkad was Znrn NRF with the source that inspired both AL, and the current that leads on to the Aeon of Truth NJ Ustis. The first few words of AL.21.34, but your holy place shall be untouched throughout the centuries. Let Akkad Toa consideration of the Kabbalistic value of the centuries, or hundreds, in the Hebrew alphabet. Referring to the Teroe Rakana, he noted that 100 Kab had to do with Nia, 200 Resh, with the sun 666, 300 Sri, with the spirit and the foe Nix, and 400, 2, with the new revelation. He saw in IHE key word manifestation a reference to the Sikriai formula, all is in Tan. Ran is the sign of Set, and it was also the Numbur for 100, by which the present writer, as Aosic, was known to Aleister Crowley during the last phase of his life and immediately prior to the Grey Iron Zishan, his death. Akkad further remarks that on p. 391 of Tfur Equinox, Volume I, appears the Truei interpretation of do what ticho you wilt, showanji that arch, thou corresponds to you. Akkad claimed that the all is in Tan formula, of which manifestation is JJYG symbol, is superior IOIX, or XI, or even 11-1. It is the special characteristic of X2I unity and love. Akkad is being facetious when he alludes to 11-1 degree and 12I. 13 was his own N umber. As Akkad, ACHD equals 1-3. Yet he was perhaps a little more oracular than he expected. For all in Tan can be read as 61 in Set, i.e., the eye of Set as Kof Nil, of which the number 13 is the glyph. It is the wounded and bloodshot eye. The proof of this will now be Demonstrat edition. Akkad wrote, only on March 17, L94b was it discovered that the word referred to by Newt, which contained the key of the rituals, was the Svord manifestation. Only then was it seen by me that the letters which Arion the Silver Star, as arranged in 1932, and which derive from 1926, are clearly displayed in two ways in the word .Wanfaslalian, and thus peers LLTR sanction of Newell and Liber Legis. He notes that the 5 letters of Ltation add up to 107, which corresponds to the word bitzh, aneg, and the remaining 8 letters of the word manifestation add to uno. This number means nest. Whitehat Akkad did not note, however, is that the number 107 is the number of angel Ori /Ixkinker of the beast, as Leo, the angel whose name is Olaf. The egg should have suggested this to Akkad, for it is a key to the formula RPSTO at A contained in he cryptic cipher of AL.II.76. Furthermore, the word Ripstoval is equivalent to 696, which is the number of IPOS, the /Vord, according to Sor and Ahadna, of the Aeon Otimot. 280 also is a number of IPSOS. 280 is formed of the letters RP, and together with ST, set, is completed or born of the egg, OV.ml. Also, the word SHT, meaning 100 Isa meaning of the name Hecate, whose symbol Thepagorson, is the totem OFC Horzer. Marion thus contains the mysterious cipher Ripstoval which conceals the true nature of the Manio, egg or stone. The supreme Chintamani allied with a secret process of Vedantian magic involving the QBH, 107. The Kaaba, or feminine abode, source of the primal egg. This was the symbol that appeared in the vision of Viricum during Crowley's traffic with the wizards Amalantra and Abuldas. The mystical current Iwasabuldas Amalantra Akkad Eosakanda Hadna becomes apparent, if only fleetingly, at this vitally significant rent in the fabric of the puzzle. The remaining letters of manifestation, which add to 150, also give manio, and the number of manifestation itself, i.e., 257, is one more than the number ophenoms secreted by the spider queen of spaced S-itis, also the number OT-Sefek, the place of execution, also of NSHIM, women, showing the emphatically lunar nature, Hecate, of the formula. But, as previously shown, It is not until the threefold stone is analyzed Kabbalistically that we discover the ultimate secret of its origin. Thus, the whole or perfect stone is 438 inch, and this stone represents Akkad's perfect ion. The ABN SPIR, or sapphire stone, is 403, which Akkad designated as the seal of the Ma'ayan, and the great stone, ABN GDLH Ormxi stone IE 95. The come of these 3936, which is the number of Kether spelt in full, and of or at Rur, the dog of Sirius, brother of Cerberus and offspring of Typhon and Echidna. The reflection of this number, as 639, is the Otz Duth, the tree of Death, which contains the outlet or gate into inner space and the night side of Eden, and a metathesis of 639 is 369, the number of the spirit of the moon, Hecate. Finally, and as if to set the seal of validity upon Akkad, 8 researches, the number 963 is the number of Akkad spelt in full. The precious tinted %LD stone comprised of Sirius A, B and C, is therefore mystically represented by Kether and the Ein beyond. Akkad's triple Chintamani proves to be Sirius, the star of Set and the source of the extraterrestrial current that powers Thea A, which, in 1904 terrestrial time, inspired the transmission of Tfur Bukofthelin, which coincides with the inauguration of the Aeon of Horus. The word Aeon, geek Aaron, exuates with the number 131, which is the number of Samaral, Satan, the CI Wardian on the Techreshold of Universe, B. The Aposker Oftos forces which seek country to the realms of Sh Ugelsi at Haranzan typified by the beast 666. The number 131 is that of Baphomet, BPHMT. And when it is added to 555, Thu Umber of the Poundirii, or tunnel leading to Universe, B, the result is 666. 131 is also the number of Blaco the son of Dyphon, i.e. Set. The word Aeon therefore contains the mystery of universes A and B, and the manner of crossing from Theon to Theather. Frater Akkad demonstrated that the Aeon of perfection, the word off which is Alala 93, and the Aeon of Staho's word is Nifestation 2J7, form 2 coincidental equinoxes which, Haukver, read to be distinguished. One applies more to sons and the spirit, Horus, the other to daughters and matter, Maat. Further indication of the interconnection of these currents and cross-currents is afforded by adding the Noom bears of the Aeon of the Son, 93, to that of the daughter, 257. 2-inch he resultat 350 is the number OFSPIR, a sapphire, together with the triple Kuljantamani. This makes 4 stones. This is not the heavenly sapphire but the OPR, also 350, or dust of the earth. Ivik is red, to just balancing the star sapphire with the star Ru-Y. The dust of the earth is that effluvium peculiar to the Otis. It is connected with the lunate current and used in rituals which generate the sacred elixir, sometimes called the stonk oftli wise.it isa secretion of Yesid, which conceals the secret ion. Shich, as Akkad has shown, is not manifest but concealed within the Avon of Ho Rus. 330 is also the number of pro, from the Egyptian word pra meaning to show, to appear, emanate, or manifest. The Kabbalistic exegeses that appear in the present chapter form no merely abstract and theoretical map of possibilities, for the map becomes eminently practical and asiarch as soon as it is allied with the magical formute indicated by the number bears involved. It will be seen what creative power is contained in, and may be extracted from, such apparently chance equations. We now have described the means of that manifestation, and this will require a fuller examination of the work of Sor and Ahadna.
12. Andahadna and the Mystic of Ma'at.
The name Andahadna veils the identity of a contemporary priestess of Ma'at functioning, at present, in Ohio. Her number BER, 124, is that of Odn, Eden, meaning pleasure, delight. Its esoteric significance is the transformation, by death and putrefaction, of the Odic or Vudic current. OD or AVD is the magic light, the number of which is 11. As all their numbers who Areophis, AL.I.60. 11 is the number of the accursed shells, Kifin, that exist outside or behind the tree of life. Crowley defined the number 11 as the general and number of magick, or energy tending to change. In the word ODN, magicki's OD, and changius the process of death represented by Scorpio, the letter of which ISN, the serpent in Eden. 124 is also the number of LPID, torch, firebrand, lamp or flame, all of which play an important part in the mysteries of Mott. In the year 1976, Sor Andahadna received Liber Pisianenar Prenunbra, and T. Huss took up the work of expounding the mysteries of Mott from the point at W.H. Akkad left off. It should be understood that Andahadna had no knowledge of Akkad's private /workings which, Todd 8, have not been made generally available. These workings I have drawn upon in several previous books, particularly in Cults of the Shadow. This was made possible partly by my association with Crowley and partly by a curious set of circumstances that occurred at the time of Crowley's death in 1947 when some of Akkad's papers passed through my hands. It is necessary at this juncture to supply a few details concerning the initial contact with the Mayacian forces that occurred at the time of the winter solstice, 1974, at Us Farms in Mount Arab, Ohio. At that time, an Placia group of occultists were engaged in an Akashic working having no connection with Mott or the Aeon of Mott. On the contrary, the group, which was dimly aware of its Atlantean origins, was intent upon penetrating remotely ancient strata of Mem Ori. The members of this Atlantean group were also aware of having Sharida comparatively recent life episode Ini, he Alsace-Lorraine region in the latter part of the 18th century. Of this group, a certain Frater Lugis Thor was the mentor, and Sor Andahadna and two others were theastral travellers. As the working proceeded, both Lugis Thor and Andahadna sensed the presence of a stranger whose identity was instantly, though independently, recognized by both of them as being Gus from the Aeon of Mott. The identity was corroborated later when Lugis Thor and Andahadna compared notes. Not long after this encounter occurred the transmission of Jar Penny Penumbra. The onset the event was characterized by the appearank in Vishan Duringa Mantra Medi Tadayan, of three geometrical intelligences known to Andahadna as Rosarian, Rotat, and Navahem. They had several limes previously accompanied Andahadna on various astral explorations. These intelligences presided over the working that culminated in the channeling of Liber Penny PDA Numbra. The vision occurred in an astral temple of Babylon, to be described later, wherein Rosarian instructed Andahadna to materializia feather from the altar Ofa mundane temple which shused regularly. Aboxy the altar, in the visionary tempt of Babylon, burn Ida brilliant white flame which changed to blackness when the feather merged with it. The writing of Liber Penny Perumbra is not precisely a record of the vision but a verbal replay of it in terms that clarified many matters not comprehended in the initial experience. The writing of the book was made possible by magical experiences arising from sex magical workings performed in 1973, with an adept known as the Shadow with whom Andahadna periodically worked. The Magus from the Eop of Mott instructed the group in its present incarnational tasks, which aim at assisting the progress of the Aeon of Horus via an influx of the Mayacian current, thus fusing the two currents composed of the magical influences emanating from Sirius and Andromeda. Sirius, the sun behind the sun, beams the energies of the Aeon of Horus, Andromeda those of the Aeon of Mott. The adepts that power Andahadna's circle are known to initiates as the Children of Mott. They claim to be masters of the space-time continuum, adroit not only at placing their consciousness in any chosen time and location, but at communicating with the natives of the time, i.e., the present time, and directly influencing crucis of race history. On August 7, 1975, Andahadna, the Shadow, and the artist Alan Hollab perform edicerics of rituals sent by the Children of Mott. These rituals earthed the Mott forces and blent them with the 93C Urant. We are guided not only by Sirius but by Andromeda also, and the Andromeda galaxy ESA outside TH circles of Timk lens. In other words, it ESA focus off power for the beaming current. The lens focuses this man-engendered current from our future to our present. This is in addition to the power given the brothers of the Gamedi of the Estars. The G Hildren of Mott, acting through the Magus of Tat Aeon, instructed Andahadna to send the present writer a copy of Liber Pene Penumbra, which she duly did. The book was then in typescript form only. Prior to contact with the OTO, Andahadna's group had received no formal instruction from mundane sources during its present incarnation. The mode of contacting the Mot force is by meditation bet or the altar set in the Atral Temple of Babylon. The mantra / Bijar, the word of the Yan of Mai as given in the book, is used to establish vibrational contact. Visual contact then ensues in some though not in all cases. Andahadna alleges that the children of Mot impart information at any time but most frequently in the course OT7I degree Ori X workings. When communication occurs out off-doors, it is usually accompanied by disturbing elemental manifestations. It is, for instance, recorded in the secret annals of the G-rope that the loud buzzing sound frequently noticed in connection with the manifestation of extraterrestrial phenomena occurs also in connection with Mot YT workings. The energizing of sigils by rendering them sentient is one of the practices taught in Zaz Ki Occultus, and a buzzing, as of bees, frequently accompanies the process of atavisms resurging from past to present eons. Similarly, the sentient sigils of future eons, subsumed by Mot, manifest their presence in the form of Ming vibrations, and one method of invoking UFOs from the shadows of space includes an almost subliminal humming sound reminiscent of bees in flight, or of the mantra Om. Rising and falling Aina chant that is barely audible to physical hearing. It may be significant in this connection that the state of Ohio around the time of Andahadna's invocations rated an unusually high quantity of UFO sightings and incidents. At that time also she was plunged into a series of harsh ordeals resulting in the loss of her livelihood, her home, and every form of security except that of her magical relationship with the shadow. Even that she dissolved for a period of isolation and anguish that enabled her to temper to an exquisite degree the sensitivity of her receptive antennae. She thus became a perfect vehicle for the influx of the backward-flowing currents from the Avon of Mot, and was able to transmit them in the form of Teo Book of Forgotten Ones, and Pne Penumbra, the Bukoff shadowing forth of the feather of Mot. The feather is the glyph of the pubescent one, the fledged one, the one potent Tomi, to soar, to flash across space. With the Egyptians, it was a symbol of the word of truth or magical power whereby the astral body of the dead made its way Amenta, safely through the tunnels of Set in the void of, in one of the rituals performed by Andahadna, use was made of a stone found by the shadow. It was curiously carved by elemental forces into the form of a phallus. Also used were a magic bell and the image of a lion wrought in brass. The chimes of the bell reverberated while she enacted the ancient rite, invoking the elemental forces by the use of the phallus until the sacred kefir gushed forth and flowed over the lion, thus consecrating the solar energies with the elixir by the magic of Thelema and Sos. By means of this rite the lion and the phallus are united and thus potent to invoke the forces of Mot. After the consecration, the priestess swathed Cephalus in black velvet, for, as Dr. Burchos has observed, black represents the richness of pure space and its magical powers. The rite was performed in the wild and desolate region of Red River Gorge. Tohich Andahadna had been directed by the Magus of Mot. She buried the phallus beneath a fallen log lying on the trail to the cliffs. In her magical record she wrote, "Frankly, I'm frightened alone in a wild place. I could end this incarnation, or become damaged that I don't really want to go, but one will go because it's a necessary part of the current initiation ordeal." She invoked her holy guardian angel, and as the secret rite gathered momentum shawasized Ina grip of a panic fear. She later recorded the event in these words. A feeling ot utter terror came upon him, not fear of wild animals, or odothet chance humans that could harm me, nor at theplis one war camping in Buta vague huge thing. At this point the angel directed me to get in the sleeping bag for warmth. This 2 October. I did, and then it started. I was Durset XL to prepare 7 triangle pyramids actually, which consisted of 3 sides under Yod, Ha, and Van. The second he formed third dimensional and transparent sides extended to a point. There was then unleash Ida. Torrent of images, scenes, interdimensional impossibilities, visions that provoked the terror XCN further. Each time, the whirlwind was heralded by the image of a red and white candy-striped dog, and each session ended with a demon trapped inside a pyramid. Andahadna went on to note that during this stage of the working she heard distinctly a bell on the astral plane. She discovered later that this had been established in the vicinity around August 7th. By Alan Holub Doringa magical work Ingi had performed there a few weeks previously. The demons that appeared in the pyramids were described by Andahadna in the following terms. There were 1. A shape change that afroze into an image of Fu Manchu. 2. An albino woman with short antennae and 3 breasts. 3. A headless white spacesuit, with huge red gauntlets, named Glover. I somehow knew. 4. A Bragg's copper serpent. 5, 6, and 7 were dark amorphous shapes named Fear of Death, Fear of Light, and Fear of the Void. These characters are styli entrapped, awaiting further investigation. The physical Beatty, during all this, lay straight on the back, feet together, hands enclenched us resting on the breast, eyes veiled, masked, by a cloth. The next morning I discos irked the black velvet wrapping of the phallus stone along the trail to the cliffs. Checked the log and the stone was gone. It seems the place spirits accepted it, probably through the agency of an animal. But she had neither seen nor heard an animal large enough to carry off the stone. One of the insights which resulted from this working enabled Andahadna to formulate a precise statement concerning the double C.errant, Horus Mott. In her magical record she describes the adepts of Mott in these terms. As future selves, Eve will be IHC individual link to vacant Hievan of Mott and Thievan of Hem IC. Horus. Ult 4 and more people of the 20th Comturi arc discovering their future selves and arc using Hawk increased energies. Yeneri FCSV arc doing it consciously, Hout CR, and 2-man, halfs asterisk I realized Odix arc institutionalist. Her insights into future selves were balanced by direct accession into her own past selves, one of which manifested Asa court artist Toa Spanish king. Althuga Brilliani painter she achieved no fame braze she misused her genius. She was, as Andahadna now puts it, working black and using painting as the means. One in a dialogue with herself she makes her subjective accuser say, when you wear prostituting Yuja signball in L the persons are art and art at court, Jew would totcom animal in Techar painting. You would also include some off the subjects main by mixing in hair, blood, spittle, etc. with the paint. Voodoo indeed. Your true clients would havia totally untabuk means off disposing of their CNE mize, and your style or misses was supported sumptuous JY by blood money. This is of value in estimating Andahadna's present life concern with magic and art, and her instant recognition of Austin Spare's work in the field of sigillography and atavistic resurgence. Emerging successfully from the ordeals inevitable upon her misuse of magical power, she attained to the vision o 1 foot Mott and elaborated a highly personal system of magick which she has come to recognize as another aspect of the magic of Thelema. This system has been developing, almost unconsciously, since her receipt ot liber penac pra numbra. She explains the black flame of Mott as being the cosmic expansion of the quill pen and the feather. It is Mott perceived as the twin of Newt, Newt being the stars and Mai the spaces 6 atween them. She is our darkness, Buta turned light, a black radiance. She would be the antiparticle of the photon. The physical analog ot Mott is the neutron star, Tl't black hole. The alchemical unity of Nui and Mott would be akin to the progression of Che black hole the astronomicat singularity. Mott is therefore bisexual and fertile, and her formula is expressed as 1xx equals 0. It is by utilizing Mott as the spaces between Tihi starst hat Ma. Q can enter the CR continuum and revert to primeval eons or, using key techniques of high energy magic, soar into future eons. Thus, the force, CNCRGY, and PNWCR off Xi Erkant of the Avon of I at Bobbin used by our future selves to assist our Perxini of literary crisis. Precisal, as some Ofashave reinforced our presets reality by assisting their past SCTVCS to initiate our existential karma. It is here that one lights upon one of those mysterious and oblique confirmations that is so characteristic of magic in general. The confirmation is Ofa 9 abalistic nature, and it is necessary to remind the reader of the remarks in a previous chapter concerning the entity Lam. Lam is now known to be a link between the star systems of Sirius and Andromeda, which Andahadna has associated with the double current of Horus, Newt, and Set, Mott. The number of Lam, 71, when added tot had of isos 696, the word of the aeon of Mot yields 767. This is the number of the word swan, and this bird is the vehicle of the Paramahati. It is attributed to Ketheth, the outermost and, by analogy, the innermost pylon of Pluto, on the rim of the known universe. In her arrangement of Dance of the Masks, a saplide toth tree of life, Andahadna places the swan at this far-flung zone. The Hamsa, swan, is the bird of the ether, the word or mystic vibration of which is Om. Yet this word, the supreme chord of being, Kether, is accompanied by a perpetual background hiss that is the music of Set, or non-being La, on its I to becoming Al. Set is thus the heart of being not being, as in the formal Elashrai. The Am becomes Nia, the right I and the left EE, respectively, of the Yenoid. 0.4 Inia equals 122, then umber of absorption, and of Palala, a Sanskrit word which is not only the name for hell and the Grak sea, home of the vulture, but als according to Narada, a place of sexual and sensual gratifications. The ideas of sex, death, and amenta are here linked in one word which Isa Kabalgram Fordon Bleide goddess Inia, as Nutmot. By the same mouth, ipsos, the absorption occurs, and the B and the V ulture represent he living and non-living, the being and non-being elements of the creative vibration. Note that the vulture of Mot is attributed to Ixod, the power zone associated with the psychosexual energies, and the secret temple of the Yezidi, the votaries Ot Shaitan. According to Andahadna, the dance of Mount teaches us that we, made off star stuff, are the food for each other. This statement contains the key to a certain sinister process of cannibalism veiled beneath the symbols of the bee and the vulture, both of which are loaded concepts in the pantheon of Mot. The bee is the winged mouth that ingests the honey of the flower of the living, the vulture, Alsoa winged mouth, that devours the dead. This symbolism, especially as too relates to the observations on the Typhonian teratomas, will repay close study. Andahadna ascribes various musical analogues Tothpau Urzones. The shrill hiss of the swan is thus the vehicle of Set as the background hiss of the void. And so, Andahadna declares, YTE create Arsklfks anew, catch lifespan from their sigils inscribed in IHAKASBA. 8NE created ourselves from our names. And the names we have etched eternally inio the spiritual space, which is STA at. The subconscious energies that percade the mind stuff of humanity are known to children offslot as the forgotten ones. Their mode of invocation is similar to the rite of atavistic resurgence by sigils elaborated B.V. Austin Osman Spare in his Zos Kia Cullis. AND by Ni Ikakal Bershos in the dice of Lawalakir subsumed beneath the 3 Pfeiffer 5 Esafiro Iku. The forgotten ones forces which the Christians declared satanic and which, by suppression, have now grown to formidable dimensions, threatening imminent disaster for humanity. The forgotten ones are your sources or personal magical power. The higher you reach to the goad of light, the lower you must plunge tien the gates of darkness. To ignore their presence is to guarantee eventual dominion over your will. Andahadna describes them elsewhere as the greatest Dan German will have to face during embodied existence. Invocations of the Forgotten Ones by Andahadna and Al-Len Halab have resulted in two distinct channelings known as To Bukoft for Golt Nonarks, Books I and I. Alan Hadab has written an illuminating commentary on the second book to which I shall again refer. It is merely necessary to note here the close parallel abalistic and astral, with certain workings of the 93 current and Michael Bershos's voodoo mysteries. The praxis of the cult is concentrated in the mass of Mot, which involves the use of talum, honey, and malatat, blood, tinfam, the number of which is 81, Isa psychophysical, biochemically produced quintessence of an organic nectar. NEC tar honey is sugar-based, and semen talum is protein bread. Its energy potential has yet to be explored as substance in itself. Its nature is akin to protoplasm in its ability to assume independent life, and Andahadna notes that it could be inconvenient if mishandled, and that it relates to the DNA and to the cauliflow. During the massive Mot, the tolem is sealed in the uterus thanemost chamber of the triple-chambered shrine, until the end of a certain phase has been achieved. Malatin, on the other hand, is the epiphane plus the mystical kala or lunar honey. For the true honeymoon occurs when the beef seketh earns the root vibration, the incessantly droning aum or lin of the AMA. 2 foot its wings flutter faster than I can follow, and they appear motionless. They emit a curious susurration resembling the word of the aeon of Madi Ipsos. Without necessarily implying causality, I can report that, following a moondark mass of Mot, changes in the outer are usually dramatic and sometimes violent. On the inner, this ritual is the single most effective means I've experienced to effect an upgrading of comprehension, understanding, and wisdom. It is perhaps at this juncture that we should examine some off-thecabalistic implications of the IA/am and the Malaton. Leaving aside for a moment their respective enum Bearsby 1 Tal UK and 641, when M is valued ASA final letter, and 132 MO/NFN, or 782 when N is given its final value. The root Tarn should be noted, as also its reflex Lamala, which yields the number 103. This number has high significance in the Kabbalah of Thelema, via Cad's word of 1926, which, as Alalia, equates with Lamala. Alalia or Alalia is defined as not talking, when La or not is the goddess Nut. Akkad discovered that La not Wastikitoth book of the law. He refers to the ape man named Alatus by Hekel, a creature unable to utter a word. The number 103 is unity, Akkad. 13, when Thecipher, 0 or not, is withdrawn from the number. According Toll, 2I.2, there is a word not known. This word we may suppose Tob known to LZM, who, as already mentioned, is the link between the eons of Horus and Mot Ryathesterslistem Sirius and Enramida. Thus ye have star and star, system and system. Let not ox know well the other. Al.I.50. The reflection of 103 is 301, which is the number of SHT, set, of fire AST, and of the moon, Selene, by Greek Cab Allah. The soul of Not is .4 Lamala, which is one of Frater Ao, Esmados in no. Chosen many years before the significance of Lamb's role in connection with the Aeon of Mot was understood. Techus, the lunar fire of Mafa/ and has as JTS vehicle the Magus of Mot Lam, whose presence was SCNSED by Andahadna and Lugis Thor during their work Ng.2 foot. The formula of the transmission of this fire from 1 L3 to none SHT 31 is near the daughter Ma. Ma is the door or hole in the fabric of time movement, raft, that divides two kinds off space, the space of being AL and the space of non-being LA. The letter M, or Ma, is ascribed to path 23 of the Tree of Life, and, as Andahadna notes, there is no 23rd path. By this she means that the pathways into space are twice cleaven, i.e. 22, the 2 SRD symbolizing the supreme door of death. Of the number 23, a Membanov the O.T.O. has made the following relevant observations concerning the major events in the life of Aleister Crowley. Crowley, that is, as the Magus of the Ot Horus. On his 23 RD birthday, Crowley was initiated into the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and commenced his magical career as Frater Perdurabo. On May 23, 1921, he took the oath of the Ipsissimus, and his Initia tie-in into the grade of 10 degree equals L degree ran its course for 3 years. Frater Telloch notes that we have Hiria case of 23 to the third power, since May is the 5th month, 2 plus 3, 23rd, day ot the month, and a series of 3 Akars inclusive of 1923. Closer investigation showed that by discounting the 3 years of the Great I initiation, as occurring outside time, Crowley's physical body lived 69 years, 23x3. In 1824, C. Rowley claimed to have become an Ipsissimus. Subtracting 1 GC4 from 1947, the date of Crowley's death, yields, again, 23. In the Chinese system oftrograms, 23 is the number of the hexagram pi, thetorm off which suggests an insert cup, a glyph of Nut, or not, arched over the earth. Tihi earth held Crowley in the embrace Ophal comprehensive space. Of this hexagram of then commented that it and hexagram 24 reminded him and Ti horseshoe tradition, oppose to geomantic and astrological values that you keeps luck in winking and laughing lets it out. Magically interpreted, the inverted chalice implies the snowing Dawen of the Kn/ or of Nyut. Crowley ascribed hexagram 23 to Sagittarius, the symbol off which is the arrow of Nut, and he defined its function as the binding in matter of the infinite desire. Pa also signifies overthrowing, prepar ng revolution, and as Solent Sagittarius, falling. Frater Telloc remarks its disintegrative quality and observes that 23 signals the chaotic state between two stable states. As such, it fits into the category of inktokings. Itis therefore PNC of those things which is not. 23 is our from the demonic host OT non-being about to invade being. The 93 current will split apart the unconsciously created world we inhabit. 23 is not identical with 93, but an emanation FRNMit. Frater Telloc goes on to say that Crowley received the boot O/4 10 1904. 19 plus 04 equals 25. The next time in history, 3 the sequence established which will equal 23 is 2003. Perhaps the next manifestation of extraterrestrial intervention will occur at that time. Telloc also notes that C. Rowley's libel 231-inch contains T mysterious number 23 and the one or unity. Liber 231 is that which contains the sigils of the Kphi, Bow/A of the 22 paths, of which the 23 RD contains a resume. Also relevant is the fact that, within the DNA coil of genetic metaprogramming insurrectins, Jiker are unexplained boning irregularities every 23rd angstrom. If we superimpose the twisting DNA helix Eupona diagram of the obliquity of the elliptic of the Earth, which happens to 23.5 degrees, 23.2 plus 0.3, then the precession of the EQ uinosis is in a very real sense the unraveling NFLT DNAi coded message. 2 further observations of value also come from Frater Telloc. We are reminded by him that the dog days begin on July 23rd, the period during July and August when Sirius rises and sets with the sun. He speculates as to whether Sirius may not be the origin or emanation point for the 23 pattern, and also that the male and female each contribute 23 chromosomes to the fertilized egg in conception. In Scattersknyroin, 23 is defined as parting, joy, a thread, and life, all very sugs tive of birth and the DNA fiber. In the list of primes from 11 to 97, Lipker 777 Ruzazep, Crowley defines the number 23 as the glyphoflif nascent life, i.e., the life in the womb flood orcup of Nut.it is the number of the word bka, ta drop, weep, shed, flow by drops, as the ballast of Nut, from the Egyptian word beta, to bring forth, naked, void, squat, bleed. Thus, the nature of the waters of Ma, the Kala of the 23rd path. Reverting now to considerations of Thelema and Malaton, the following ideas emerge. Thelema, 81, comports the one undercurrent, Bi being the mystic number of the moon and of the forma of witchcraft, which is assigned to Kate. KSA, 81, is T, full moon, the first day of the full moon, and therefore refer point/o/luring back. The word KSA derives from the Egyptian keys, tot earn back, reverse. KSA also meansa, throne or seat, and is therefore the symbol of Isis whose name means, literally, the seat, foundation, fundament. 8I as 9XS is the full projection of Ixod, which is the foundation of the tree of life in its magical function. Hence the formulae of sexual magic associated with the Thalem. As 641 Thalam RTH, IHE menstrual blood, and LTH VRH, meaning, according to the law, Malalon, as 132, is associated with ideas such as LQB, to curse, BLQ, Toli waste, and _BL, _Abela, a form of received transmission. For the N number 782 we have to date no Kabbalistic affinities. Note that Tapham may also be written 7-foot a lamb, RHE realm or dimension of lamb. Lamb in this case is 631, the number of DZNNIOVTHA, concealed mystery, this bank secret seed in turn in relation to the extraterrestrial entity known as Lamb. This entity, whether a denizen of some star or planet, or of some inner space, makes little difference, has been contacted by several magicians since the publication of my book Teo Magical Ruyul 197-2, which contains a reproduction of Crowley's portrait O. T. Lamb. The original drawing was given to me by Crowley in the year 1945, until which time it had, presumably, lain forgotten in a portfolio. This drawing was reproduced for the first time in the Equinox, Volume 111, Number 1. As a frontispiece to The Voice of the Silence, by Blavatsky, probably because the oriental cast of Lamb's countenance suggested to Crowley the dead soul Ofa Tibetan Lama. It may be significant that the portrait appears on page 312 of the volume in question. This is the number of SHLB, meaning elders, or gray-headed, from the Egyptian word sab, plagus, and shepel, elders of some kind, such as the Durgods.it is also the number of CHDSH, Torkness. Hence a new moon, a month, suggesting a direct link with Yesod, the foundation. 312 is also the number of Morb, the West, which Svaz regarded by the Egyptians of the later dynasties as the Typhonic Gate of Death. The N number 312 also explains Thelema as the IBSH, the dry ground emerging from the waters of the deluge, thus linking Lamb with the Atlantean mysteries and with the secret modes of magick involving the lunar flood. The back of the page bearing Lamb's portrait is page 311, which is one of the N numbers of Kafnia, a mysterious term mentioned in AL which has been investigated extensively in Nightside of Eden. There is therefore a strong, if oblique, connection between Lane, the Talim, and the Daughter, Ko-Fi, whose secret INIA is the gateway to universe, banned the back of the tree of life.
Blavatsky, Secret Doctrine Vol.
3D Ross attention to a passage in Ralston Skinner's The Scurry of Mejerijo, which the letter P is shown as referring to the half off the head behind Thiers. This part of the body is more usually ascribed to Qo-Fi or Kof. The daughter is thereby equated with the hashtag F or mouth, not off the face but of the back of the head. If this symbolism is applied to the mystical mouth, the mode of entry into universe becomes plain. The cult of Lamb is undoubtedly growing, and the reader who feels a strong inner urge to invoke this entity may proceed as follows. Gaze at the portrait until drowsiness supervenes. The gaze will naturally rest upon the eyes. These will appear tone-large and will suck in the consciousness until there arises a sensation of BAMP within the entity's head. Eye-ways are now open, either upward or downward. If downward, the decini will be accompanied by a sensation of rushing air that may attain gale force. A deep blackness will engulf the mind as one enters the dark tunnel beneath the mouth of Lamb, and the wind will be replaced by a sound of rushing waters. They will boil around the face of Lamb until a brilliant and flashing frame streaks like lightning through the oily and agitated liquid. Itsh Unning will awaken the image of an octopoid entity, the tentacles of which are the branchings of the tunnel below the mouth of Lamb. Thereby one follow a sudden quietude stirred only by the vague pullulations of the squid-like entity. In that quietude contact may be established with the network of tunnels ramifying downward to the base of Lamb, where the sexual lightnings have their origin. These transport the mind into a violent vortex, and consciousness will appear to diffuse in a myriad shapes that are borne swiftly upward to fuse into a single shape. The fusion will occur between the eyes of Lamb, in the region of the Ajna chakra, and the flame will shoot aloft into the vast brilliance of a cranium that appears infinite in extent and dazzlingly lustrous. The mantra Pyaslam or Poundama Pa should then be vibrated according as to whether the tunnels are ascended or descended. Lamb is the gateway to the void. Itsn umber 71 is that of Alal, nothing, an apparition or image. Lamb is the image of the void. Carlos Castaneda's Don Juan refers to the world of non-being degree as the Naguat. The Nawal is universe B, which appears to be generated by the Ophidian sea errant. Furthermore, woman is said to be the gateway to the Nawal. Lamb, 71, also equates with IVNH, a dove. This recalls AL. I.57. There is the dove and there is the serpent. Asterisk choose ye well. He, my prophet, hath chosen, knowing the law of the fortress and the great mystery of the house of God. All these old letters of my book area right, but this also is secret. Is not the Estar. Note that the dove and the serpent appear as feminine totems, and that he, my prophet, could be read as ha, i.e. the star. For she is prophetic in the sense that lamb is the voice of the silence as well as being the image of nothingness, nagwa. Thus, the Bath Kl, or divine rem or vox of the daughter, is the living mouth of the tower, which is the pylon of one so's lamb. The tower reared in the desert of Set wherein Yut bids her devotees to invoke her. In the Hartoff the Massal are it is said that the voice or /vord of the dove is Firify, the shrill scream of ecstasy occurring at the climax oft he creative act. It occurs against the background hiss of the swan, which is the Kabbalistic equivalent of I so's lamb, 767, and here it is necessary to note a curious point. If the two SSB abstracted from Zioifbo remains. This Isa word meaning tashin forth. It derives from an Egyptian word af, a name of the sunth lower hemisphere. SS, the silver star, is the star Sirius, the sun behind the sun. The number of Ipa is 160, which is the number of tonal, the world of phenomena in Castaneda's system. The Nawal is to the tonal what Sirius is to the sun in the lower hemisphere. This brings to bear a direct beam of influence from Sirius to Earth. From Nawal to tonal rinth pylon ophioi lam. It is possible to define these in-betweenness concepts by means of the /Abala of Baskull and other dark grimoirii, for we are now in spaces outside thought, dualism, and its expression in ordinary terms. Crowley remarked in QTR book O/T. IOJL that constant meditation on the symbolic contraries embodied in the imagery of the Edis will eventually engender a new faculty of consciousness that enables the individual mind to apprehend that which is beyond human logic and understanding. But it is necessary constantly to penetrate these spaces, first mentally arid then ethereally, before one can grasp the extremely tenuous and evanescent wraiths of the realities they contain. These considerations apply even more emphatically to the Horus Mott 1 SO's network, wherein the candidates for initiation enter totally new spaces. Not spaces which have, until that time, been sealed off or closed like long disused galleries thick with the dust Ophians, but spaces that do not exist before the will formulatisa resolve to enter them and toline the mind and the heart with the 93 current Austin spare referred to, making the correct alignments, and Carlos Gastaneda to Gorda's lines of force. The means of traveling through these spaces beyond the sun in the lower hemisphere, i.e. the tonal, is the Matet boat. The aeon of Mott which leads beyond Horus Tothsun behind the sun, reified by the ritual hissing back of all creation. The Matet boat, Einur spacecraft, is the new aeon or Aquarian space bark that saves from the waters of space as Noah's Ark saved from the deluge on Earth. Note the nautical terms: ship of the desert, the Matet boat spaceship, Noah's Ornuse Ark, and the womb or ark of New Isis and of New Mott. The Kabbagistic formula of New Mott space is 107 inch, which is 56 plus 31, and the number of Manio and of man. 107 is also the number of QBH, the genitalia mulibra, a plesier chamber, vault of heaven, the primitive/YPR of the Kaaba, the feminine abode. 107 is ISO, the number of oval, which is half off the word ripstoval, a mysterious cryptogram in Libor Al that is Kabbalistically identical with the word of the Aeon of Mott, Z-Ayas. The Manio is the stone of manifestation. Thus, 107 links the stone, the Kaaba, and Bitzh, an egg, the latter symbol being of importance to Crowley during the Amalantra workings, which terminated abruptly with this symbol as if the gap were the hiatus or void, the Nawal, between the two icons of Horus and of Mott. Mayan 107 refers more precisely to the aeon of the daughter, the Kab, and the oval or egg, may imply the capsule JN which the daughter star makes its safe passage from one star system to Notlier through the tunnels outside the circles of time, Kali, Nut, New Isis, etc. Mott, as 31, equates with Edom 5 inch, Tum or Atom, there setting sun symbolic of the light that illumines Amenta, the subconsciousness. The 11 Dukes of Edom symbolize the reflections of the cosmic power zones, including Dafith, in the subconsciousness of humanity. The Dukes can be identified as the forgotten ones of the Numot mythos. T&E kings of Edom were kings of the Red Land, or place of blood, hence their association with the setting sun and with the concept of unbalanced force typical of the Clefatli. Taken as 442, however, Mat signifios the APMI arts, or ends of the earth, which may refer to a transitional catastrophe affecting the planet before the Aeon Ot Mat can dawn within the circles of time. Unumit thus becomes 498, which is appropriatel J, the number of MNCHTH, the resting place, or grave. This is consistent with the symbolism of Amenta when Mat is considered as 51. Andahadna, the name of the present high priestess of Enu Mat, identify her as the fourth speaker or prophet of that future Aeon. 5 foot, and Andrew, man. Aphia, a mystic by Ijamalta Ot, the goddess, Venus, which she utters at the moment of Hriliu. Had is the secret name of Setter Hadit, and DNA are the initials of desoxyribonucleic acid. The name Andahadna mirrors the Mian with Aha at its heart, or Asa connecting link. This may be the link implied by Nu Mat 498, which is also the number of MCHSHQIM, Canary Inlsers, connected together. The number of Andahadna, 124, is that of Odn, Eden, the space or region of pleasure, Ina sexual sense. It is also the number of the Oigial, Cleefole of Chakma, the power zone of the Magus connected to Kether by the path of the Fool. 124 also signifies LTZD, Aduersis, contra, against, opposite. This aptly describes the role of the priestess, Andahadna, whose functions concern primarily the opposite universe, universe B. ONE of her functions, for instance, is to wield and direct the titanic power of the elder gods, to arouse the sleeping child asterisk, through the use of nightmare if need be. The phenomenon known as the Cincinnati Vertex manifest mainly through the magical workings of Andahadna Antheshadow, although she claims Theta Vortex has existed in that locality since the Adena Indians inhabited it. The vortex lay dormant until Lugus Thor performed a series of sex magical workings which, unknown to himself at the time, reactivated the ancient sea errant. Sor Andahadna was introduced by the Shadow Toth writings of Aleister in the early part of the 19 Severities. Their first ritual together was performed in appalling ignorance, but was later found to have been a perfectly effective mass of the Holy Ghost. It was so successful, in fact, Theta Twin Chiad was conceived, one visible, the other invisible. The former reified briefly Asa Formal Lodge and as O rapport, still developing, with individual magicians in the locality. The invisible twin was the process leading up to the transmission of Liber Tnapianumya, which Andahadna wrote down under the pseudonym Nena, thus claiming, quite unintentionally, the grade Opha mistress of the Tem Ple. And here is to be located the fusion or place of intersection of the Don Blisi Errant, Set and Mot. In Liber CCCLXX, Vetsa 7, it is written, "For two things are done and a third thing is begun. Isis and Osiris ye given over toincest and adultery. Horus leaps up twice armed trum Thewamba Fismother. Harpocrates his twin is hidden within him. Set is his holy covenant, that he shall display in the great day of Maat, that is being interpreted the Master of Temple PFA. A. Whose name is Truth." Verse 8 goes on to declare, "Now in this is the magical newer known. The Set Horus current is rhinifest in the OTO. The new Mot current is not manifest in the A. And herein lies a possible reason for the present absence often A. In the outer, that order ceased to function, in the sense Opha Mundankti established organization, when there could no longer be found the required number of adept to fill the 11 grades from Mokath to Kether. In the unofficial correspondence of Frater Akkad, it was suggested that the full Katina had been disrupted as far back as 1936 when Crowley was unable to muster Thematos even off 6th grade holders. He dodged the issue by listing Frater Akkad under 2 of his magical names, and himself lay under 3. He also included the motto of George Cecil, one's Frater Volnaskara, who was, by that time, no longer a member of the order, let alone its premonstrator. Nor was Akkad, with whom Crowley was not then on speaking terms, its cancellarius. Be this as it may, the double current has its visible and its invisible influences. The influence from Sirius, which powers the OTO, Rin entities such as Lam, Aosic Iwas, etc., is balanced on the inner planes by the Maatian influence focused by Andromeda and transmitted through Sor Andahadna and others. Wilson mentions some of the Syriac manifestations in his book, Cosmic Trigger, the final SCRTF ill/Fernanuti. $Phi only flaw in his demonstration of the active intervention o Sothis in the affairs of planet Earth ist goem-ition of the fact that Sothis, Sirius, is the star of Set and that Shaitan Iwas, commonly known as Satan, is its informing spirit. That Gurdjieff also was receiving inspiration from Thes Tarofset is not surprising in Vise of the Nature Office work, which was, in many ways, similar to Crowley's. And so, Wilson fails to deduct the perexcence of the incisable twin of this influence and its manifestation astral levels as the de Ug Turforce, Mot. Focused through Andromeda. I read the mythos, Andromeda, the daughter of Euroiashiochia, was to be sacrificed tot he a monster sent by Poseidon to ravage the country of King Cepheus, whose wife Cassiopeia had offended the Nereids. The sacrifice of the daughter to Thesia monster, fish go I, Isa's secret formula of the Aeon of Mot. It involves the magic mirror, the IRU or brilliant shield, and the head of Medusa, two major symbols of the Ophidian sea errant. Andahadna interprets the role of Andromeda in the Mot complex. Thus, our solar system is serviced by a particular streamruff, the space-time continuum that has several potent tamina. The SNL-Ceus link Isa Major 1, Jupiter, which is really a protosun rather than a planet, it radiates more than it Rex 6CS, links with Ptelgeuse. Uranus links with Algol, and our next-to-be-discovered planet ET, Isis, links Enethy and Ramita galaxy. There are secondary and tertiary links also, but we're talking about Ramita here. Humanity has always generated force, but it's been diffuse, unconscious, chaotic. We generate tar more than we use, and in the NNF Mot we transinit this force to Andronito via Isis link. That galaxy receives it, and the forces from other races of the comedy of stars, and focuses the torques within its lens OT stars, planets, gas, dust and radiation. 1T then transmits the force in a multitude of coherent beams, Tyche laser beams, to the various areas of sentience within its territory. One RAV of the Andromeda transmission is aimed at Sirius, which receives it, tightens its coherence, and relays it to Sol, Sirius Isa secondary tens for systems besides our own, this by the way, and to keep things in perspective. Sol radiates Io its own planetary STCM, and thus any receive part of that which we send notonly arc their planetary Sirians in individual fresh bodies like us. But Sirius itself is an intelligny entity. They have been responsible for giving us the words and formulae by which the essence of an aeon is defined and manifested. Without this basic direction we would not have been able to utilize the return NF our racial forces. By the same mouth, IPSOIS / will be the formula by which we assume our full responsibilities. And in all this, Andromeda remains our local primary collector mansmaker. Sirius is the relay amplifier and signal impregsor. Sol is the receiver, decoder, and center for the planets. Other galaxies besides Andromeda fulfill a similar function for their areas of responsibility. Our own Milky Way functions thus Forster systems at roughly the same distance that hold with Andromeda. And galaxies are intelligent entities. Kvekthing is sentient. Andahadna then gives a personal account of her own initiatory experiences with Andromeda, which emitted a compelling call she was unable to resist. All I had to do was to let go, and I see. Andromeda drew me up and through the channel described above through Sol and Sirius, and into the very blaming heart of her. Spinning, radiant, trailing her banners and pennants off-spiral arms, she's an ocean of light, and beyond light, diamond hard, rainbow shimmering, intense Shiva light. The radiance strips all the ions from the nuclear essence of perception. Profoundly naked, one flies into the deepest point of her concentrated brilliance, then out the other side. In the contrarian universe that lies beyond Andromeda, a man becomes a star, and a star becomes a man. One Isa black radiating body in a white space. Andahadna reminds us that humanity is for the first time at least in the present evolutionary round, in possession of a technology for total racial suicide. In our nightmare sleep we could push the button. The facty hat I have met the children of the attachers MC that we shall not BLNW ourselves up. But the reason I've met them, or why they have contacted me, is to ensure the racist continuation so that man's soul awakens to the state of consciousness I can only call Martian and I am an agent among many Bai that's the only magic iora doing man's kvaluten. The nightmare sleep is the crux of the whole matter, the pivot around which Thuholk show revolves. And it is because some of the more sensitive members of the race are dreaming nightmares continuously that it becomes possible for us consciously to enter the tunnels of Set and thus drop, as it were, through the trapdoors leading out of the known universe. In one of the tunnels, she does not specify W. Hitch, and Ahadna encountered an entity named Kristovov, UGC segmented thing like a worm, Opha dark bronze copper color. She describes it as mossel, hollow for the length of his interi ir and having a marvelous laugh. He said he was spun by the star spider. We Haxi already encountered the hollow one as coda in connection with the 14th tunnel. Here, she appears in masculine forma and D is associated with the spider, the weave tunnels offeels which, catching the vaporous eddies of light spun by the activity of the Fipfiofi, reflect the criss-cross rays which areas vectors of force-cutting pathways in the void. The number of Kristovov is 418-inch, which, again, demonstrates the inextricable relationship of the two magical Kerr-rents, i.e., a Horus Mott. Both Speria and D. Lovecraft knew the sacred alignments. The lines of the spider are the girders of the tunnels of Set, and the trapdoors into space are situated in the 11 pylons or towers of Shaitan. Apart from its value as the key of the rituals mentioned in AL, the number 418 ist, he some of the letters SFBTYI say FA marked by the line or vector of force which passes through them in the original manuscript of Point 4L, chapter 2I verse 47. It is also the Noom Bur of the Babdi. I.e. hideous gnomes descried it's the Circrel doctrine 2I. 18. For LS is the sum of the series of Noom bears from 13 toll. Nhitch fact yields G clue to the nature of the gnomes and their relation to this particular line of force. The key of the Kitchuals may therefore stave to do with these alignments and with the curious word JDAKSHANH, also 418. Described in Taz Teishan and LDC voice AI, Felvord of the Aeon. But Shich Aeon? 400 red arid 18 Isa number of Iwas as W, R1L as OFCH, F1. Meaning M, house. See Roively noted in connection with AL. Chapter 2, verse 7 that BVLSHKIN, Bolskine, also equals 418. This was the name of the houser in which Crowley performed the operation of the sacred magic of Abramelin the Magic, thereby evoking the denizens of the tunnels of Set.
13. Kabbalahs of Biskul.
The Kabbalas of Baskull have enabled Ru to formula T model of the Kaelifoic subways that approximate more or less accurately to the occult ganglia of the subconsciousness. This model, based upon the simplest geriatric, has led to the discovery of those in-betweenist concepts which alone can adumbrack the subtlest nuances of the Ophidian current and illuminate the darkest recesses of the tunnels of Set. The Baskull may be the equivalent of the Bathzat house of the oracle, or some form of Tat house, but it is also the house or abode of the stars of Bes, a variant of VS, Ivas, or Iwas. One form of Baskull equals 123, which is a metathesis of 231, the number ascribed by Crowley to the book Ophalutuni 2 cells of the which form the power zones of the Sethian tunnels. Attention has already been drawn to the number 23 and to the fact that the 23rd path is that of Isos. In the system expounded by Sor and Ahadna. Point 1 of the numbers of Baskull is 208, which contains 23 and the cipher of space/newt. 203 is the number of ABR, a feather or wing, literally the genital member, again identifying the Baskull as pertaining to the Kahala of Mott. The reader is referred to other meanings Opha Bra and its relation to Abrahadabra, the key of the rituals, in the Typhonian Trilogy. Had, the heart of the key, is also the heart of Andahadna, who is the living embodiment of the Maation current at the present time. Another number of Baskull is 267, which is also that of ASVR, the forbidden. Here again there is a hint of the forbidden wisdom associated with the Q/IAO/L, as also with the MRKBH or thrones, mentioned in the fragment from the Dark Kabbalah's OT Baskull discovered in the 29th tunnel. The monarchs upon these thrones are to be invoked in darkness, outside the circles of time. The tunnels, like the ganglia of the occult nervous system, are the sense ducts of the human soul, and, as Thomas Vaughan has declared, beneath all degrees of sense there is a certain horrible, inexpressible darkness. The magicians call it tenebrae activae. Bascul is also equivalent to the number 363, and therefore identical with Shd'ial Chi, the mighty and ever-living god, the C. Haldane form of Set. As noted in Culls of the Shadow, Frater Akkad was the first to draw attention to the fact that the name of the Lord initiating the candidate in the New Aeon rituals is equivalent to Alshdi. Hor or Horus is therefore identical with Set. Another reading of Bascul yields 343, the number of Hierophant, thus linking and thereby confirming the pre-Vias interpretation UIA, the number 363. Finally, Basctil is the euro, meaning that WH causes ferment. Yeast, an analog of sect, symbolic of heat, intoxication, and fermented liquor, and with the lion bee symbolism previously noted. Sufficient has been adduced to demonstrate the validity of the Kabbalahs of Bascul as applied to ancient W-ords and mag-eichel formulae, as well as to the supreme spells contained in Al. Judging by the time and energy expended upon exegesis of Al, Frater Akkad would seem to concur with this tame. All genuine grimoires are, in fact, amenable tothikis of Bascul, as well as hos reflected but fragmentarily in the consciousness of great magical reamkers. All of which leads to considerations of a certain abhorrent and exceedingly enigmatic grimoire known as Alei, if, or to give it its Greek title, Q/IR Necronomicon, familiar to readers of H.P. Lovecraft. A recently published fragment that purports to be a part of this grimoire is but a feeble pioneer composed off spells and incantations drawn mainly from well-known medieval traditions. One need turn only to section 15 of that Lucabradaeon to recognize names such as Sytry or Citri, Vul, Gomori, Zagan, all of which derive Adam the Shamanfrash of Tichbuko / the Gore / Iao / Shorten the King, translated by MacGregor Mathers around 1903, and used by Bennett, Crowley, and others in their evocations of the Clophoto. One would expect the Necronomicon to reveal something utterly alien, and readers expecting such from these fragments may turn away with disappointment. As also from the sessions derived from Dr. D's Liber #a #FA. Helena Blavatsky transmitted the Bukov D. Zion, in which is described an elder world of monstrous phenomena. MacGregor Mathers translated the sacred Magikoff of Brasnelin the Mags, a grimoire W.H. Crowley considered highly dangerous. Crowley himself transmitted the book of Lhr Celsoff the Clethoth, Liber CC. X.ki, which I have explored in H. Eitsido/EDS as the Tunnets of Set. And it may at most be said that Howard Phillips Lovecraft snatched from nightmare space his lurid dream readings of the Necronomicon. The title of the book he translates as Necros, Corpse, Nomer, Law, Lichen, Image equals an image or picture, of the Law of the Dead. Ina letter dated February, 1937. He says concerning the title that it occurred to me in the course of a dream, although the etymology is perfectly sound. As I have shown in Thefriffage, it is not unlikely that Blavatsky, Mathers, Crowley, Lovecraft, and others are reading from an apoundisphaic grimoire, perhaps even Thegrishiors from which Croesus drew his Hilaract account of prehuman and Typhonian teratomas. Ina letter dated March 25, 1933. Lovecraft writes, "Only the other day my New Orleans friend E. Hoffman Price discovered an intensely picturesque myth cycle dealing with the Earth's early eons, the lost continents of Kusha, Atlantis, and Shulmali, Lemuria, and the peopling of the Earth from elder planets. There is talk of a secret book in some Eastern shrine, parts OT which are older than the Earth. All this sounda amusingly like the synthetic mythology I have concocted for me stories, but Price assures me it is actual folklore and promises to send further particulars." In another letter, he reveals the identity of the secret book as being the Book of Dien, regarded as the oldest book in the world, and the Eastern Shrine he identifies with Shambhala. But perhaps than Chronotnii, On is even more mysterious in that, to dat unless the fragments gathered together by the editors are genuine, it has not materialized as an actual book anywhere on Earth. Writers and visionaries such as Robert Chambers, Ambrose Bierce, Arthur Machen, etc. appear to have had fleeting glimpses in it of mysterious names, and Lovecraft himself admits that the monstrous elder world atavistic glimpses of which sometimes flash into memories of modern persons conjured up /chambers is founded on one or two chance allusions in the stories of Ambrose Bierce. The 3 FHF, F, Ockflow/Halley, etc. Here is howled like to correct an error that crept into my book, Aleistercrowley utlc Hidden God. Either heroic that nowhere in Lovecraftian's published or unpublished writings, including his new Mrouse letters, did he give any sign either of having read or of having heard of Aleister Crowley. At the time of writing The Hidden God, 2 volumes only of Lovecraft's selected letters had been published. In volume v. Page 120 there does occur a passy rig reference to Aleistercrowley, and incidentally a justification for my identifying as Crowley, a character in a story by H.R. Wakefield, ACI did in my introduction to Growley's novel, Moonchild. I had not at the time noticed the fact that Crowley is mentioned in a nove, entitled The Dark Chamber, by Leonard Klein, upon which Lovecraft comments in his Sartori on Phi Supranar Raphitilin Relur, in the Nskanamu on, there is mention of the Moorish sign. Arthur Macken's story, Zil's Dliff People, contains references to a wicked Moorish dome. There are references to the Doles in both writings. Does this mean that, like Chambers, Bierce, and Lovecraft, Arthur Machen also glimpsed the Akasnic and Sinonic? OT would the recent editors of the latter have us believe that Machen also saw, and understood, the undeciphered leader Nogar/L of Dr. D? Surely, it would seem far more likely that in some previous existence Lovecraft was well acquainted with the Necronomicon and, as suggested in my article on Typewriter in 1971 the nightmares from which he suffered came, as Liar himself suspected, as a result of crimes perpetrated in a former incarnation in which he practiced black and abysmal sorceries. L.F. Lovecraft had chanced to see fragments referred to above, fragments purportedly deciphered from a unique Elizabethan cryptogram. And such a sight of them remains a highly dubious proposition for all the writhings and wrestlings of the cryptographer and the commentator. Lovecraft's would not, I think, have found in them any practical methods of calling in through the gateways of space the monstrous entities that people his tales. It is evident from Lovecraft's irony allusions to the Necron Amaron that it contains knowledge derived from sources which ankdack vastly the present evolutionary life wave on this planet, and, as such, contains truly prehuman and monstrous spells evocative of such entities as Dagon, that preceded the Dogon, and Yog-Sothoth that antedated the primal cults even of Setphoth which dominated the draconian dynasties of antique Chem. Of what use is it, therefore, to promise buried treasure, or power over women, and all the familiar claptrap of the medieval grimoires, characteristic opound human nature at its lowest ebb? Surely, if it exists at all, the Necron, or Icon, like Ziarbudo/Slow. 6 and the Book of Dien, etists as ever in the tunnels of Set, and may be retrieved and reconstituted by those alone who hold the keys to the Kabbalahs of Znin and of Baskull, and or their direct recensions. All other versions are undoubtedly forgeries or recensions garbled by the ignorance of later redactors no longer in possession of the lost tradition. Austin Spare knew the sacred alignments offices formed by the spider's web. Crowley glimpsed the opening of the gate when, with Victor Newberg, he evoked Koronxen in the desert, and Lovecraft, too, was not ignorant of the supreme spells, although unlike Crowley Lie did not activate them positively, by which is meant tie outside the sphere's off-nightmares and their wrecked writing, he dared not go. It cannot be too insistental emphasized that the key words cannot become minted to writing, for the names of the great old ones and similar entities are not adaptable to human speech. They are vibrations rather than words, mag eichel tormtili rather than names. Hence the descent into absurdity when their transliteration is attempted. This is not to say that the names cannot be vibrated, nor that the of orgy which they represent do not actually stir when evoked, but that no mere reading of the fragments can reconstitute or in any way transmit such names, which Archthesens ot the weird and monstrous speech, alluded Toby Crowley in Pound Yar 7. The purportedly reconstructed fragments of the Nzianoctitsen contain references to the 11 stones. To form ye gate through which they from ye outer void might manifest, thou must set up ye stones in ye 11-fold configuration. Degree the stones are attributed to the 4 cardinal points and the 7 planets. Attributions which betray a comparatively late fabrication of the text, according to Lovecraft's fantasy. An English translation, OFA translation into Greek done by Theodoros Philidas of Constantinople INA.d. 950 under the title Necronomicox, made by Dr. D was never printed, and exists only in fragments recovered from the original IIS. Of Th Latin texts now existing 1th century, is known to be in the British Museum. Had Lovecraft said the 16th century, this might have been the copy recently deciphered, but he did not. Lovecraft sayni what H.C. described as a mock-learned outline of the history of the Necronomicon to Y. Lees Conover, who has published it in Lovecraftianmysticism last, where to see a Bose quoted passage appears. It is evident High Lovecraft knew of Dee's connection with grimoire containing strange calls or keys, but he does not admit to having seen any such manuscript, either in Dee's translation or any other. On the contrary, he denies the fact and lumps together all such literature as superstitious it is then all the more remarkable to find echoed in the recently deciphered fragments the actual names of the Gurkai Old Rise and the elder Euroids familiar to readers of Lovecraft's tales. K4 or, it may be said to be a most interesting case either of telepathic projection from the mind of Aleister, who, it is said, first wrote down the Comicon as Allah Z if to Lovecraft's mind rim D reams, or of an unconscious reading of Akashic records similar to Blavatsky's reading of the Book of D-Fan, or Crowley's hearing of the Bukoff. The Kabbalah may throw some light on the matter. The number of ATAEI/ is 129. The number of ODNH, Eden. It is also the number of or M, a place of ravenous creatures, from the EGY, tie-in ATM, toneclose, to annihilate. And again, it is the umber of the English word, not. The Garden of Eden Tobe interpreted as death, the zone of electromagnetic RCE which is the habitat of the fire dragon. The place of annihilation is identical with Death, the shrine of Coranzin, which was Lyquizia place of transformation toward the future life. Note that the place of pleasure, and the caverns of Coranzin, tunnels of Set, are the dual polari ties. Death is therefore the place of ultimate death. Hence, the place of dead names, which is the literal translation of Necronornicon, dead, because the mum my alone can enter the amenta. The ummies the treader of the tunnels of Set, and knowledge of the names, can alone open the pylons. These are the 11 pylons or towers of Mot Typhon. The title Necronomicon yields the number 555, by Greek Kabbalah, and herein is a possible key to the connection between the double current and the two eons of Horus and Mot. A55 is the N Umberoff had fully extended, i.e., as tower or phallus. Had is the true mystery at THC heart of the Aeon. Foras had is the manifestation ot newt. So is Nu 56, the hiding of had. And as 555 is the full expansion of RETD, SN is 11 the uttermost contraction of Nu 11 is the number of magic, and of the Kviplofn, of the 11 temples of the Yezidi, Karat, and of the 11 gateways of the Nectono-Nikon. And is, furthermore, at the heart of Abiarn Dabra, which Crowley assumed Tob Thiki of the rituals. It is also the heart of Andafayudna, the magical name Opha, contemporary priestess of Mot. Thus, the manifestation or LNFN of Newt is the Maion, or Aeon of Mot. As 5 is the heart, center, of the numbers from 1 to 10, so 555 is almost the heart or center of the scale 11I, 999. It is, in fact, just over halfway. The following verses from AL spring to mind, but they have the half. Unite by thine art so that all disappear. My prophet Isa feel with his 111. Are NTT they the ox and none by the book? Who are they, and what is the book? Hitherto it has been supposed by Crowley, Akkad, art others that they denotes the Jews and that the book is the book of Thoth. But note that the number of the verse is 46, which is the key of the mysteries. 46 is flu, the word of the vulture, Maut, emblem of the dead. May it then not be that they refer to the dead, and the book Thoth Necronomicon which contains the dead names. Its author was the mad Arab, the fool, and with his 111 he is put down as the ox, denoting the neuter form, and none we shall in due course analyze the scale of numbers from Q00 to 999, which does in fact have had 553, exactly at its heart. 000 is equal to 70 times 3 equals 210. 210 is the number of then PHLIM, the builders of the Tower of Babel. 210 is also the number of the word Nexagus, which appears in the writings of Indalna. Its meaning is unknown, but it has the same value as the equally mysterious word Ampeta, which appears in Liber Al in connection with the curse, Balasti, as the second half off the curse. The Miami are the little people, the gnomes. The Nephilim are the giants. 210 is also the number of BQ, a bottle, from the Egyptian word baka meaning reversal, topsy-turvy. In AL.I 11.54, the word trfi, a mouth, forms the heart of Ompelda, and the mouth can curse as well as bless. The bottle BQ is turned upside down to release its contents. Thus we have BCHR, 210, to have pleasure, to love, from the Egyptian BCKH, to fecundate, conceive. HRH, also 210, means to conceive Asa woman, from Egyptian IR, to make, image the child/likeness, our function. Further, CHBR, 210, means adjoin ing offwords or names. Incantation. These ideas suggest the making of a curse by the joining together of Efrad and an MRR in an incantation evocative of then Pachlim, giants or great old ones, by the reverse mouth, i.e., the oracular mouth. Finally, 210 is also the number of NBT, Net and Pet, the Queen of Heaven, i.e., Newt. The symbolism of the bottle is that of the image of Newt arched over the earth and emanating her ka/ur or eaters. In Yoke Me Under My Stars, L.I.57. In Libor Alkf, Crowley refers to the oracle of the bottle of Bakbuk in the words, "Now at the end of all doi come to the being of the beyond by coming Andy Cry Alnad 61y/yord, as it was Jayurt Ertoch Titan by thine uncle Alkenfribas Nasir. The oracle NF the bottle of BC, Anthe's word is 3 foot RNG. But in the ancient rite spelling this is TRLNU whereof then Yumbur is the number Ophalte name or me thy father. To wit, 603 SNRC and 6, degree in the 2 and 20 secret institutions of the master, under the number 7, for the word or incies associated with the vulture. The issue of the vulture, 2 in 1, conveyed. This is THC chariot NF power. TR Inc. The last oracle. This equates the bottle with the Grawl of Babylon. Trink equals 680. Then Umberoff PRTH Frath, ***, one of the 4 rivers of Eden, which has been equated with the life sea Urant. It is also the number of LNTHR, Tolip, which connects the symbolism with Theta and the back of the tree of life. 680 equals THRP. An unused root which in Syriac means to inquire. It is connected with the Egyptian ERP, which signifies certain rites of Tot, or Typhonian rites, and with /re, which also means to inquire or question. Terrainu is therefore the formula of the Typhonian mysteries involving Inu and Proasibli Nu Isis, the 5 and the 6, or the 11 gateways ot the void. Itis the last oracle because the last gateway or pylon of Tot, Death, leads on from the 11 Nu/5 plus 6, to that new Isis which is the transplatonic power zone that informs the new Aeon with its radiations. The chariot of power is the Grawl of Babylon, and Babylon means literally the gateway of the sun, or of solar phallic force. This may explain Carlos Castaneda's remarks that for women, during our menstrual periods dreaming becomes power. A crack opens in front of us during those days. 2 days before her period a woman can open that crack and step through into another world. Concerning AL 1.48 my prophet Isaful with his 1:1 are not they the ox, etc. It is surely not mere coincidence that Alapult, the ox, spelt in full Alf, totals 111. Also Dr. D's angle of space which is named OX and each of its 3 governors, has 1,000 odd servitors. Does this verse therefore contain a reference to the Bank of Enoch, or even to the Necronomicon, rather than to the Book of Thoth? Let us now take up an inquiry into the Kabbalahs of the triplicities from 000 to 999 Mentionita page or 2 back. It may help us to formulate some conception of the double current and the interrelation of its components Set Horus/Pneumot. Before doing so, however, it may be as well to understand the principle on which this inquiry is based. By using the formula of Baskull, it is possible to explore the Kabbalistic possibilities of magically controlled paranoia. That is to say, theta systems such as Salvador Dali's method of paranoia's critical activity may be adapted to numerical no-tation productive of irrational images easily convertible into sentient symbols, and projected as such. For instance, the number 444 is that of tzprdo, the frog, which is symbolic of frigku. This suggests the dark side of the tree of life and the tunnels of Set. And the sensation of leaping the paths actually results from assuming the god form of Keperta and contemplating the frog Asa totemic glyph oftat magical experience. From such a numerical lead, therefore, it is possible to traverse all paths, and even to embrace all systems inherent in the specific totem suggested by the number selected. The faculty NF oniric paranoia is thus enhanced to an astonishing degree, and constant practice with gemalria develops to perfecti in the formula of paranoia critical activity first enunciated T.Y. Dali. Fee techniques of dream control are the only effective means after seeing added manipulating chaos creatixly. Flaley has said, the ONL difference between myself and a madman is that I am mad. This Sturkman has a profound esoteric implication that a madman's world is a chaos of subjective phantasms, ever moving, ever changing. The same applies also to the world oft he so-called psionic individual. However, he who remains sane at lick center of this whirling chaos is one SS if the Hadit principle. He alone is not mad, even although the phantasmagoria generated by his conscient mod emitit through space and time, themselves illusory creations, envelopes him in illusion and the inchoic fragmentation of apparent insinitoi, for he has realized his identity were the void that exists at the heart of matter, beyond phimia nd space and the delusions of individuality. As previously indicated, each individual, if he aspires to magic, has to create his own magical universe by some method of on-Zyrer 9 irachoresis with the state of mundane or wakeful consciousness. Here then follows the Kabbalistic examination of the triplicities. 000 equals 70 plus 70 plus 70 is equal to 210 equals NPHLIM, the Giannis or Gurkhat Ot ones from outside when cohabited with the daughters of men. 111 equals the number of Smai, a title of Set, and of that ALP, or thick darkness which characterizes the abyss. 1T is also the Tyumber of IAQ, to leap, and SHNWSIC method of transcending the abyss Rio the formula of the EOF/IGKR. 222 equals the number of the word fever, which has particular relevance to AL.21.34, and to the manifestation of something from the skies, i.e., from outside.it is also the Nernker of HVVRH, whiteness, which may in the present context have some specific significance as contrasting with the thick darkness or blackness of 177.111. 333 equals the number of Kornzen, described by Kelly as that mighty devil, and by Crowley as the first and deadliest of all the newers of evil. FT is also that number of Sagala, the curious metal associated with Siriu B, which aligns this num anthatov the bis with the mysteries of Set. 444 equals TZPRDO, the frog, TNTCM Ottaleeper from path to path at the back of the tree nflife.it, is also the number of DMSH5, Damascus, where the mad Arab Alhazard is said to have commit to writing the infamous Acronomicon. 555 equals the name, ner title, by Tech Kabbalah, of the Chrysomicon, and of Had, fully extended. 666 equals the number of the beast, comprising the male and female have Shugel, 333, and Koronzen, 3SS. 6 pound 6 represents the Satanic Trinity, OMMVSTHN, Typhon, Apophis, Bes, or, in its superspace avatar, the Ophidian current of Avac. 777 equals Dagon, whose cult is celebrated in the Cthulhu mythos and whose connection with Sirius has been amply demonstrated by Robert Templian 77TR since Mishari. Itis also the Nuvaber OTOVIM HQLIPVTH, the /Urald the Cliffith. Shaitan Iwask also has the numcration 777, and it is the total number of the paths and power zones of the Tree of Light. Note that 777 is 111 more than 666. See remarks concerning 111 RPM. 777 is 7x111, i.e., Venus x the dove. Iwaz, as 418 Aifas, is the active form of spirit. 359 Shaitan is half 718, the number off the steel OT revealing, and of Aasik Iwas. Shaitan Iwas is therefore the formula of Pan or all i.e. El, the Baphometic goat OT the Templars and the Kak Adixidai. 777 is also the number OT Empyrean and of Ether, the spaces outside the circle's OT time. 888 equals Tanich and Besen Maut, s thus linking the current of Mot Enithat of Horus represented by the seal 718. 999 equals the number of the true Trinity 333 plus 333 plus 333.5 foot. It is also, and significantly, the number of the word nymphy, which in the present context would suggest a type of entity such as that mentioned in Macken's NZTFAI/RPRPLE, rather than the more familiar classical concept, although the erotic component should not be in any way minimized. The nymphs in Macken's tale are creatures having aphnitics with such entities as the D6LS or Dalks mentioned in the Necronomicon. Consideration of the foregoing table, which is limited to a few examples only, will show how inextricably interwoven are the two strands of the double current. Sor Andahadna has declared that the task of Omni is to earth the Dobli current of tower. The symbolism of the tower has already been discussed, but an added fact should here be noted. There are 3 towers connected with the mythos of the Necronomicon. They are the Towers of Fire, the sealed tower long guarded with seaweed and barnacles in the deep frozen city of Ar-One-Ya where great Cthulhu lies dreaming, and the pillar or tower of flame within the sign of the elder gods on the antique grey stone of Nar, theme met designed to protect its wearer against the great old ones, i.e., against incursion by the forces from outside. These elements also should be taken into account when considering Andahadna's statement. The first reference is to those who gemeinth the shape of towers of fire, and who returned whence they had come, and were seen no more, and in all earth then peace came and was unbroken, while their minions gathered and sought means and ways with which to free the old ones, and waited while man came to secret forbidden places and opened the gate. It will be seen the four elements are here represented. For earth and fire, the Guri Syank of Ifnar, and IHR sealing by the sign of the elder gods. IHC relemrant air is implicit in the space nature of RHEG rear, JLD ones, the FR receives from Tutside. Fey arc from outside, no less in space than in time, for Zion of Lot is the time assigned toward their re-entry to Earth. Andahadna declares, the current of Shaitan, Avon UF Horus, in augmented H, the current NF Relat. Hominius joins. Ith our Lord crew. SHT is the black pearl in the crystal. Otis. Never before has Thick's current doubled. Never before have the old ones resumed. According to Andahadna, the great beasts, single quote orc has opened up her gateway, and he who spax carrot invoked her current TL rough. Omni Rias served as Rexixiar of this fjork, so that it earths, NT directly, hut through the influence and transmission by he Waitiho Ipcax Tien those acts whose Yenvark is in the outer. She goes on to see that Omni will serve as the receiver and transmitter of the double current, and that there will be other transmitters in the course of time. All magicians, therefore, who utilix the C-errant OTH jot will constitute zones of magical power which radiate the dynamic energies of Shaitan Iwas and thereby act as reservoirs for adepts who have mastered the use of the 93 Sirent. Few of these magicians and adepts will have had conscious darshan of Blat, but they will know her as Nut, Isis, Babylon, or as Kali. Ayu Isis is beyond these in the sense in which our next to be discovered planet is beyond the present solar system. The link between Relay and Aasic Iwas was torged in the outer by Andahadna, who sent the present writ era copy Otlier Prinsai Paramern, a few months after its transmission. The book was Ihuzarth, Sathat the primal axis of the net may be established. A special rite was then performed involving a mass of Mot in which Andahadna charged a certain Ekrit talisman and a cake of light. Owing to the great distance separating the two celebrants, the rite was performed astrally. The talisman was posted to me and a copy of it, together with the cake of light, was placed by Andahadna on the altar of her earthly temple. Commenting on this working, she writes, "This holy communion is the magical art whereby Thetultauandiarch earthed, The tower NF Haru shall link with the tower NF Mot, and the do blisi errant will earth. The network Enthrace mind will begin to gather form. The tremendous poweruth double current will have access unto man, transmitted through Omni to he who speaks, who will, in turn, direct Io power according to his will.
Fortunda, the watcher in the tower.
The Esveat, of the eye in the pillar or tower enclosed within the sign of the elder gods, denotes the watchtower of Haru situated in the desert of stars, not far from the temple of Babylon. Haru or Hru is the name of the great angel set over the Book of Thoth, a forbidden book in the class of Djan, Al, and then Chromonicon. The number of Haru is 216, or 6x6k6, which is also that of Dbir, meaning oracle, and of Dm Onbim, the blood of grapes, showing the specifically feminine nature of the oracle. 216 Isa number of Ipsos, the oracle or word of the Aeon of Mot, implicit in him. Altis also the number of Bba Mtzioa, the middle gate, i.e. the gay between or the inbetwekness gate, and of Arih the lion, which is the form assumed by the serpent or Ophidian current, when the guardian of the middle gate is active. Hence Andahadna's beautiful line. She wings her way behind the wind path that our good Haru hath forged in fright. Until the present Iona linear progression of time has been the dominant characteristic of human history, because man's viewpoint has been limited by its confinement tune level of awareness, the horizontal. But his ascent of the tower has conferred upon Hema a more comprehensive viewpoint that includes the three states of consciousness simultaneously. That which Andahadna describes as the simultaneous progression of triplicity is just his expanded viewpoint. She says further, until and unless the double current weights the balance off probability, the laws of inertia, genetic stagnation, and uninitiated human proclivity will prevail. It is the task of the watchers of the Tumor tonight, the current 93 of Shaitan Iwas and the current off-blate in precision phrasing. The major means off this shall be given in the Torm Opha talisman and the ritual thereof. The tower is described as containing the following three chambers or cells. The entrance is the audience chamber of Thekings. Above this is an oratory chapel of the gods ascending to the palace of Susupli, beyond which lies the treasure room, bereft of all things save the crystal lotus. The upper reaches of this lofty chamber comprise the watch room, or watchtower wherefrom man views the extra and ultrahuman forms he is to assume in Theon's Tokum. This tour is not static, it isum bilk starship of the 4-foot oid and a pi are contact, also apoyo/du/phi. For the universe, a holy placary hat marks the meeting Atman and gods. Andahadna brings the word of the tower. Even Ash brings its vision. She describes it as a monolith, a boundary stone marking the transition of the great work. It marks a node of the Akasha, an eddy in the sea errant 93, a time vortex that must be won by will. This means that by the will alone may man maintain perfect balance on the precarious parapet surrounding this tower of transition from human to cosmic consciousness. This implies high attainment in the art of dreaming true. Yet, she goes on, the destiny of man can't be guided solely through his dream. There must be workers in the kingdom Oswell as on plains above. The Tumor of Haru shall be your instrument. Its functions are many, all useful to the Yenvark. Note that the Tower of Horus, or Haru, equals Can, the son. The Tower Otimat equals Ha, the daughter. She is the gateway to the next cycle, and to the universe beyond. Note also that the two feminine phases, mother/daughter, are contained within Haru, HHRV equals 216, and that Ru is the emanating mouth. The number of 2 is 206, which is that of DBR, the word of power, and root of abrahadabra, the kept of the rituals that opens the gateway of the world of light. Apart from the meanings, word, speech, oracle, DBR signifies also the hind part, or back. It is Techus equivalent to the Egyptian kabibshare, haunch or thigh, the emblem of the dark goddess of the back of the tree. Yet another meaning of DBR Isa cloud, suggesting that the word or oracle proceeds from the sky or from space, and may be further suggestive of a vehicle in the sky, in space, transmitting the word. It is necessary to guard against a too literal interpretation of the symbols. Abrahadabra may be interpreted as RHE or CFC that issues from space HYT he gateway at the back of the tree, typified by the dog ear. The Tower Isa focus of the double current, back and front of the tree, and therefore also of the sun/daughter Horus/Satinfluency. THR1 leading into, the or her away from the known universe. Isi Tower is therefore one of the major momiae or crosslinks in the evolving cosmic net. Within this net, which is truly of Nuit, the lower of Mot is already established as a pillar in the void, and other gateways are open within the present consciousness of a few incarnate individuals and specific magical power zones, such as the OMG Saital. And Ahadna likens the point or gateways to the world navels of physical geography. She declares that an indication of a nexus point of the double current is the presence of a number of Thelemites in a particular locality. They have been drawn to, or awakened high, the existence of a vortex created by the current of Shaitan Iwas. The Bijat current then merges with the 93C errant, Shaitan Iwas, and creates a vacuum which sucks into a central vortex the elements of the NCT that remain as far-flung stars in the infinity of space. Those able to work with the 93 current may achieve the required degree of initiation to work also with the formula of Mot, but such individuals will remain comparatively few in number. The shadow of the future aeon falls upon the now, the present aeon. It is a transparent shadow in which everything appears in reverse, thus creating a phantasmal and distorted image of the structure of that distant aeon. Hence the weird and unknowable geometries, the outlandish perpendiculars of the futuristic architecture seen by those who, like Austin Osman Spar, were permitted a glimpse through the shadow. The refracted rays of brilliant white light appear as darkness, thick darkness, to the observer in THR present, and those webs of darkness seem appallingly tangible. Elhe cling and coil like tentacles about the unwary soul who is snared in devious spaces. Yet, to the initiate, the net is radiant with the brilliance of powerones set with precious stones flashing with resplendent flame. These glittering points are the power zones of 93 embedded in Theseof the future, embalmed in the dream that is awaiting its turn to awaken. The lines of each light beam arc interwoven with the sectors of Mot force that will ultimately lace them about the planet like a spider's web. Once established, the net will radiate a field akin to magnetism that will induce mass ryutation in the genes of the race of man. By subtle atomic and molecular adjustments, it will unlock the yet unused potential OT the human brain, stimulate the human quality called Aeneas, and vastly enlarge the capacity of man on all after having entirely absorbed the poisons of the Darn of the old Aeon, i.e., the Aeon of Osiris. The developing genius of the race may proceed, unimpeded, toits next phase the WNRLD mind. The means of achieving this stage will emerge from the planetary network of the double current. The mutants will have the additional sense faculty of the pineal eye reawakened, a material manifestation, as it were, of the aim P/T-Poundar. Those who are reading these words have this accomplished already, but the children of Hemot will enjoy it in the bulk off-tier numbers. This I will perceive the net. Perception leads inevitably to union. In uniting with the net they shall unite with each other, and man shall achieve godhood Asa race. At this time of jubilee, the Star Brothers shall come. Does this mean that those from outside will actually put an appearance on Earth? To so, then the secret rites hinted at in Gryderms such as the Necromonicon and the books of Thoth, of Zion, of Enoch, contain the keys to their summoning, and we have for long eons been blind to their usage. And Ahadna then Makisa startling statement. Each star race of the comedy shall send a delegation unto man. There shall be no fear, save in the few throwbacks that remain. 3 of these throwbacks shall strive to destroy the Nin NF man and the Star Brothers. They shall call it, i.e., that union, blasphemy, and treason to the earth. They will gather arms and recruit the incomplete ones tot air cause. The final war will then occur, these few mad ones destroying themselves in hatred and fear. This will mark the endofthekildhood stage of the human race, and the Maatians will then unite with man and welcome him into the comedy of the stars. Once this is achieved, man's next step will be to make possible a similar initiation for other elements of the universe that are still in a less advanced stage. Part of this great work will require that man sail the stream of the time wind, visiting each race in its germination, infancy, and childhood. 2 will thus be seen that catch race monitors its own past, but on many occasions the broth heirs lend their aid and experience. The means of ultimate initiation are reflected through the mirror world of Mot. The Tucher Aeon casts a Rex Ursel of its image upon the curved glass shield of the present. That incredibly fragile Momern slash that is forever being annihilated, forever being reborn with a slight difference. The means of conscious entry into the future and into the star worlds of En-Yut lies through the jewel in the lotus that is in the treasure room of the tower. In the treasure room is nothing but a central dais. Upon it, in its pliquary, is the crystal lotus. GIIU/II, G Joyerzer. Time frozen and eternal. The petals are transparent, elven in umber, and tinged with violet. \within there is the pearl. This is the essential seed, the biamaxira, he had it principle in Gion. Ye arc the neutron star, black hole in space, so driven by the primal hunger of relentless self-gravity thal year disappeared from their own universe to spring, newborn, Asa quasar Jan the mirror world. Every man and every woman is a star. And every star is sentient, and thus a man, ye arc rebnern into the mirror world. For behold, ner universe has its twin. Its polarity is reversed, contraturking atomic charge. Were physical contact made between these unique sources, both would be annihilated. But what is done in known Afrix Rhe other, comma, V have achieved the other universe, and, by analogy, the other aeon, and ye thus tranir M into a star. YC generate the four in terms of light or gravity, magnetism, or any other aspect and send it homeward through and Ramita. TNU now, space Isa pearly white, your fellow stars dark radiating bodies black. And Ramita retains her form and you area star, but all is reversed from what you have canon and N. The great galactic lens receives your first and sends it on. A very precise ritual is performed within the Fower, and the Hadit principle is rayed prismatically from the crystal lotus Ina broken light that follows the unknowable geometries of space as it literally creates the Zidalin of the future which it then projects. Mot is thus the essence Otia Karfi, the black and cosmic egg, and the crystallized echo of the fluid nature of space-time. The machinery of this magic is so subtle that the most highly sensitized antennae of the human brain cannot pick up its grossest vibrations. The soul remains inviolate, but the act of separating the self from its posy shadow and off-using its essence with its future semblance is one retouring great skill, for it must be consciously achieved. This death that is so final, this rebirth that is not yet is to be when the future awakes, is the truth of Mot Ina partial statement on the nature of Mot. And Ahadna writes, until Mot is completely manifested, the comedy of stars is incomplete and man is spiritually homeless. Man possesses a peculiar problem in that he is the pivot. Mot is truth, justice, air, plan. She is for payers between the inhalation and the exhalation, THC instant of equipoise in the swing of the pendulum, the balance EF outgoing motion, toe strip 2 to lose her, Shikamanifest in the consciousness only when identity has been destroyed. Later in the same statement, Mot is described as the state of in-between. She is in fact the in-betweenness that is invoked by Spare in Zadia Cultus, and she is therefore eternal because this in-betweckness is outside time. Point 2 is also outside space. Out this is impossible toimagen. She is beyond images, yet is she not void. She is beyond speech, yet she is not silence. She is in pure vibration. In terms of the stellar gnosis, Mot may be represented by the transplatonic planet, TSIS.in terms of occult metaphysics. She is described thus by Endahadna. Her elements Arakat/Ionoi Andirams. Chances underlies the element earth. It is the condition wherein matter and energy transmute, where there is no deterrence between wave and particle. Clioioi is the sutraro of matter/energy, and the medium in which all wave particles exist, from gravitation to tachyons, quarks, and black holes. YCB Ronos is the subsolrao of time, and operates conjointly with Sif Buj to Torm Thespaslim Kufisfuffelt. The two elements operate inversely. To focus consignessings on a given point area of space, one moves through Thepheronos. Tien focus ona given area OT time, one moves through Thonus. The two elements are but different aspects NF the same thing. The study of topology nulled be worth the magician's while, for in essence Mot writes Upona scroll in the form Opha Mobius strip, in Celt absorptive ink Fruma Klein bottle. Her alter Isa tesseract and her good action of going is on a vector of 180 degrees to everywhere. She is the extension of n Newton null space. Ma-T is thus the reabsorption of Hadit, who is the manifestation of an Yut. The doctrine is extremely subtle and it is fraught with pitfalls. These areas it were secret or hidden interstices of space that absorb the free-flowing energy of cosmos, sucking it into tunnels which form a spectral pattern not unlike the pattern familiar to occultists working with formulae connected with the back of the T of life. This is the playground of the ultimate Lila W. Hereupon the forces of En-Yut and Hadit are absorbed by the mouth of Mot. Her energies are therefore not in any way material, and are necessarily more diffuse than the specific and directed forces of the Euro-Urant 93 of Shaitan Iwaz, as the 93 current is directed from the intelligence manifesting to Earth astronomy as THRS Tarsirius, T Himatsi Urant has its impellus focus in T Andromeda galaxy. Tbes is eat la say that the emigres origiati in Andromeda, but that it is the directional lens whereby the final reception occurs on Karth Nip the Sirius Soul Relay link. There here emerges an essential difference of techniques. The Thlkmic consciousness which is still human gener Atesh power, or becomes active consciousness, by the formula of love under will, which involves the union of opposites. Such dynamic consciousness creates a stress in the ether that causes change tucker in conformity with will, which fulfills Crowley's definition of magic. The Itaian consciousness uses this active power also, but, in addition, the state or nyan is perceived as dynamic pause, able to move in any direction, arid Isa power source in itself. Itix the instant of union and extends it indefinitely in spacetime. This approaches the neither concept of Zoe Kg Kulii. Andahadna explains this in terms of symbology. The magician becomes Thejanankar, the reciprocal of the ins, of Baphomet, whereas Baphomet is SHNWN with breasts and fall loose. The Janankar exhibits neither. The natural analog is the BCC wherein sexuality is assumed by the Hyvianville to manifest in various individuals' Tor specific needs. The magician Otinlat is so poised that she can, at will, be Malk, female, neither in operate in a multisexual context wherein the magical child is generated and gestact by 3 or more individuals. The existence of such riper ative group consciousness has been earthed and is growing. In another skense and one that is eminently adaptable to OTO techniques, the androgyne denotes the priest who uses the Dobli current, and the Janander denotes the prize test who does so that it is in the aeon of Mitat, Ina Sriktal Y technical sense, that the double current either the androgyna or the Janander will manifest on Ophidian levels in a single entity. It may now be understood why and how Mot is the totality of manifestation, and in which sense, precisely, Frater Akkad's interpretation of the Mayan Canbered. Akkad's line OT inquiry into AL here proves vastly fruitful, because rarefy WinF. Andahadna continues IHC line of research with her interpretation of Libter Penny Penumbra. O also does Alan Holub, who has stalked THR Forgotten Ones in the tunnels of Set. Andahadna shows that the black flame is the reality that moves Hadit from Had to Dath, outside or beyond the tree. She has also shown that Mot is Haru's vehicle, both as feather and as air prana, circulating in the body of the priestess. This mana hasa peculiar quality. It is space itself made finite in the body OT the priestess for the purpose of circulating the double current throughout the earth web. As Andahadna has it, the triple veils of Mot arethiforms of Isis, Nut, and Babylon. These are 3 distinct aspects of the space principle as summed by the priestess according to circumstance. 1. As Isis, she utters the word IP which is 90, Sadi which is not the star or as Frater Akkad suggested. The star whose name is not .290 is the number of Mn, the memorial or tower which marks the period, represented by the Syrian goddess Meni. Itis also the number of Kis, which denotes a secret sign of power which, according to the Necronomicon, breaketh down all barriers and openeth ye port ale of ye ultimate plains. 90 also denotes Kh and Ih, meaning her priests, i.e., the priests of Nu Isis. 2. As Nut, she utters the word so sv, which is 66, the number of Nut, as Nulsis, and of the book of the star ruby, the Grynir of Gay. It is also the mystic number of the Clephole, and of the great work, for 66 is the sum of the numbers from to 11, the number, as Newt declares, of all those who are us, cf. New, us reversed, and of inagurk or energy tending to change. 66 is also the number of Zon. 3. As Babylon, she utters the word S, the background hiss, the Ophidian's panda vibration of cosmic creation. Its number is 60, which is that of BCHN, a watchtower, from the Egyptian word bekan, a tower or fortress, also of MCH, vision, one of the special cities of the priestess in her oracular phase. 60 also denotes the south or the southern district, the place of Set. It is the umber by Greek Kabbalah, Oftiathke, a covenant, which, together with the precious concept, suggests the holy covenant mentioned in connection with Set in Liver Capricorni Namalisai. These three words of Isis, Init, and Babylon form the word Ipisvia Shich is the word of the Yon of Maat, accordando Ain Dehadna, the triple word or fire tonguer of the goddess, which licks up the sacrament of the hidden god by the same mouth, whereby she places upon his lips the kiss that seals his annihilation under then a ite of Pan in the forest of flame. I.e. toy plus SV, 66A plus S, 60, equals 216, which is the numlier of the supreme oracle DBIR, the word of magical power, root of Abraphiadabra, and of the middle gate, the symbolism of which has already been explained. It is perhaps easier now to understand why there is no hard and fast distinction between the two eons of Horus and of Mot.
Kazen, Mask of Maat.
Of major importance to the mysteries of Metis, the concept of the masks assumed by the ego while dancing the drama of her rituals in dream or in waking. The masks are totemic and have affinities with the 11 towers which, as totem poles, represent the particular energy Opha Sapphira or Kabbalistic power zone, as follows. To Ketherus ascribed the Maskov swan, symbol of the Paramaha Nsa, whereby the Hindus personalize the Pranata Om. The subtleties and profundities of the seed mantra may be studied in the Euphonisliads and books on Hinduism generally, but attention should also be given to the magical possibilities of the Ranra, described by Crowley. The sound is extended to comprehend the vibration of creativity, Gien, the basis OT, the Ophidian gnosis, which pertains particularly to the Aeon of Horus animation context. This vibration refers not alone to the word of power uttered by Anisissimus, who is no longer earthbound, but also to one beyond the earth and outside its times and spaces. The dance of this mask is therefore beyond the comprehension of minds functioning in times and spaces below the abyss that divides Thechert from the timeless and the spaceless. To the Skan CR Smik power zone, Chakma, is attributed the mask off the Kron, hawk or falcon of Horus. LT is of glittering gold, as the mask Ob Swan is of pure whiteness, rendered visible only by Theofker swathings of the feathers that compose it. The hawk symbolizes the Ba or male generative essence, which is itself symbolic of the creative Apanda. AC courting Iohor Apollo, who was a high initiate in the antique rites of Kem, Thehawk imbibes blood, never water, and the soul Eo is sustained by blood. This is the key to the mystcry of the hawk, chosen by IHE Egyptians Asa symbol of Horus. The hawk is not Anti the victor but also the destroyer as a vampire force. The annihilation typified by the void whiteness of the swan is stained B, the mystical flow of blood that is drunk by the hawk whose gold then turns to blackness. The alchemical process is abundantly apparent. The blackness is totemized by the mask of the owl, which is worn by the priestess when she is assumed to the mysteries of Bina and of Babylon. The owl is the bird Ob darkness associated with Athena, the militant goddess, thus shows Inga further connection with blood. Athena Thewivert transformed Arachne into a spider, hence the Arachnean power zone which impinges upon Bina and is associated with Babylon Odujua. The spider being the supreme symbol of the Obiasi Ultof the Mysticon, and of the Ophidian sea errant generally its Rinber is 9, which links it with Yesid and the loon, see later. The bird of the abyss is identified by Andahadna as the Ibisophthoth, death. According to Plutarch, the ibis instructed men in the use of the enema, which she'd ministered Io herself with her beak. She was therefore chosen as the typical Fenner-Turner back, as symbolizing the phenom Eneof resurrection through cyclic or ionic return. In the present context, and in connection with the gateway of the abyss, the symbolism denotes the mode of entrance from the known to the unknown universe. Its formula is knowledge, oath, which is also death, for he who leaves by the northern gate leaves forever. The mask of thybsis of all masks, the most difficult and the most dangerous to assume. For, as Andahadna has written, the crossing of the abyss, the initial leap of accepting one's individual non-existence must be followed by continuous acts nf death. Only when the acceptance becomes an habitual mode of awareness at all times in the waking consciousness can one begin operating in terms of Mot. To the power zones below the abyss, the masks are attributed according to the inner sense meaning and significance of the Sephirotic forces. To Chisid, the mask of the raven is ascribed. This is the black bird of Set, as distinct from the golden hawk of Horus in Hisseler Avatar. The word raven, tzrb 292, is the Chaldean word for evening, the moment of the even distribution of light and dark. There are ning of the contrary Pharsea of Set and Horus. Mystically considered, this juncture nr sander denotes a certain crossing which, in view of the position of Chisid on the tree of life, refers, presumably, to the crossing of the abyss which lies ahead of the adept who has attained to the assumption of the mask of the raven. The number 292, like that of 393 and 494, JS of major importance in the Kabbalahs of Baskal. It denotes Kotzer, which AC according to Blavatsky, is the name by which the profane allude to Neptune, the symbol of Atlantean magic. The trident that symbolizes Neptune also identifies him as a god of the deep. It is the symbol of Atlantean magic because of the doctrine of the triple tongue previously described, and of the threefold aspect of the beast, 333 plus 333 plus 333. That is, the beast C. Haranzenshugel, 333 plus 333 is equal to 666, and the Kala or metal of Sirius, B. Sagala equals 333, which together create or project the woman or nymphy of the D, the daughter of waters, 999. C. Liazer is the Hebrew word for pig. Occultists have sought vainly to understand the connection between Neptune, Atlantean magic, and the pig. But when Typhonian or Igen of the animal is understood, and when too is realized that the propensity for the consumption of human excrement, which characterizes this animal, is to be understood as symbolic of another form of excrement, the form associated with the lunar cycle of the Hu-man Fkmal-T-hen, the connection becomes clear. The mask of the cockerel is attributed to Gebura. The cock is symbolic of the rising sun, and the phallic nature of the dance off this Ziadik is explained by its connection with the blood rites of Mars, the planetary representative Ot Gebura. But a factor that should not be overlooked is the original significance of the mysteries of blood, which were feminine before they were superseded by Thessalar male rites. The Indian mythos yet retains the original type, and the rites of Kali Ark performed on a Tuesday, which is the day sacred to Mars only in the later calendars. The rites of Kali cell Ebertita time when the stellar and lunar mysteries were enacted at night, and the emergence of these mysteries, typified by the cock as the rising sun, became the basis of the later phallic cults that glorified the masculine or solar current and war. The blood offsver was consequently substituted in place of the primal sacrifice, or letting of blood which was not Opha Marsharai nature. The mask-off hawk associated with Typhoreth requires little comment. It is the assumption of the mask of Tigito, the masculine and solar energy, Ma King ego, the center of the universe manifest bellow, abyss. Yet the hawk is a symbol of the soul which derives its soul nourishment from blood, i.e., the feminine source, thus contexting the idea of blood with the star of Set, Sirius. According to later calendars, the rites of Kali were also celebrated on Set's or Saturn's day. In the verse preceding that, in which she declares her number BR to be that of the Könserlo, LIE 11, Newt, the archetypal woman, exclaims, "My incense is of Urxinus woods and gums, and there is no blood therein, because off me hair the trees of eternity."
No.
In Arabic, Sirius is called the hairy, and in Egyptian the shroud denotes a hairy goat kind of sheep. The two concept hair and the star of Set thus meet in the word Sirius. The trees of eternity are thereby connected mystically with the concept of Sirius. That in view of this fact, the verse may be interpreted as follows: My incense is of resinous woods and gums, I.e. the culus, and there is no blood therein. That is to say, there is no lunar component, they are not lunar kelas, and therefore, in a sense, they also are not terrestrial culus, because Newt, not Babylon, is speaking, and Newt is the vehicle of Sirius, and of the culus of I in finite space typified by the trees of eternity. And this explains another obscure matter, for Hermachis, or Hormaku. Sal.2i.34 means Horus of the star. He is the opener of the year, as Sirius is the opener of the year, and his influence is known as the sun behind the sun. Hermachis, therefore, I Sirius. The great equinox is declared to have fallen, when Hermachis shall arise, and when Thewand assumes the throne and place of Arehorquit, i.e., the earthly Horus, as distinct from Horosoft star. Then, continues Al, another prophet Aha to arise, and bring fresh fever from the skies. Another woman shall awake the lust and worship of the snake. And o'er her soul of god and beast shall mingle in the globed priest. Another sacrifice shall stain the tomb. Another king's hall reign, and blessing I see. Bleed. No Elenachar be poured to the hawk-headed mystical lord. In this passage lies the CXP-anation of Newt's words, AL.1.59, already quoted. The Hawkoff Typhoreth, the sun, will be surpassed by that other Hask or Horus of the star, and this star is set star Sirius. In ancient Egypt, the rising of Sirius was celebrated by certain obscene ceremonies in honor of the dog star. The dog is the guide of the dead in Amenta.1 and magical symbolism. The dog, and the peculiar formulae of sexual magic associated with its cult, represents the subconscious, the deep, the dark, the other side of the tree, which leads to the other universe that is typified in this one by the idea of negative existence, or the negation of existence. The idea of negative existence was denoted in the hieroglyphics by thr ideograph Opha men struating woman. Soin the number of the verse in which Newt declares that her cam contain no blood, and 30 is the number of ndh, to menstruate, from the Egyptian word net, meaning being, existence, negative, froth, the sign of bleeding, female source. LT is also the number off the word end, and according to AL 1.66, the manifestation of Newt is at an end. This end is further corroborated by another form of 59, ZNB, tail, extremities. The extrachmitics of Newt's manifestation are therefore the Feder Ein and Ion, in which Akkad saw an adumbration of the Aeon of Mot. The Mani stone and the man, also contained in manifestation, have already been explained in detail. What remains to be ETP1 aimed is the role of the daughter, Ma, as the full realization of the formula of the Aeon. In the formula of tetragrammation 1 HVH, the final U represents the full manifestation in matter of the original seed orged. The manifestation of N Udis had, and this indicates another usage of the term reification. Reification means to make real, realize. It is almost always interpreted as a process OT materialization, but the secret ion or kala of Ma, the daughter, is the means whereby the alternate universe is entered, so that the reciprocation in question involves a certain annihilation or total dematerialization. The daughter is, then, the gate to a universe that is non-existent from our present point of view, outside the circles of Jime and locatable in no known space. The intellectual adumbration of this realization floods the consciousness of the adept who performs the dance and assumes the mask of hawk at Typhoreth center. This is the sun/sun center GIF side of the tree, and the sunset/daughter center on the side. It is the fusion of the brilliant gold of the sun blaze and the nocturnal blood, red tinged with green, of the sunset that paints its iridescent rainbow hues upon the mask of Netzach, represented by the peacock. The tull force of the daughter symbolism appears in a feathered form bearing multitudinous eyes, as does the peacock, the symbol of the all-seeing priestess asleep in the trance of Vion. She is asleep because virgin, i.e., unawak-end, and her strange dance of featherlight, which is symbolic of the ever-changing hues of the colors active within her, is in tune with the weird crooning of the hummingbird emitted from the mask of the priest in the power zone of Hod, which with its sub-BTLY reverberant vibrations plays upon the delicate machinery of the Shadow Woman. Degree the alchemy implied in this subtle interchange of energize is related to the tunnel of Iononin where, in the cauldron of the witches, is brewed the fatal Pinant Sabbath that brings eternal sleep to the earthbound triad, which has the Loon of Yesod as its pivotal point. Through that point flow the untranslatable cries Ot the dusk bird, the bird of twilight hovering weightlessly above the priestess like the fingers of the priest as they flutter over the sand. The fluttering, as of moth wings, stimulates the oils of the sand/is to be bli ini he cauldron, until the world off sense is secreted as a single globe in its fiery mist. And an eagle sweeps a lofi from the chalice. The phoenix risen and returning again taught he ether sphere the swan of Kether floats lazily in unhindered dream. Beyond the realm of the swan, and the whiteness of its feathered flight, dawns the black flame, he lambent image of thine September ux. Andahadna explains that the black is not, in this case, the absence of light, but the cancellation it. The radiance and absnerplian arc so finely balanced thou the astral vision perceives black as the calner of the flame. This is limitless ligi because its mcratisi ecology constantal, re cyclpg all radiance without cnrrgj loss. This flame is not achieved by the eagle flight to Cucther, for the transformation into the swan denotes the apotheosis of attainment in respect of the tree of versus, and in the time-space continuum of this universe. On attaining the pylon Ofdath, however, the eagle dips and flies through the gate of the abyss beneath the desert of Set, and re-emerges in the spaces of the great old ones where lies the sunken city of Relaya, the infamous plateau Oflang, and the tower of Koi. This sweep through into unknown Kadath and the cold waste is the secret expounded in such writings as the Book Efdan, the Book of Liath, the Chronomicon or Book of Dead Na Irs, and the Ririwar of the DDRK doctrine of Mr. Ion. The sweep through pervades the space beyond Dath, and illumines, though without light, Pichar runnels of Set. Its apotheosis in the black flame is the flashing color, the reverse image of the white brightness of Kether, the shadow of which, east upon the wall of the Finn, is thymage of the hidden god, the greatest of the old ones. In her resumji of the nature of the masks, Andahadna barely mentions one of the major totems of the Jlaatian cult, the bee. The reason is that this insect plays so important a role in the symbolism of the cult that to limit it to any one power zone is to limit its function as a sentient symbol of the Maatian current in solo. Like the moth and, to a lesser extent, the spider, the bee is linked with the notion of the soul of which it is a primary zotyp. Many ancient peoples represented the soul as issuing from the body in the Torm Otab, and here is a tradition that bees ion ophal creatures descend from paradise. The reason for this notion is to be photined in the primal gnosis. Its association with flowers and with honey suggested that he bee was a nadic sea of paradise and of those Elysian fields burgeoning with the flowers from which wafted the aroma of forgetfulness and the sweet oblivion of annihilation. But there was another elemkant connected with the symbolism, and this had do with sexual pleasure and with the primordial physical gnosis that preceded the later flowery interpretations. The bee, as a collector of honey from the flowers of the fields of heaven, typified the initiate sucking magical nourishment from the lafar, the subtle perlumes off which exuded from the flowers of the priestess chosen for the mystical rites. Upon thembibes of the honey off those flowers is conferred the boon of immortality. Thus, Virgil in his fourth 2.0/ifig orpery alludes to the deathless bee that enters paradise alive, i.e., fully conscious, or without undergoing the oblivion of annihilation. The immortals are the gods, and in the true gnosis, immortality applies to a class of beings that perhaps did not, ever, include men or mortals. The stars or inter of Newt are the flowers from which are distilled the honey of immortality, and Crowley, referring to claims that the book explains that certain vaxed starks may be described as gods, and that one of these is in charge of the destinies of this planet, i.e., the Earth, tour periods of 2,000 years. The bee is used, therefore, as a symbol of the stars as shutters of the nectar of immortality. LT is therefore the supreme type of immortality or duration as ensured by the change from one aeon, star system. Tone other point 2 is used also to typify the priestess of Thestars who embodies and sheds the dew of immortality which, in its reified or congealed stat is the Monistone or wish-fulfilling gem. Gerald Massey notes that the bee is one FNRM of the Egyptian bait or birdfly, which is a guide and pilot to the souls of the dead on their way to the fields ot.laru.it was a figure of LNWCR Egft Astaland Euphony. then say a filting guide in the celestial fields ot the Aru paradise. Masri suggests that the Egyptian name for the soul, bn, may be identical with our word b. Ba is honey determined by the B sign, and La is also the soul. The Egyptians made Uziofmani Asa means off-embalming the dead. Thus the B, Asa Z. Ontipk of the South, became a messenger of the dead and a mode off communications with the ancestral. When the deceased is asked who conducted him to heaven, he replies, "It was Theobate deity who conducted MC. Hail to thee, who fliest up to heaven to give light to the stars." The bee is also equated with the lioness, for the name of Theshlion, Sekhet, is also the name for the bee, which is the royal symbol of Lower Egypt. According to Massey, the bee denotes the sweetness of the lion. Sekhet was the goddess Ot sweetness or pleaser goddess of the honeymoon. Hence the association of the bee with the lion. But there is more to it than this. The lion Isa solar symbol Offroilt and power. The bee Isa lunar symbol euphony and pleasure, and the two together constitute a symbol ot power thruff pleasure, which readers to the formula of thy x degree OTO. In this way we can understand how the magical techniques involving ix degree and 11 degree can be used to invoke the powers of the future and of the past, thus opening a gate for the on offblade. In the latter rite the priest, i.e., the lion, alone partakes of the sacrament, whereas in the Mass of Mot the priestess, i.e., the eagle, also communicates. The eagle, having contributed her honey in the generation of the elixir of immortality, she then participates in the consumption of it. IR is maintained theta Sirius energy imbalance results from not observing this reswearment, and that Fort Lion to be the sole celebrant is to reducer the rite to little more than vampirism. A further essential difference between the two rites concerns the positive activity of the eagle in the Mass of Mot. In a similar symbolic fashion the moth, or nocturnal but turfly, comprehends Mot as the mouth and the myth. For the myth is transmitted iwordo/muify alone, as distinct from the legend, which is the word arrested, embalmed, or mit to writing made legible. To the former, Mot ic ascribed, to the latter, her consort Thoth. The scribe.h's pen is the feather dipped in thinkifer blood, and her words, congealed, are her utterances materialized or manifstud. As the consort of Mot, Thoth is the vehicle of the word or myth that proceeds from her mouth, Thuderer or Arui that emanates the honey collected by the bee. The moth is Thusa symbol ort his operation, and it umbrates the knot. The word of the enophmatisit hovers about the black flame of the Einsof. Myths and legends are of the past, but should not be thought of in terms of past or future eons. Mot is present now for those who, knowing the sacred alignments and the gateway of in-betweenness, experience the word ever commengi, ever emanating, from the mouth, in the ever-new and ever-present forms that are continually being generated from the mystical ATU or House of Mot, the Ma-ATU. Degree these are the words that form the Muayan Orion of Ma, with its dark doctrine, a grimoire forever incomprehensible to the non-initiate. The old maxim, when Thurfisfa is ready, the guru appears may be adapted with equal truth to the notion that when the individual is ready, i.e., awakened, the eon appears, and he hears the word of the aeon. No consequential time but altogether outside the circles of time. For that ultimate aeon is not a period, a pause, a division of time, a lula, but a supreme aia/n and a continual flowing, asn yut is the continuous one of heaven or off seketaru, the consciousness of the continuity of existence, unbounded, unconfined to any particular aeon, any specific un. The assumption of the masks of Mot and of Thoth are therefore possible only at the pylon of Dath. As concerning human consciousness, adepts assume familiar masks Sothat it becomes possible to relate and interact with non-initiates. Therefore, the magician becomes the needed person at the proper place and time for those people, directed into his path by the Mot current, and therefore ready for initiation. It is consequently difficult for any but a king to recognize another king unless he decides to appear as own. On the subject of Techar fabrication of masks, Andahadna makes the following observations. A perfectly constructed ego is much stronger and more resistant to destruction than a natural ego. The greater the care and craftsmanship that went to its making, the stronger is its will to live. Also, Thigo masks that are most effective in changing the consciousness of the naturals tend totally in the extreme ranges of the illusion of good and evil, An evil ego mask is easier to control and recall to non-existence, generally speaking, for the subconscious pressures of the naturals, acquainted with it tend to push it into oblivion. Except in cases where the magician is working with naturals who are of similar predisposition, a good mask receives the subconscious support of its natural fellows, and thereby requires the utmost delicacy and control, and in the part of the magician that it is, therefore, advisable not to assumeth a mask of a saint unless there is physical access to and cease. The above indicates the dangers, all too frequently encountered, of endeavoring to ply a role beyond one's proper grade of spiritual attainment that it leads to disastrous consequences to Sela and K alike. UNLCSS, therefore, genuine Julfang is available, or at least one fully illumined mask readily accessible. It is unwise to play the saint. The dance of the masks, if performed within specific magical frameworks, is of immediate and invaluable use for penetrating both the hither and the thither sides of the tree of life, for as long as two masks can be assumed and shcd at mill. To adopt the mask of the loon, for instance, when one's immediate sphere of work has shifted to Typhoreth or to Jeber would be to court instant disaster. On the whole, it were better for the magician to assume these masks within the protective circle of his lodge or group. The dance may then be performed with comparative safety. The real difficulties arise when there is occasion to adopt a mask in order to confront not only the inhabitants of the outer, but also the denizens of the inner, especially when they happen to be of ecliptic nature, or relate in some way to the tunnel's offset. If one's mask is not perfectly wrought, if one is not at all times thoroughly conscious that it is a mask, then trouble is to be expected, and the dangers of identifying with such a mask leads to dissociation of the personality, i.e., the gradual erosion and disintegration of the mask, thus denuding the magician and rendering him the prey of hostile and vampiric forces. His mask may be seized, paid head up, imprisoned, and used by larvae as a zombie or a decoy to inveigle into the tunnels the magician's unsuspecting associates. The intervention of a force from beyond Thea BYSS can alone salvage such a wreck. A fuller understanding of the function of masks may be obtained by considering the transabyssal power zones in relation to the Lovecraftian mythos. The infernal triad, which reflects the Sephirotic nodes in terms of the non-asing eye of death, may be expressed thus: Yuggoth reflected Ria Shugal into Dath as Yog Sothith, gives birth to the globes beneath the abyss, ITHC remaining Sexan Sephiroth. As Yog Sothith is the gate for the energies Obi Uggoth, so Yuggoth is also a gak for the transplatonic energies of universe, represented by Nulsis. The remaining globes may be ascribed to the Lovecraftian pantheon as follows: Geese Jupiter, Nodens, Gabura Mars, Hasturge Typhoreth Sol, Axathoth at the center of creation, Netzach Venus, Ohub Nigurath, Hod Mercury, Nyarlathotep, Yesod Moon, Yig, Mokkath Gay. Similarly, the infernal upper triad may be allocated as follows: Pluto Kether, Io Ugoi, Neptune Chakma, Ka Dath, Saturn Bina, Tokthulu or Set Huihu, Uranus Death, to Yog Sothith. The globes, or bubbles, comprise that tentacled amorphous monster, whose mask was Sasa Congeries of Irides sent globes, the noxious Yog Sothith, who froths as primal slime in uclear chaos beyond the nethermost outposts of space and time. According to August Kroleth, the Lunker Al the Threshold, from which the above quotation is extracted, was more than 90 Orinth his own work. Sothat the above should, strictly speaking, be referred to the Derlethian recension of the mythos. There are, to date, several recensions of the Necronomicon mythos. The Derleth recension is the most useful for our present purpose. It is well known that he was a rabid disbeliever in the occult verity of the Cthulhu mythos, as Lovecraft himself also purported to be. Nevertheless, both writers bequeathed a lasting and invaluable legacy in the form of guidelines for the discovery of magical formulae in which they themselves pretended not to believe. There is probably no more clear-cut example, in literary or in occult circles, of such skeptical researchers determined to deny the real sources nf their inspiration. This they could do only by denying the possibility of the existence of such source 5, viz., the subconscious and or atavistic remembrance of that which had been to both of them, either in previous lives, or in this one a real and viral magical tradition. Needless to say, the present theses would be rejected by the very authors who formulated, or rather rediscovered the mitlios, in the tunnels of atavistic memory. One of the numbers of Yuggoth, 453, is that of NPSH-CHLH, the animal soul in its tullness, which includes, as Crowley notes in Fire Srpfern, the creative entity or ego, Kaya, the beast. This is also a number of Belemeth, which indicates the nature of the beast. A Chuggoth is, then, the ultimate and quintessential mask of the ego. As 428, Yuggoth equates with Jesus Christ, the anti-beast, thus balancing the universe of matter with that of antimatter. It is also the number of GOSHKLH, theclopoetic forces of Chisid, Jupiter Nodens, the breaker in pieces, suggest the catastrophic aspect of the transition from the one universe to the other. CHSH-MLI2, the brilliant ones, also equates Svith Yuggoth as 428. Finally, as 556, Yuggoth is one with LMVPTTH, to signum, porlantern, forasine, wonder. What greater wonder than the Yugot Lion passage Toa different Spaker time system? Note that Thizanumber is one more than as 5. Then Umber of the Necronomicon, the Primewar hashtag concerned specifically with opening Thescrit and primal gateways outside the circles of time. As previously noted, the Aeon of Mat need not be, in fact should not be, envisaged as an event yet tooker, but as an event act that is occurring now and forever in spaces and times adjacent to, or actnail, identical with Tichar present Aeon of Horus. It is not enough merely to accept the theoretical possibility of this fact. It must be experienced by a form ossification engendered by oniric perichoresis. By using Dali's formula of paranoia's critical actix ity, as applied to gematria, it is possible to establish rapport with entities outside space and time, entities that possess all the characteristics of Ma-Tion transubstantiation in external phenomena. In terms of thelemic aeonism, the Horus sun-sun image translates into the Mot-daughter darkness, and their perfect union results in the annihilation symbolized by the black flame of the Aeon of Ma-Mar Ion. This is the manifestation of the dark doctrine I-Mue Gon, which is the substance of the Nectomicon.
16. Magical links.
The Mass of the Holy Ghost, that forms the central rite of magic of the Aeon of Horus, is celebrated by Sor Anda Hadna Asa preparation for the ultimate Mass of Mot. Those who are already initiates of the Martian current are therefore the most effective performers of the Mass of the Holy Ghost. Commenting on the equation 0 equals 2, or 2 equals 0, which is the basic formula of the magic of Horus, Andahadna observes that the Mass of Mot uses this formula in the form OT2 plus C equals /O, wherein the impossible manifests. It is a unisex working. Role reversal is carried to the extent NF physiological possibility without resort to artificial implements. LHC elixir sacrament is not a simple alchemical combination, but is a triplicity, X equals itsot, and, by extension, infinite. The X in the equation represents Mot, which in terms of the biological framework of the rite is identified with the mouth, Mot equals mouth, and with the word which it utters. This word, IPSOE, the word of the Enof Mot, signifies a sound which when vibrated in a certain manner activates the culus, talum and natal. The introduces the element of extraterrestriality in the working, for An is implicit in both talum and mafaf, concepts that are absent from the Mass of the Holy Ghost. One of the numbers of Ipsos, 280, when added to 93 equals 373, which is the number of steams, meaning an abomination. Itis connected with Ankdotus, a repulsive one. Mat and Danardaler were creatures of the deep ones. Within the present frame of reference, the cult of Cthulhu is also implied. So also is the abomination of desolation, connected with the stele of Ankat Nakansu, and thus, inevitably, with the number 718, which is that of the formula of the double wand one. The implication is that the Mass of Mot in some way involves magical congress with extraterrestrials, with the deep ones, or with the great old ones. It is not, at present, clear which. The Mot orcs in the equation suggests the factor infinite and unknown mentioned in AL. I 1.32. This verse is concerned with the fact that reason isa lie. Reason erideath are often confused, for then Umbraf Kornzen 33 Ms also that of 77 IR buko /pound IE. The verse therefore seems to point to this factor as beyond death. Furthermore, the dog is mentioned in the next verse, 33. The verses are intelligible to reason, but viewed from the level of Typhonian magic their various elements, the pit, the dog, theocursed, the lie, damnation, venom, runes, and the factor infinite and unknown. All suggest the climate pirlier tot he back of the tree of life. H ins, alt air words areskov, wse, may a ning the urong way round or back to frony. Fee number awfully verse, 32, is that of the total number of patis and sephiroth itnas fed, i.e., on the front of the tree. Itis atso the number of zivvg, cott/amaralalis, a nd of sig ziz, zigbag, fork lightning, as if to suggest that fun ambulatory pathway be twekn ecstasies which features in zoikia cuff/ur. Also, 32 is lchid, unity. 32 is the reflection of 23, the number of path of blood, and of I sows the word of the aeon of Mot. Its tarot attribution is the hanged or crucified man, which conceals the mystery of the place of the cross or the crossing, where man is transformed or crosses over the abyss to the other side. All these ideas compose to congress with forces behind or beyond the known universe. Yet, although this is verse 32 of the second chapter of Al, it is the 98th verse of the book as a whole. This is the number of chmn, image, hidden, concealed. It pertains to soul, and tot he lingam-yoni.it is also the number of mhn, a mouth, and of chsl, to consume, eat. And here surely we have the secret image of Mot concealed in this verse 32, and a certain proof that Mot too the factor infinite and unknown, that is part of the true formula of magical copulation in the mass of Mot. The n number 98 is also that of Elzivh, for a harlot, thus indicating the sexual nature of the right. For she is Babylon and the daughter force, the blue-lidded daughter of sunset. Considerations of the technical degrees of sexual magic used in the OTO will show how the mass of Mot is comprehended by the scheme of the one beyond. We are thereby lifted out of the category of the known universe A and translated into the unknown universe B, where exists the factor infinite and unknown, viz., Tihiaon of Mot, the daughter darkness. Dark, that is, to those whose vision is confined to the hither side of the tree. The x1 degree O.T.O is therefore the door tot heln finite. It opens on Toa completely new series, a totally different dimension of consciousness. 1n terms of tetragrammaton. The degrees of the sovereign sanctuary of the OTO may be classified as follows. The 7i degree involves the yod, the 9 degree involves the ha, the x degree involves the van, the 11 degree involves the ha final. The 11 degree therefore initiates a totally new series OT worlds having their roots, as it were, in the known universe and passing from thence, tia secret pathways, to the unknown by means of the formula of reversal from 9 to xi, a leap from Yesod to Dath Iraith sun k, to the daughter Nz3 tia the mother moon, Toth priestess, Rim the H hierophant. The eye of the daughter, Ko-Fi Nin, is the door to the unknown universe, and it is opened by the secret key of the 11th degree. In Libor Al, Kofni eyes mentioned in the same verse as the I.Ord of the double wand, who is the dual shaitan. The number of the verse, 72, is that of Shemem Forish, the divided name. There are 72 quinaries or spaces of 5 degrees in the zodiac. The Shumhamfrask consists of 72 trilateral names which, by adding IH or AL, yield the names of 72 angels or extraterrestrial entities. 72 is the n number of BSVD. In the secret pertaining to Yesk 1. This verse therefore contains the formula of Kafnia Astikitoth gateway to the other universe, by the formula of the 11 degree. OB, the serpent, also adds to 7-2, indicating the essentially Ophidian nature of the operation that in the Chronomicon, according to Lovecraft. There is mention of certain blaskunsk that are lesser than he who guardeth the gateway Yamar Attal, the most ancient one. It is highly significant that then umber of his name, 311, is also that of QopHnia, of SHBT, wand, of CHBSH, cobs, a star, and of the word, silver. It is also the number of the primal tree of light, the ash tree, which typifies the or Egyptian. The secreting part of the body, era means emission. AISH, man, is the typical male orbital force, and the beginning of the word manifestation, which is a mystery of the aeon of Mot, of Mayan, and of Manio, all of which has been explained. Verse 7-2 thus resumes one of the most complex formulae of the book Occultbooks, including those of the aeon of Mot, for evoking the great old ones. The verse also mentions the left hand, which is void, for the known universe has been tushed, and not and yut remains. Although this is verse 72 of the third chapter OTAL, it is also verse 217 of the book as a whole. This is the number of the BDBVRH, which, as shown previously, is the supreme zoetype of the soul in relation to the aeon of Mot. Above all, however, 217 is the number of Set, and 217 divided by 7, THC number Athi Priesks, 4 Venus equals 7, yields 31, which is the key to the bow K Ophilani, and one of the 3 rays of 95. 217 is also 1OT the numbers of Hoer, which is the Namoth Lord initiating, Eld.I.49. He who initiates the candidate in the aeon of Horus. Frater Akkad Hashoun that Hoer equates with Thagod Set. Set is not the opposite of Horus in the sense of a polarity operating on one or on several planes, but the reflection cast in an inner dimension assign a mirror which absorbs into itself the image which comes within IIS range. Beyond this point the analogy does not hold good. Foreign the mirror of cetriflected light appears as der NCSS and as the negation of the image reflected. By following the vectors of the vanishing light beams one is tilted into another dimension in which the light shines as anti-light, not as darkness, the revkurse, but not the negation of light. As the entire interaction operates non-phenomenally, it is impossible to describe it verbally. A precisely analogous situation obtains in the case of Tetragrammaton, where the daughter, Je final, represents the dark twin or reflex of the son Von, who then appears as the anti-hierophant. The operation begins in the world of matter with the twin polarities Yod-HS, which combine to form the hieropliant Horus Set, who then disappears through the window in space, typified by Phi trial the Dawyer, where he reappears in the Ania Universe as the Ionat Ma. It is now possible to see the continuous flow and evolution of eons occurring simultaneously and passing over into the world of antimatter. The Yog or Yug of Sothith is the counterpart, as the aeon of Set-1 inch Hoth or Dath, off its twin, the Yugour or aeon of Horus. Yog-Sothith is the gate through the eons to Thes Tarsors beyond Yugath, the Yug-Ot aeon of Goth. The star is assigned to Ni, the ultimate opening or window, onto universe B. This star, symbolized by the daughter, is Sothis or Sirius. The schema presented in Aleistercrowley G. the hidden god Revealsa Hyalis after the aeon of Mot. The gap represents the aeon of Zenin, which is one with Kosvinia. The eye of the daughter, Asa reflex image Adharn. 5 foot Hcnofzion is the Yenoftichar woman, girt with a sword bet or mik. Note the word before. The n umber otmi is 45. The n brotadm, then, the manifestation ob man in the plenum void can only occur when the word of the aeon has been reintegrated on the other side of the tree of life. Fhcion of Horus, the ref or conceals within it the eon without a word at which Crowley hinted with trepidation. No don bt because he realized that he had not himself uttered a word. Tylerna was not the word of the aeon, but the word of the law. Furthermore, Crowley was mistaken in identifying the wordless aeon with that of Dalal, as he did in his magical record in an entry dated October 6, 1923. On the other hand, and more accurately, Dion Fortune refers to the sign of Gemini attributed to Znin, for the forces signified by that sign influenced Atlantis and will influence Earth again later in the Pro/Age. The stars are set in configurations somewhat similar to those which inflew in the last days of Atlantis. Similarly, Meher Baba also could not utter a word. First has to occur a certain transition that involves an inward swing of the gate of the aeon. The gate tie is Yog-Sothith, the guardian of which is Coranzin, he that disperses the word. By slaying the dragon, beast, named you Mr. Ata Il, the eye of the daughter, Kopfi Ratai, is opened, and as Sothia rises, so she manifests as the blue-lidded daughter of sunset, who is Mot. She sheds her kapha or urn of Mu with its dark doctrine, and as the book of Fluento is to the aeon of Horus, so is the grimoire of the dark doctrine, PDU to the Aeon of Mot. The lost word cannot be heard because it is the word of the beast, and the beast cannot speak. His speech is weird and monstrous. It is the cosmic hiss behind creation represented by the swan Ot Yuggeth. Its manifestation was hinted at by Arthur Machen in his account of the 60 stone, and the terrifying gulfs haunted by the hissing creatures of the slimk which the stone represented. The stone is also the Mani stone of man and of his manifestation in matter, the wish-fulfilling gem of the Hindus which, due to the curious proclivities of human psychology, appears to the non-initiate as a thing of loathing and abhorrence. For as Dali hinted, it may be just those lost treasures, those lost paradises which we seek to regain, that are veiled in the repellent imagery of horror and degradation. In Crowley's cult, 60 is the number of a grimoire known as Anekvi, Ref Gongressum cum Dacronaner. It contains spells evocative of the foresee from outside, spells in an unknown tongue reminiscent of the 60 stone. Similar 60 stone words appear also in some of the holy books of Thelema, notably in Liber 418 and Liber 7. Also, the strange sound Slee, which begins a line drawn on the tree of life in a certain manner, begins with a hiss which suggests alien and forbidden rites occurring outside the circles of time. One of its new Sinji, which links it with the moon and particularly with the full moon as the point of turning back, i.e., reversion. It is also the number oft hat honey moon known as Lalum, that is distilled in the mass of Mot. The Enof Goth, Yug-Goth, symbolized by Pluto and the transplutonic beyond, touches upon these mysteries. One of the numbers of Koth 409 is that of serpent, and therefore of the Ophidian sea errant. It is also the number of the holy ones, HQDSH. Kandephi, a form of Katesh, Isa loaded term in Thelemic magic. It has been explained in some detail in the Typhonian Trilogy, to which the reader is referred. The Katakim area form of Th Great Old Ones, Asare the Father, ABVTH, and the Patriarchs, ABHTHA, or Elder Gods, which also have the number 409. Another number of Goth is 473, which is the number of GVLGTHA, skull, and of blasphemy, which suggests the profanate. Of calling upon dead names, Necronomicon, this number is one less that Dath, 474, the gate of Set and Thoth, and of the Aeon or Yug of Sothith, the gateway to Thefirmless Eons beyond the pylon of Yuggeth. Note the persistence of the terminal Didu in many of the wordsand names connected with the little strides of Dath. Tau Asa terminal fetter in Hebrew and Chaldean words denotes a plurality, as in Sephiroi, Cliphoi, Sabel, etc., and, as such, is the sign of multiplication, and tleriphor of manifestalion. Manifestation is the 13-lettered word associated with the Aeon of Mot by Frater Akkad, who saw its letters arranged around the points of the star sapphire. And it was precisely C. Rowley's recognition of Aosic as 400 Tau manifestation that forged the link which Akkad failed to make. The name Aosic was received prior to the present author's meeting with Crowley. It is the name Opha Great Old One and was originally read as 300-inch, which, united with the name Iwas 418, is equal to 718, which is the number of the Stelk of Revealing, and of the author's magical Nam Aosic Iwas, as head of the Ordo Templi Originlis, OTO. Furthermore, the word child, by English Gematria, is 52, which when added FO 666 yields 718. Thus the identity of the magical child was both adumbrated and concaled. As long ago as 1939, in the name Aosic, which Crowley interpreted as 400, the sign of the cross of Set, and the symbol of Anafis Tashin Mot. These diverse threads woven into the fabric of the eons have all along proclaimed the advent of Mot. Moreover, the word of the Anafmatas 280 plus 95 yields 373, Musaris, which equates with the abomination of desolation represented by the Stele 718. The magical current of Ihot, first channeled by Frater Akkad and resisted by Crowley, was continued by Aosic Iwas and manifested by Andahadna, the priestess Otm Aat. Describing the Modiotheon's unfoldment, Andahadna writes, "After we have achieved THC consciousness, we shall join the comedy existed of the stars. This is a marvelous intelligence that has the beginning of this cycle, and shall endure to the end. The youngest members are those planetary races that have achieved global consciousness. There are those whom Wasika's adders, plasma beings whose race consciousness forms Thegalax IES. These arch-absorptive ones whom we perceive as masses of interstellar dust and gas, such as the Horsehead Nebula. There are those who arc-willed supernovas, quasars, neutron stars, pulsars, and black holes. The ones who are composed of contracrine matter, reversed atomic charges, were thenrogens of the concept ot the Klippe, although their natures are most benign. These brethren are development patiently. When all sentient beings have achieved complete awareness, we unite and transcend the spacetime continuum entirely. This is the essence of the Bodhisattvic vow. Those Ophis, who have willed to conquer the vow are committed to the furthering of evolution toward this unity.
17. The Forgotten Ones.
The Book of the Forgotten Ones, channeled by Sor and Ahadna, appeared in 2 parts. The names they contain have been analyzed by the artist-magician, Alan Holub, who writes of the first part. I think that at the time of the channeling, Sor and Ahadna was not attuned enough to these forces to present a perfect channel, thus the lack of depth and substance to it. This may be an accurate observation, but it should not be forgotten that in channeling forces of this kind the stress upon the psychophysical organism is extreme. The wonder is that anything that comes through can be given a seemingly arational presentation, for magic is the apotheosis of the irrational, the acme of the absurd, and the reification of the impossible. Holub observes that the book divides itself into 11 chapters of 26, 5, 23, 18, 14, 7, 13, and 2 lines at the end, making a total of 108 lines, 108 being 22 by 3 foot, or Chakma and Bina extended into another dimension. That is to say, the energies of the second and third power zones, which are above the abyss viewed as forces operating interdimensionally, or at the back of the tree. X2, or 22, is a CAD, unity, while 3x3 times 3 is 333, Kornkop dispersin. 108 thus represent the 9 iltbrium of these forces. 108 is also the number of Giachanim, the hell or cliffeth of Yesod Maketh, and of Ozel, a giant, or great one of the night of time, Hank one of the forgotten ones. Holub also notes the relationship between the number PF lines in each chapter and the nature of entity of which it treats, e.g., the chapter devoted Tashi, which has 7 lines. Degree he then makes a startling statement concerning the elder gods who don't exist so much on the paths NF the Klipbotli, as between the trees of light and death in the abyss being viewed as an extra-dimensional space existing off the tree entirely, but within which the tree flnats like an island. In order to grasp the significance of this statement, it is necessary to have studied in depth the topography of the back of the tree of life. Holub's Kabbalistic mystical analysis of the names and formulae appearing in the book is valuable in Rat et Sapliza Kitat, he mysteries of Mot in relation to the 93C Urant and the Lovecraftian cult of the Great Old Ones. During the course of his researches, Holub explored the astral temple Ophan entity named No. The name will be explained in due course. Holub describes the temple as a long dark cavern. A slow stream fin was Nuna channel in the center therefore and disappears down a hole in the far wall. Above Thenel is the altar. It has been my experience that No manifests as a feathered, winged serpent in this convernement. The serpent part is covered in fish scales. No has a sigil and a device. By visualizing the sigil and projecting the device into transdimensional space by magical techniques involving the 611 degree or 9 degree OTO, the magician will gain access to the temple and receive instruction from No. No, as Nayli, 125. I have investigated the number in Nightside, p. 86, where it is a hound that No is the formula of subjectivity objectivizing. The transliteration of the name No is, however, uncertain because it appears in the book of the Jorga/I'm once as No, the third letter or sign being, according to Holub, a glottal stop, a sound found only in the most primitive of terrestrial languages. The glottal syop is tormade by the intake of breath, symbolizing reversal or the serpent eating itself, or the consumption of the elixir, or, if the male/female androgyne exists, it is mutual oral sex to the point of orgasm, the orgasm being equivalent to the uttering the letter i.e. The glottal stop. When vibrated correctly, the name stops time and reverses space. This statement makes it clear that no can be rendered by nox, which, as 210, has highly significant connotations. It is the number opho m peta, a word or name that appears in Libor al in connection with a curse.it is also the number of the Nephilim, the giants, the great old ones themselves. In the cult of Thelema, the number 210 is associated with Nox, or the night of Pan, as the reflex of the Gnostic lux. The light of consciousness.it is the number also of another mysterious name, Nexagus, found in the book of the Norguire Nonks. As no, pure and simply, the name adds up to 120, a metathesis of 210, the number off Samon spelt in full. My name is No. My son and brother is the mouth that devours. My name withdraws. 2 tick speaker with it. I send my power forth. Soy me one more power. The number 120 isik 2 by 3 by 4 xa, and is thus a synthesis of the power of the pentagram. No as the negative, as in our word no. Resumes threscence ol box. The name that withdraws all into the night of time, Thebjouth that devours. The aspirant is instructed to descend into my temple, meet yourself. Learn the alchemy and mass of no. Andahadna remarks that this initiation somehow splits oneself into two awarenesses. It is the mirrorsphenlastic, the magic mirror that reflects the Leela of the objective universe from the spaces behind the tree, where Onophian exists. This is a difficult concept for the mind to grasp, especially the non-oriental mind, and it requires some dpth of meditation to understand that, as Blavatsky has pointed out, existence can only apply to phenomena next to noumenon latas bines to include being and non-being. It does not mean existence. The idea that things can cease to exist and still be is a fundamental pine in Eastern psychology. The word existence itself demonstrates its impossibility, since nothing can exercise outside consciousness, noumenon. This is why no exclaims. Chant the incarnation of HFY name. LT will destroy you. Pronounce my Niam aloud in repetition. Tu wilt banish all but pure awareness. As Nexagus is one of the primal old Nes Andis described the elder jester of the pre-create. From H in did spring the fool, the magus, and the tower. He it is who ist he hierophany. NHCN the great beast Kmernanzit. The number of Nexagus. 210 is the number of the builders of the Tower of Babel. Nexagus is the cruelty of laughter, and its bomb. He it is that designed the mind Offman, and is the brother C.T. Corenson. The brother is himself. His is the first and last mask of the dance. Another name of the Forgotten Ones, Nagrik Shamish, contains proof of connection with Sirius, which links the new revelation of Mot with the Aeon of Horus, Asa continuing cycle of time, and Asa present event act now, existing outside the circles of time. Nagrik Shamishai's 936, the number of Orthris, the dog of Sirius. It is also then Umber of Kether spelt in full. Orthris is the brother of Cerberus, and the offspring of Typhri and Echidna. Shamish, the sun, is the cause office attribution to the black sun behind Typhoreth. Of Nagrik Shamish it is said his light ot samadhi hasa red passage. His veil is blood of vision, the roar of thunderclap his voice. He needs NN invocation. He dwells within thee. Laru, another forgotten one, is described as IHE tenuous one. HT is the space between stars. Loro, the exonexant ONT. He is IHE CSR changing place NF in between. The wise ruse inzoke his absence. His name adds up to 440. The number of July, the great dragon, and of him, Tokomedowind, cease, disappear, IOB absent, from the Egyptian NFM, to annihilate. But THM also means whole, complete, from Egyptian FRM, total. This is the whole of the law in the sense that there is nothing beyond it. Michael Berchoz maintains that in a hat nothing, no law obtains, which is how he interprets the words, there is no last beyond. Do what thou wilt. At this porn of in-betweenness, Hill Thelema, Ma Christi leap from existence to non-existence, yet finds itself still as being, as on the day of Itlias, in the Avon of Ifat Mayon. MT if I equals 440 equals THM equals whole, com PLCLC, end OFA cycle. LaRue here establishes identity with the Thelemic, another forgotten one. She is invoked by the symbols of the vulture on the Tower of Silence. The Forgotten Ones, like the Gria's Old Ones and the Elder Gods, are defined by Alan Hullab in his comment to Part 2 Oi, the Book of the Forgotten Ones, in which he says, "By Elder Gods I mean the dark primal forces that reside deep within the subconsciousness. They arc the raw unnamed energies existing since the icy cold of the fabric of space emerged from naught. They predate the coming of space itself and time from Thiethgers, although it can be said that they represent the PRNCCSS affirmation itself. On the tree ot life, they arc in the abyss of the tree entirely. The forces of the watery abyss from which Ta hurled Fori at Ihe beginning of time. They are the forces of Ihe great deep from which the spirit of Nodens Ariseth. They arc guarded and contained only by I civilized veneer surrounding us, by YGSH Tethoth or SH Hutai. The Ibis Ot the abyss whose I ate Odyssey and acid green skin, eats souls. He who both guards the portal and the portal. The Grad Old once may be called forth by the formulae of the New Age, but one must remember, that will is not a function ot ego, and that any shred of ego or lust of result attached to the mage during their invocation will be pounced upon and torn to shreds along with the mage himself. The vulture upon the Tower of Silence will pick out Hyzes, while his flesh is torn asunder by Therizer's sharp beak of the eye by soft the bwy. That wi lies madness and extinction. They aeronatsum uke called forth as channeled through. The mage Bena passes opener nth portai through which they flow. He becomes Yog Suthoth, the portal itself. The universe must be prepared by the proper words power being spoken, the astral plane modified by the proper images. The mage must invoke his most primal cell by the sacramental use of the proper drugs, blood, raw meat, cocaine, etc., and sex. The blood of the moon should be present within the chalice of the priestess. The old ones aristabatised, to a degree, by the consumption of the elixir within the fire ot the body, but they remain volatile at best and must be dealt with carefully. Herein lies the knowledge necessary toward the invocation and or evocation of these forces. These magics should be dealt with on the experienced, arid then at their own risk. This path leads to great power, but it also leads to madness and death. There is great danger, but exer greater reward. Inu walt the abyss, balanced Asa feather upon Therizar edge of madness. Wall carefully, no rill dare and be silent. The formulae of working this great evocation are contained in the names and numbers of the Martian books, as here investigated. Isos, the word of the Aeon of Mot represents the Mot current Asa whole, as Thelema represents that of Horus. The word of initiation is /nrorer. It prepares the body of flight for what is to follow, and it actually initiates the process. One of its numbers, 734, means tobering forth. The sea errant creatiza vortex in time, in space, and in the ether, represented by the Trinity Achronos, Thonos /no, Yog Suthoth is here the lunar, initiating aspect OTSHT Thuti, the Labis OT the abyss, the guardian and opener off gate, and the gate itself Yog Sutithoth serves as an interface between that which is above and in the abyss, and that which is below the abyss. Yog Suthoth and Koranzan are aspects NF each other and can be invoked by the same symbols. It will be seen from this description that Yog Suthoth with Shugal, 333, together with Koranzan, also 333, CRE Atesh the event act known as the beast, viz., the creative vortex in the ether that gives rise to the manifestation DF phenom the mechanics of atavistic resurgence. As such, the process is identical with the method of sorcery practiced by Austin Osman Spare in Zoekia Cullis. He had derived it from his witch mentor, Yelg Patterson. She in turn had been initiated by her Salem forebears who had spiritual aro or, with disembodied American Indian sorcerers, who in times long past had established Eda Gate for the great old ones. The number of Yelg is 48, which is that of KV Kabiasta, the star OFC Hiven, the beast, from Egyptian Keb, Typhon, and Kob's star, thus equating the name Yelg with the star of Typhon and the Typhonian sea errant generally. In a more specific sense, Kakab represents the sphere of Mercury or Thoth, thus the name Yelg comports both Set, Typhon, and Thoth, i.e., Yog Sothoth. Igne 93 is the force that both invokes and evokes the great old ones, thus equitingent directly with the 93 current. as if to say that the Aeon of Horus will see the return of the old ones, and that the formula of love under will, also 93, will be the mode off-tier manifestation. Lanu, 117, the number of primordial, fog, darkness, is the union rog of Ian, Aeon, Abrasax, and Nu, Newt. Ian Nu, therefore, represents the forces of the present Aeon X tended both ways intim Janus fashion, moving to completion at positive and negative infinity, thereby completing the circle. Lanu is the formula used for grounding forces of all times into the present time or Aeon. It may also be used in connection with the formula of fatalistic resurgence. Alan Holub describes the glyph of Lanu as a spinning vortex, a black hole, the great ENI Ernrich outside the universe, but absorbing all until, when dense enough, it turns white, becomes a star and closes the circle. It is a star transformed and transmuted through n-dimensional space. It is change, movement, eternal flux. The vortex sucks in, the vortex spits out. In terms of the physiological movie, it too the act of sexuate intercourse, the thythm ot insertion and retraction. And ihen, the release of the semen. Holub then goes nn to describe high, another forgotten hat, 85, is the inverse of ignator and thus the word of completion, creation, and birth. Yinyan hilt lanu is the womb, and igne is the process occurring within the womb leading tn birth. High is LHC projection from the womb into the kingdom, Moketh. Inatter is the concepton. High is the springing forth of Hor Parkit. The rising Su en sun, Soihis, conquering darkness as it rises. High or HC Miansa windows. Symbolis in this context and phi opening on ta space / OG Sothoth. The gate toy kother u Nivgursk. Ayin is the I, Yod is Lehand. The formula suggested is thal ref VII degree GTO. See also IHC works NFA. 0. Spark. The number of high, B is the number of pay, the Mao H, opening and of GBIO which includes the teacup and the Muriai or ascomb-shaped high 1. /brothel/house. In accord with this interpretation is the word SKH. Also 85. An ark or tabernacle. Significantly, 85 is the number of the Greek word ndeka, 11, which is the number of the Clizowin and of the magical method's off-tier evocation. However, when high-spelled fine FPFID, its number is 16, which is a number that has many important connotations in the Draconian tradition. As is evident from the foregoing, the second part of TBT Book of the Forktulsen Ones presents a basic ritual for the invocation of the great old ones of the night of time, as well as of the elder gods. Holub describes the requisites afsadana. The working should be performed at night, in a high place, preferably overlooking the sea. If an indoor temple must be uaid, a large bowl of clear glass or crystal should be placed centermost on the altar, filled with seawater into which Thebelnod of the Mian has been dissolved. Blood, especially Ot the moon, is sacred not only taught the primal savagery it implies, but, in the case of moon juice, it contains the unpoundurtalized ovum, pure life potential. It is also composed primarily of sea water, a link with IHCC of Bina, from which life crawled forth. Although the sea is the most suitable medium, any stripping elemental force is an aid to the ritual. The nature of these basic elementals is akin to that of the great old ones, and can be viewed as a primary manifestation of them. In collecting the blood, a ritual of consecration to the ones should be performed along Thelens Oti Liber Steli Rubii, Vel 66. A tape recording of violent gales or rushing surf may be found a useful adjunct to the invocation. The mage then vibrates the word of the Enafmat, Isos, in connection with the name of a great old one, such as Lam. It would increase the chances of success of the right Ifa replica of Lam were placed behind the bowl upon the altar. The mage then repeats the mantra LAMIPSOSLAMIPSOSLAM, etc., until a strong and unbroken root section 0 RF has been established. This makes possible an inrush of the energies, sphearii, of the Aeon of Mot. It lifts the operator out of the present Aeon into the ambience of that goddess. The name equator should then be vibrated until the transition from here to here is established in Erfdoam, the two worlds of eons, thus creating a Dobli image, a Janus-headed gateway for the passage of energies from future into past and present time. The subsequent section of the book describes the feeling of the time flow as it ripples through and beyond the consciousness of the mage. As the force manifests, the magi transfers his consciousness, or, more properly, the consciousness of Lamb, beyond the pylons of the Aeon to the ultimate gate of Aeon of Mot. Tfith Mage 2 working on the astral, he should be on a flat, rocky plain. In the distance, a black sea stretches towards infinity. The breakers roar over the wind. Towering before the mage are two pylons of roughly hewn obsidian, a hout equal in height. As he moves roarward they flash, as facets in the rock catch the light. Above the left pylon a black dragon hangs motionless but for the ponderous flapping of her wings. Upon the right pylon is a black vulture, poised, and ready to strike should the mage falter. Both pairs of eyes gleam a blood red, shimmering between the pylons, and strongly contrasting the ever-present gray of the place, glows a curtain of amber light, blindingly bright yet illuminating nothing. From between thepylons issues a numbing wind. The mage must walk between the pylons through the portal into the land between, which is called Nefesh Arpho Ignatner, the land ot creation in ever-present darkness. Fee book goes on to describe a magical sojourn in the land of between. Various entities are encountered. One of them, a form of Mot, is named the Golden One. She is generally depicted as a slender woman with golden hair, lips, nipples, and nails, having sapphire eyes and pale gold-dusted skin. The relationship between her as the priestess and the nameless one as the priest establishes the basic polarity of this operation. The joining of two is the magical equivalent of the union of matter and antimatter, and is the source of power in the working. She is invoked by the formula of the bee and the feather and the same mouth, ICISOs. In the symbolism of the Draconian mysteries, gold is synonymous with the colors red and black, as explained in T/is magical retinal as follows. The metals of the alchemists were not CNMMN metals, but living substances, and these metals or essences are materializing elements of occult forces which embody themselves in the wealth secreted by the minds of Kali. Kali, the black one, contains truth, i.e., Mot. The ray or blackens which reveals its cult in matter in the form of the purest metal, i.e., gold. Red, tack, gold are equivalent terms. The construum or vehicle of light, gold, on the physical plane, is blood, the liquid source of manifestation. The mystical water, the sea of infinite space represented by nu, equates with red, gold, or black, all of which arc one principle, one tattva, one truth. The metal gold was abhorred by the priests of the solar tradition as smacking off dark Typhonian worship and usage, for reasons above shown. However, there are other, less occult, reasons for the use of gold in the temples of the ancient gods, and the use to which it was put in contacting those gods. John Keel writes, the widespread use 230 sick eyes circles of time off gold in religious artifacts may be of special significance. Gold is a useless metal. It is too soft to be used, or kuksar. It is also rare and difficult to ruin and extract, especially for primitive peoples, but from the earliest times gold was regarded as a sacred metal, and men who encountered gods were ordered to supply it. Over and over again the Bible tells how men were instructed to create solid gold objects and leave them on mountain tops. Gold is an excellent conductor of electricity and is a heavy metal, ranking close to mercury and lead on IHC ionic scale. If the ancient gods were real in some sense, they may have COMC from a spacetime continuum so different FRNM hours that atomic structure was differini. They could walk through walls because their atoms were able to pass through the atoms of stone. Gold was one of the earthly substances denser enough for them to handle. If they sat in a one-den chair, they would sink through it. They nectared gold furniture during their visits. The Golden One may therefore be understood as a kind of atomically constructed machine which facilitates intercourse with the goddess Mot for the purpose of transferring consciousness, i.e., light, which is normally outside the range of human awareness. It is thus possible to enter the aeon of Mot by means of a priestess. Mot's symbol is the feather, tzithh. The word is equivalent to 600, the number of shrq, meaning red, a synonym for gold. TzithLsh, the feminine form o tzithch, and therefore pertaining to Mot's priestess, is 500, the number of mtn1, the loins. tzitz, ziz. To be feathered or fledged, i.e., pubescent, covered in fur or feathers, is the name of the fabulous bird of Jewish legend. Its number is 190, which is also that of qtz, the end, the appointed lime. These concepts suggest the Eonaf Mates Threederblack one as Kali or time, attainable through union with her in the form of the Golden One described by Alan Holub. Votaries of the Draconian cult knew and understood the mystery of gold as the metal of the Gotsurians, that it was their intercourse with great old ones, that invoked the loathing and abhorrenra of those Syrians. The votaries of the solar cult who had lost the true tradition and did not understand that the transmutation of base metal into gold allegorized the translation, or transference, of human consciousness to other dimensions intercourse with the denizens of spaces outside ihe known continue. Hence the antagonism of the Osirians, Ammonites, and worshippers of the masculine deities, bereft of the vital gold, blood essences, or calyx necessary to the great experiment. The adumbration of the Aeon of Mot, casting its images through the thinning mists of the Aeon of Horus, has restored to humanity the promise offer their intercourse with the great old ones. Many of today's scientists WCR long ages ago draconian priests in the temples of Set, of Sut, and of Othar now nameless vehicles of the great old ones. But there are also many entities incarnate today that are hostile to the draconian two in tradition and to any attempt to revivify the dying planet Earth with dynamic vibrations from outside the circles of time, vibrations born in on the Mayan current tie flows backward from our future selves existing in a far distant aeon, to enable us to surge exultantly starward. The man na opening the gate of Yog-Sothoth is revealed only to those that have reached the gate, and who have recognized the crate. Drum's area useful adjunct in any such operation as Holub knowers. The robing of drums causes the fabric of space to pulse and twist. If one establishes a highly repetitive rhyme and then introduces a stray beat or pattern out of synchronization, or a pause Bayuri brats, rink can tear space, thus opening the portal. In a yen vorkarig such as this, i.e. formula of exhaustion is paramount. Th's formula has been explored by /Austin Osman Spare. As advised in the ancient Grimnerii, lazing over a prolonged prior de isa pocket factor in implementing Maris rites, and according to Holub, this rite is no edoxction. Through the medium in starvation the sih krikafrsa exacum within thes subconscious, as unstalic situation, thuriel and fx hostien. The uttering of high, Berseeks Dao to the ego SCLF, permitting IHE force evoked by the ritual in rushed earthly into the subconscious. The celebrants should concaxar rotates try exhaust themselves during the course of the ritual menial, physically, sexually. Of the elder gods, Hotub observest hat they donatexist so emuk on the paths of the Kifith, as bolneen the trees of life and death in the abyss. IHC BYSS being XICWCD as an extra-dimensional space existing off the tree entirely, but within which the tree flnats like an island. Hotub considers the Firi as a Don Blee entity and in diagrammatic form as placed back to back, but with one middle pillar common to both figures. Viewing the El Re thus the abyss manifests most pronouncedly between the subkernels and the lower tree, due to a void in the tree in which Dath floats, where I hear is no brightness or substance to obscure it. The trees in nature most typical of the great old ones are Theswamp mangrovine the willow, which typify the watery aspect of entities such as Dagon, Cthulhu, and Yog-Sothoth, whose zootypes are the fish, the jetly fish as slime, the frog, and the ibis, respectively. Yog-Sothoth is also represented as an octopoidal entity. The flight into the black sun, mentioned in the Book of the Forgotten Hours, is a reference to the back of the tree of life at the level of the Typhoreth power zone. Similarly, the black flame is the dark form of Mot as the vulturine mout, typifying the mouth as the eater of carrion, the remains of the mage which he sheds after crossing the cahold of the gate. Tihi beetle was Tihi ancient zootypco T this DCX hour who regenerated itself, and it is significant hat Lovecraft describes entities of some remotely future aeon as having the form of this insect. He image should not be interpreted literally. The beetle, like the pig, is the eater of excrement, which latter ripified a particular and creative form ophenergy opha menstrual, not an anal nature. Degree the insect as a magical type features frequently in the Mayacian complex. The moth, spider, bee, beetle, grasshopper, each in throw way adumbrate the aeon of Mot for reasons already explained. Point 1 U occult lore. All these insects are associated in one way or another with ideas relating to death and the dead, or with the crossing Oxer to another world. A great old one mentioned in the Book of the Forgotten OM is named Medjur Marduk. Its number, 608, signifies BBA-BTHRA, the last gate, which is APR, for as Holub says, he resides at the pions off the abyss. Furthermore, he sometimes assumes the form Oten insect. According to Andahadna, the Fagoten ones may be called the gods of survival. They have their clephotic doubles, and are shadows, who arc the ultimate, not us. These shadows, sometimes called the elder gods, Erathescence of Contraterine, the reverse charges, the negative how, locked within the event horizons of the black hole. The elder grids hover on the brink of the universe waiting Tobe unleashed through the triumph of the forego ores. Should the rational mind destroy itself through its own excesses, the forgotten Ovi, repressed by millennia of error and fear, will explode in irresistible planet WIDC waves. The remnants of mind will be devoured. IG elder gods will oft hat biped race they had BRCD as servanti, long ago. To this end NF ongoingness of Thai evolutionary process, we must deliberately invoke the forgotten onks under full control OT will, and use their power to effect that mutational leap that will manifest the planetary Gestalt, the awakened race consciousness NF-man. LT is evident from the above and several precious quotations from the writings of Andahadna, Holub, and other exponents of the M-Asian current, that, unlike Lovecraft, who drew a distinction between Aichi Great Old One Senth Elder God, these concepts are in fact interchangeable. The differences bsinga matter off merely doctrinal distinctions, for in whichever light the matter is viewed, man, in both cases, is the mere tathing of these unimaginably vast and irrational forces. On the ground that they have misinterpreted the magical allegories and types, we discount the theories Ot Dickoff and Othes who exalt the elder gods as Martians, and abhor the great old ones as the snakely and invading spawn from Venus. The elder gods are Rhythmaeans, not Martians, who, when manifesting as the Ophidian current, are known as the great old ones. The irrational element in all these allegories is perhaps the decisive factor. The realm of Friesen is so narrowly restricted to man and his world, that to arrogate IS extension beyond that world were absurd. Magic is the apotheosis of the irrational. He is a mage, a truly Kirigli man, who can create from the cosmic dust Thesapermiage Ophi's will, and, projecting it upon Themer world through thalens of consciousness, can awaken other minds to a sense of its dynamic existence. Such is the mechanism at work behind the universe of the artist who succeeds in creating a universe that authors, so-called, may enter, and in which they can play their part. For these authors are themselves buta part of the artist's creation. Arthur Machen drew attention to a profound magical fact when he observed that an intit, such as Mrs. Gam, the inimitable creation or Dickens, is known to almost all titerate inhabitants off this planet, whereas Mrs. X, Y, or Z, our next-door neighbor, is KNTWN only to the few that constitute her immediate circle of acquaintances. Yet Mrs. X is real, and Mrs. Gam P unreal, the figment of a human mind. But that mind, sin, T ruly creative, was potent to imbue its images with some of its vital and enduring energy, so that the images came alive and haunted the minds of countless individuals. This form of creation is truly magical. It is channeled by a mysterious faculty amenable to the artist, the poet, the magician, to those beings who are sensitive to the slightest stress in the cosmic ether, and able to draw upon the boundless energies of the cosmic mind. In order for such a faculty to function, the intruder, the squatter in the form of the ego that inhabits the house of flesh, has to be ejected. For the artist creates reality only to the degree of its own absence. All magical creation is therefore the product of absence, Ophel Paul. They alone may attract and mold the mysterious waves of energy that swirl beyond the abyss, that have tempered their senses to such an exquisite degree of sensitivity, that their minds are rendered perfectly subtle, and able to mirror the movements of the soul's most fluid fantasy. The names of the forgotten one, the elder gods, the great old ones, conceal the mode of their evocation. Honern, a name, has the value of 251, the number of Ryle, the magical force associated with the coming race. It is the formula of magical force par excellence. It is also the number of Uriel, an angel or entity from outside, whose name is inscribed upon the lamen worn by the magician who performs the operation of the sacred magic of Abramelin the mage. Vrihl is very suggestive ot the word hrilev, which denotes orgasm, perhaps a new kind of orgasm, the polyphase orgasm, Leary has called it. The accent of the serpent is the traditional Hindu metaphor for this neurological explosion. This hrileu is then the magical force or Vrihl set in motion by orgasm for the purpose of invoking beings or entities from outside. This suggestion is confirmed by the fact that 251, the number of Rael, is also the number of Andalm, the repulsive or abhorrent one, referred, in inscient texts, to Oans and the deep ones. Itis here that Onamd, 251, links up with the Necroiomicon, Tim Book of Dead Names, which is the grimoire of their vitalization and evocation. The book Ophelb Efragoil N once may be considered a fragment off this grimoire insofar as it also contains the keys to their evocation. Andahadna describes both the BCOK and Alan Holub's comment on it, as follows. In it, and the accompanying commentary, he presents and expounds up in certain words of power used for invoking the elder gods or forgotten ones. FEP germed rituals with him, i.e. Holub wherein he used these words. They do have the power of shattering normal reality and giving access to the between place. They sound like Kia tape recorder playing backwards. The Forgotten Ones area means soft bowstring impetus to Maation consciousness. Just another aspect NF atavistic resurgences, and a completely effective Ong. Holub is proving it to my satisfaction since he's in touch with an entity he calls the Golden One. From his description, it saw unit OT the children of Mot. This description is congruous with my own experiences, and to those of Dr. Burshow's recorded from Time Travel Expurgements. Alof, which means tome, that Holub has been playing with the Forgotten Ones long. Tohavi built a charge that has given him true touch with Masai. The great old once revoked Wenthencius generated during Thex magical working. The honey of Mot notably contains the complete essences of the combined human betas, but it is thoroughly charged with the extraterrestrial and nextratemporal energies NF Shaitan Mot. Both BCE and Floker obtain a balance UF the Hallis in the consumption of the /ajam, and are made DRCBY true Jananders. They become Ichtwind magical children at air own working, and constitute the nucleus OFA SCCD gestalt. Through a series OT masses, additional STRCNGTH and manifestation tendency is given to this seed. LT will be seen that before the symbol of Mot as goddess of truth NJ Ustis is the key to the perfect Janander, and Totheperfection of the sun and de Ug Tur aspect of the tetragrammaton formula. The attainment of solar consciousness, being the next step in the evolution of humanity, will bring about the full flowering of the Aeon of Horus, the sun/sun. Its achievement, however, places man face to face with the ordeal of the abyss which yawns between himself and Kether Yugath, from which ultimate gate he leaves behind him forever the known universe, and enters another star-system in terms of the tree of Ife. The animal/instinct dual/automatic consciousness of Yesod is exalted to the full waking consciousness of Typhoreth. Degree the light of consciousness, LVX, in which objects appear to arise, is then broken up into spectral colors, which then form a concentrate of darkness, NOX, Thenagayanoph light, at the place of the abyss, death. At this place, Thothenubis gicks the lightless and blind soul through the desert of Set. The guide instructs the traveler in the use of the dead or secret names, and entry into universe, bis affected between the twin pylon Hakmabina, which guard the ultimate gate of Yugath through which the traveler is catapulted outside the circles of time.
18. The incoming current.
In the now obsolete Golden Dawn system of attainment which pertained to Thea Khan of Osiris, the power zone Tifereth was the place off-meeting between man and his angel, and, through his angel, with the bright gods of day side of the tree of life. On the night side, however, which is the dark mirror wherein the future eons cast their spectral vectors offwards, Tifereth is the place of the black sun which casts into the outer universe the essences or rays, nphos, of the black flame that burns behind the sun. It is, of course, absolutely essential that the dayside union with the angel should have occurred before the nightside nuptials are essayed, for the dark entity that is born off Tat Congress is the daughter of Tetragrammaton, and the gateway to thedimensionless voids beyond Yugath. By merging Mot and Horus into the Don Bielsi Errant One can Krakalka exort at X with an extended lease. 7-foot lees not only ensures the duration of the Vnrix SVCLL into the Avon offblade, but also adds the increased inconsist of supplemental he future. The vertices created now by the double iron arc being used and maintained by IHE Martian priesthouds, das van hen, in the Mug Skrkarn. These ESN include the Pusver places present coastlines that NL be submerged in the Aeon of Mott by seismic activity and other chronological FNRCCS. Owing IO humanity's exclusive eraphic wth de Sitk phenomena, enthusiasmfront of the tree by initiates of the Eonsophisis and Osiris, a lopsided situation has arisen which may be corrected ONL by a systematic invocation of the cliphole, or the nightside equivalents of the power zones, cosmic and mundane. This is the reason for so much attention being directed by initiates today to the subconsciousness in the human being, and to extradimensional consciousness in the planetary and cosmic organism. The invocation of the 9 Fipfior is therefore incumbent upon those who, after having aligned themselves in consciousness with the vectors of ongoing force emanating from their angel, attempt to leap through the vortices, the black holes, and emerge in the Mott Aeon fully enlightened or awakened. The awakening process is likely to be violent, somewhat destructive, certainly purgative. Demons will scurry from every facet of the self. Ethics demand that silence and the magical circle be strictly employed by magicians during personal invocation ot the Forgotten Ones, SN that none may encounter his demons except himself. In the same paper, Andahadna warns the magician that employ stance roar 9-degree workings as the source of the manifestation sub the invoked forgotten anises exceedingly dangerous and potentially harmful, unless both partners are of equal mastery, and the working ice undertaken asa dual invocation. To engage in the work with an uninitiate, or one OT lesser grade, would be exposing him or her to forces beyond his comprehension or control. Generally speaking, it were wiser to operate 7I, invoking Mat during THR initial phase and imbuing the elixir with her essence of balance and truth and a magical writing dictated by Natan. Andahadna explains that the magician can call upon the existence of certain astral allies who are working with the double current. They can help in many ways, but care has to be taken to identify them before entering into compact with them. Their spectrum operational fields begins in Lee sphere of found data and yesid and extends its natural expanse toa transkether ot its own universe. Their tree is thus shifted up a plane, and although there are congruencies in the upper spheres, our astral allies can only interact effectively with us in yesid, which is their Moketh. Further on in the same writing is given a simple method of field analysis to determine the nature of an astral entity. The procedure is to radiate the essence ot the sun of the Hakanthenegative radiank of the black flame. The allies will match the radiance in tonal or harmonic frequencies. Alien entities will NR be rendered imbile. The radiance may be engendered by visualizing a sun sphere bearing the eye of Horus, and a black flame speckled with stars. Vibrate the Mayafran pound UJISNI/RA, and your astral body will emit the envisioned radiance. The G Malria of the MN Ram is Sunine, which is half 718, and the number of Shaitan as the Ophidian complement of the double current, Setmot. Itis also the number of Ashtam, the sacred wind upon which the allies ride. The Typhorian wind tie is represented by the seventh head of the brast, called by the Cernerians the angel of the fatal wind. This is the breath of fire hissing to come forth and turn back, seeing by night and bringing by day. The allies are discrete elements of the magician's psyche. At the psychological lever, they may be compared with the cast-off orgasm reflexes of Reichian psychology. The allies are astral embodiments of the most powerful ataxisms in nature, and the air resurgence is accompanied with great danger to the magician who is not properly en rapport with his angel. By finding them and using their power, consciousness is propelled eine quantum leap to the level of a native of Avon of Mott. This is not an entirely safe method in that at the beginning of T is possible to identify the consciousness of the magician with the survival lusts of our ancestral selves and become trapped in pre-human consciousness. While it is relatively sack to invoke them on the astral planes in strictly contrality physical wordings, one should not employ their energies beyond these spheres. Although the Forgotten Ones are akin to man, having assisted in his evolution from marine to mundane existence, they are no longer on the direct line of man's evolution, and the magician is sworn against forming any alliance with them over and beyond the limits of the immediate work for which he enlists their aid. The reason for this warning is that Torah certain span over unrecorded history, our survival force was controlled and employed by entities from beyond our universe. Known as the Elder Gods, these beings attempted to extend their sphere of influence beyond their own environs, and they selected Preman as a potential instrument for their purpose. Alien beyond human imagining, they cannot be construed as evil. Their main purpose is to devour, and since their structure is incompatible with our universe's physics, they can but eat by mean-sothotite forms native to our university or SC. Their attempted employment at the proto-race constituted a conflict with the development of man's autonomy. They were therefore escorted back to their own realm, and the gateway was sealed. Since the Manhattan Project, however, the seal was dissolved. Lesser alien entities are presently preparing for another attempt on our universe. They have not forgotten the KITCTHY indeed. They have periodically managed an occasionally fabric of spacetime Befner the gateway reopened.
See the works of H. P. Lovecraft Itelki note by Underhadner. The esoteric cannibalism implied in Underhadner's statements has been hinted at by Lovecraft in connection with the abominable rites associated with the plateau of Leng in Central Asia. There are also, however, certain considerations pertaining to the Bikintfad of the Zero-Tio, involving the 18th. Kala, see schema on Pier 205 of Nightside of Eden.
The elder gods exist outside Ner tree, and the gateway is in thy non-sphere of Death. There is a type of hidden connection between Yesod and Death, and therefore there exists some danger of an elder god/forgotten one's tie being reactivated. Mayan Gestalt consciousness is able to prevent such tie reactivation, but the degree of such consciousness available the forgotten one's working, alone, is not sufficient to reseal the gateway. It might be helpful at this point to summarize the information supplied by Andahadna concerning the production of Libor Pinner Premumbra and the incoming tide of the Aeon of Mot. The mass of Mot, see Chapter 12, was directed towards attaining ROP Ori with the energies of the future Aeon. The working was successful, and Leader Fner Prenumbra was one of its tangible results. It is, like its predecessor, Tir Botkuf, a thing quite beyond the sphere of the mind. Past and future are now, and the most distant point in the courier is simply here. Both Sor and Ahadna and the Shadow have been assured a continuation of the guidance they receive from Mayan entities, Tia the Massive Mot, for the remainder of their current incarnations. Frater Lugis Thor was the adept who perceived, with Andahadna, the subtle presence Opha Magus from the Aeon of Mot. It has already been shown that this Magus is identical with the entity Elul, the concentration Oi Malal and Fu/NM, who appeared to Aleister C. Rowley Doringa work in Greenwich Village around 1918. The Magus directed the writing of Liber Penna Premernbra. He also directed Sor Andahadna to send a copy of Tyre to the present author in his capacity as Frater Easakaiwas, the outer head of the Ordo Trupliorenius. The present book is, in part, a result of Andahadna's action.it forms the first published message or radiation of the Don Blee current of Horus Mot, 9M96, although some information has already been released in Nightside of Eden. According to Andahadna, the tarot trump that seems to be the most pertinent to the Mot energies is ATU 6II at Itzilmanal. This formula, ascribed to Saturn and Venus, is linked to the Sun Inaman, that is comprehensible only with reference to the Nightside Tarot which uncurlies it. The guardian of the tunnel underlying the 22nd path, to which ATUV3 is ascribed, is Lafker-Syax, whose number is 671, the number of Adonai, F/U, Lord i.e. of the Sun, Typhoreth. Beneath the path, Adonai becomes Hades, a form of head, Hades, Lord of Hell. Hades is the Foria form of the Plutonian current that rules the abyss. The magical power attributed to the adept who can use this sea current is ability to balance upon the treacherous and funambulatory way that leads from the negative to the positive in the realm of creative chaos. LT enables the magician to spin a web across the gulf of the abyss. The zootype of this formula is the spider. The orthodox attribution of Path 22 associates it with Mot, and it is easy to recognize in the tunnel that underlies Eta distortion of Mot symbols. The balance, Libra, the heather, WNG or Granifinfio, and sword, emblem of the Scarlet Woman. L2 the sigil of Lafkerjax. The cross of equilibrium is Orv and the Scalisu set. The ruler of the balance. Hat been put down as the Lord Ophi abyss opens, the Gatoth dark goddessand brings forth phantasiac beings that haunt this tunnel in the form. Infravenous birds with the faces of women who snatch awa. The souls of Aichi living from there, but these considerations are limited in their meaning and application. We should recall Crowley's words in the Bukoftfioia p. 86 in the greatest symbolism ot all. The symbolism beyond all planetary and zodiacal considerations. This card ATU7I is the feminine complement of the Fool, for the letters Aleph Larnd constitute the secret key of the Book of the Law, and Thi is the basis of a complete Kabbalistic system of greater depth and sublimity than any other. 77 IC detail saf this sictum ara not I bin teftelt. Italy's added. The reference is to the Aeon of Mot which, pertaining as it does to the perfection or ultimation of the Aeon of Horus, lay beyond Crowley's work. It was Frater Akkad who has summed the work of Revelation, but he left it unfinished. Since Andahadna's receipt of Liber Penac Parnasenbra, however, the work has again progressed. Crowley correctly assessed the nature of the woman goddess, Mot, when had ascribed Harry Thoth p. 87, as the ultimate illusion which is manifestation. The dance, many-colored, many-wild NF life itself. If the word manifestation is considered in the light of previous remarks on THR subject, it will become apparent that Akkad had correctly defined the word otimaion, i.e., of Mot. The nature of Venus is the essence of womanhood, and the nature of Saturn is of the essence of time, which is the manifestation through woman of the eternal illusion of being and becoming, of moving, of oin f. Saturn is therefore the lord of the colors of the many-colored dance. ATU V3 thus resumes the formula of Set or the beast, and the scarlet woman, as identical with the magical formula of the IX degree Otiero. The formula of love under will. Immediately after the reception of Libor Pna Pra Numbra, Senior Andahadna Becamathevical of the entity whose portrait she painted while in a state of semi-trance, in which she also produced similar writings. Like Crowley, Andahadna is emphatic in her denial that these writings were in any sense automatic. They proceeded from a discrete entity having a personality and an individual identity distinct from her own. At various stages of her work she alludes to HRR three geometrical friends, Rosarian, Rotat, and Navhem. Some of the regulars that work through MC Arc are Lodgeangel, Terikon, and Atsaya medicine chief named Bear Claw, a priest of Saturn I know only as the Dream Master of Tarion, and my three geometrical friends, Rosarian Isa Crimson Sphere of Light, Rotat is a Kabbalistic cross of a dark blue fivk poeted ink and light bulne, and Navim is there are also darker geometrical friends such as those. Seen by Spar Ina curious form oftrance, dreaded by practitioners oft Ream control, when Thed Ream disintegrates and breaks away Ram Kantrad, carrying Thed Reamer into terrifying alien dimensions where circles speak and angles sharpen into dizzy spires from the finials of which Thed Reamer dives Ina black ecstasy off creative verbigo. Much off Spare's work was a calm plished after waking from such trances. Andahadna's geometrical friends waited for HRR on one occasion in the Temple of Babylon on the upper astral Elkvels of consciousness, at a place she calls the Desert of Stars and which she describes as a convenient central location with multiple access to many useful places. It was from regions such as these that Nifr Pinner Parnamarn and other writings emanated. Andahadna relates that on January 14, 1975 ACI began an entry in my diary. Libel Penny Pornsmer began writing itself non-stop. I later typed several copies, giving one to Frater Nemo Andanito Frater Ariel. They both advised MCIO keep the matter quiet, until the current should providia suitable occasion to release it. When Aline H. Olub mailed me his bundle of correspondence to be placed in the archives, I obtained your address that I had not intended to disturb you with any Andahadna's communication, disclosed not able similarities between her work and the abandoned Amalantra working, which ended, it will be remembered, with a cryptic reference to an egg. Frater Akkad, who was present with Crowley and others at various stages of the Amalantra working, continued where Crowley left off. I have shown in Cults of Inafiodoto the stages the work reached under Akkad's direction. But the conclusive fact that Andahadna had taken up the thread he came apparent only after my discovery that the word 1 PSOS, which is declared in Poundiaker Punipra Mimber Tob the word off the Enough Mot, is Kabbalistically identical with Ripstovel, a secret cipher contained in AL. One number off these two words is 456. Another is 696. During correspondence with Andahadna, and without informing her of the special significance of either of these numbers, I asked her to analyze them. In answer to my query, she wrote, "The numbers you provide have no meaning to me conscious mind, since it is unlearned, as has C said, in THR science and F gematria. However, the numbers are living beings and serve as keys to craning form by some intuitive process canneled Skrillik. For 56 evokes the image of the two towers of Heru and Enayat. There is an endless desert, reaching for no sun 3 view, light suffuses all the sky. Beneath the sand lies Lyuricta vast FNRM, in hibernative sleep, ready tien awaken at a call. The Prixie who is to waken it approaches. He signs midway between the towers and lifts a ram's horn trumpet to his mintit. B. The same mouth that sounds the awakening note of Arunabadi. Is Tisi Hlud Ot Nations Druidic as Sacrament. 696 is IHC in the synthesis UF. The Hlas OTMAAT.IT is the process by which the Gestalt is born. IT ISA breakthrough. A sideways path that shortcuts nature's evolution program. IT is the will to know thingness. The self-annihilation sacrifice that must bed one b'tor the vessel is pure. I tempties nut and purges be, black fire, Kefra and Mout, the trump card Mr. Dot floor, it Isa cycle, touching earth, then again ascending, the mass totk of the watchers hover near, awaiting the next phase of the work to begin. It awaits the word OTN Vilt, in this new aspect. Tick egg Uitli and IHC egg must berkak its SHLL, Harupa Kroth must speak. And ta Udia summer silence. We hover NN thuings of time, and wait. All men arc of OM the degree if thee but knew. Omkes task is to eat the souls OT men, incorporating them Yhin the Gestalt with full consent OT the individual /vi. L. Andahadna Enclasida talisman in her letter with the observation, the talisman y aid you asa key to Pexner prosent asar. Itis alsna key to the dream massacre's presence. If used according IO instructions, he will manifest to you according TNNR individual means of perception. Consider the words italicized and the remarks concerning RPST of AL, which contains the egg within the egg that appeared to Crowley in the Amelantra working. Consider also that Andahadna was unaware of the special significance of the numbers she was asked to analyze, and of the fact that RPSTOM and IPSOS are Kabbalistically identical, and it will surely be accounted as proof that her work continues that of Thkryan, Crowley, and Akkad Minaosic. Note also the reference to the vast form buried beneath the sand, which recalls the desert and the palm tree of the Amelantra working. The desert is the domain of Set, whose name St. appears with the egg oval in the word Ripstoval, as does AL, TB Book Awfulk Law, and RP, the number of which is 280. This ISA number of ISOs, and of the squares on the side OT the vault of the adepts wherein lies Buricht the vast form. 280 is also the number of KMNPTZ, justice, or adjustment, Mot. The egg is the feminine repository of life. Its vital info are absorbed by the mouth at the preci with the ram's horn that awakens the form buried in the desert. Another factor that gained special significance, sometime after Andahadna had established contact with the OTO, is that of the number of her magical name. This was first communicated to her by the transmitting Einkleigents, as 7-1. In a letter explaining her magical name, she wrote, "The name is Andahadna, the number 124. 71 was originally given, and forcibly so, but its significance fif I to T iltd. Came with Naltada, whose numcration is 62. No 7F hair Esalm Duntal Fertr data br acquirked. Adaban drifted in as the mirror shadow of Noitada, and as such yoke the same numeration of 62. The twins combined at Andahadna equals 124, then contracted by dropping Thesperphianus letters to Andadana, but it kept Aichi Nerncration OT the expanded form. 71, Ashoun elsewhere, is the N Umbra Flam, the intelligence with whom Crowley was in contact while in America. It is highly probable that this intelligence dominated the Amelantra Evarking, which Crowley performed with Akkad and others around 1915. The face of this entity is egg-shaped. Andahadna, unaware of this, took up the symbolism of the egg in her designation of the Dalam and Mifat and their relation to the white and red egg of the mass O Tiamat. The number IIS also the number of the Latin word vagina, the nest, and the gate of Bith and of Aul, the image of nothingness and silence which is a fulfillment of the aspiration. 5. The aspiration is symbolized by theaspirate FFF, the female. In this case, the daughter of the Tetragrammaton formula. 7 is also then Umber Ophidove, the primal Typhonian bird symbolic of the vagina. The word of dovish are ILIU. It is the creative word vibrated in silence, and in the shrill scream of orgasm. 62. Another number associated with Andahadna is the number of NAVH, the ark, womb, or navel. The vagina is the ark of the egg, and, in another sense, the cosmic space capsule, the vessel of the void that conveys the word to man from voice off silence. The silence here implied is that which Crowley stigmatized as an umber of sin restriction, the wrong kind of silence, that of the Black Brothers. But this Isa typically Solarite interpretation of the mysteries of the moon goddess, sin, and of GVP 89, the closing of the Wambanthi destruction of the egg by the waters. Degree the Atlantean designation of lunar sea errant was the word Zin. One of its numbers, 67, is that of the word Zain, which is associated with the nameless aeon at which Crowley hinted with trepidation, see chapter 6. Another of its numbers is 71-7, which is one less than a phrase meaning into desolation through the unspeakable, which is also suggestive of the wordless aeon. 717 is also a form of Aosic, the name Opha Great Old One whose connection with a high aeon is not yet fully understood. All these ideas are related to the concept of silence. Note that DM means blood and DMMH85 means silence, thus showing unequisose, ly the primal identity of blood and silence, and of the voice or vok of the silence, the vok from whose outrance issues the blood of manifestation. Rosarian, the crimson light, gave Andahadna a glimpse of various post-human evolutionary choices. One such choice is to become a star in the HPK asterisk universe. Taking our universe ASA photographic negative, she experienced existence as such a star, knowing that she had a twin existing here. From this she deduces that the nature of Mott is analogous to that Opha neutron star. When stars have acquired enough evolutionary experience in their stellar form, they must die, hence supernova or neutron star singularit. The neutron star state Isa Retices asterisk AR, Steppenchur going through. It Isa condition, a way off being for the star Tien transcend itself. And such is Biayat. She Isa doorway, but any who would pass must first become her. In the same communication, Andahadna amplifies the anal Ogei with the neutron star. As a neutron star retains and even absorbs light, it might be said that it radiates darkness. Do does the black flame. Matus shadow and twin to Newt. She is also the relationship between her sister and herself. Mott is also, as we have seen, the daughter aspect of the formula of Tetragrammaton but in a manner not envisaged by the ancient Abalists. In answer to the inevitable question as to how Mott can function before her aeon is supposed to have dawned, Andahadna replies, "The egg is the feminine repository of life. Its vital info are absorbed by the mouth at the presi with the ram's horn that awakens the form buried in the desert." Another factor that gained special significance, sometime after Andahadna had established contact with the OTO, is that of the number of her magical name. This was first communicated to her by the transmitting Einkleigents, as 7-1. In a letter explaining her magical name, she wrote, "The name is Andahadna, the number 124. 71 was originally given, and forcibly so, but its significance fif I to t iltd. Came with Naltada, whose numcration is 62. No 7f hair esalm duntal fertr data br acquirked. Ada band drifted in as the mirror shadow of Noitada, and as such yoke the same numeration of 62. The twins combined at Andahadna equals 124, then contracted by dropping Thesperphianus letters to Andadana, but it kept Aichi Nerncration OT the expanded form. 71, Ashoun elsewhere, is the N Umbra Flam, the intelligence with whom Crowley was in contact while in America. It is highly probable that this intelligence dominated the Amelantra Evarking, which Crowley performed with Akkad and others around 1915. The face of this entity is egg-shaped. Andahadna, unaware of this, took up the symbolism of the egg in her designation of the Dalam and Mifat and their relation to the white and red egg of the mass Otimat. The number IIS also the number of the Latin word vagina, the nest, and the gate of Bith and of Aul, the image of nothingness and silence which is a fulfillment of the aspiration. 5. The aspiration is symbolized by theaspirate FFF, the female. In this case, the daughter of the Tetragrammaton formula. 7 is also then Umber Ophi dove, the primal Typhonian bird symbolic of the vagina. The word of dovish are ILIU. It is the creative word vibrated in silence, and in the shrill scream of orgasm. 62. Another number associated with Andahadna is the number of NAVH, the ark, womb, or navel. The vagina is the ark of the egg, and, in another sense, the cosmic space capsule, the vessel of the void that conveys the word to man from voice off silence. The silence here implied is that which Crowley stigmatized as an umber of sin restriction, the wrong kind of silence, that of the Black Brothers. But this Isa typically Solarite interpretation of the mysteries of the moon goddess, sin, and of GVP 89, the closing of the Wambanthi destruction of the egg by the waters. Degree the Atlantean designation of lunar sea errant was the word Zin. One of its numbers, 67, is that of the word Zane, which is associated with the nameless aeon at which Crowley hinted with trepidation, see chapter 6. Another of its numbers is 71-7, which is one less than a phrase meaning into desolation through the unspeakable, which is also suggestive of the wordless aeon. 717 is also a form of Aosic, the name Opha Great Old One whose connection with a high aeon is not yet fully understood. All these ideas are related to the concept of silence. Note that DM means blood and DMMH85 means silence, thus showing unequisose, ly the primal identity of blood and silence, and of the voice or vok of the silence, the vok from whose outrance issues the blood of manifestation. Rosarian, the crimson light, gave Andahadna a glimpse of various post-human evolutionary choices. One such choice is to become a star in the HPK universe. Taking our universe ASA photographic negative, she experienced existence as such a star, knowing that she had a twin existing here. From this she deduces that the nature of Mott is analogous to that Opha neutron star. When stars have acquired enough evolutionary experience in their stellar form, they must die, hence supernova or neutron star singularit. The neutron star state Isa root Caesar, Steppenchur going through. It Isa condition, a way off being for the star Tien transcend itself. And such is Biayat. She Isa doorway, but any who would pass must first become her. In the same communication, Andahadna amplifies the anal oge with the neutron star. As a neutron star retains and even absorbs light, it might be said that it radiates darkness. Do does the black flame. Matus shadow and twin to Newt. She is also the relationship between her sister and herself. Maud is also, as we have seen, the daughter aspect of the formula of Tetragrammaton but in a manner not envisaged by the ancient Abalists. In answer to the inevitable question as to how Maud can function before her aeon is supposed to have dawned, Andahadna replies tremendous change. Their arximony stuck and defeated people, slaves who could achieve great evolutionary strides where they tien havia proper sense ot balance. This Isa warning against confusing the planes, or at least the symbols of phone plane for those of another, a defect against which C. Crowley never tired of warning aspirants. This defect has unseated more would-be magicians than any baleful influence from outside. To the question as to how Maud assists the balance by relieving the burdens of suffering souls, Andahadna replies, hardly. She twins the pressure within their HPK universe, and our shadow side, making it impossible to bear. Then the egg cracks, and there, elsewhere, no one can experience this against his will. Success in this invocation is marked by cracking the egg, and the realization that one anus lys seen mot, an artau or Brahmin or no thing, etc. Names don't really apply. The practical value of mot is that once one realizes that one is balanced ongoingness, then one is free tien becoming a totally protean channel for the mirror force that alos others tien perceive their true self. Using mates word off power, ipsos, asnonarum, invariably brings the black flame into perception. Internally, she manifests asa tangible roar, coupled with an almost irresistible impulse toshed up out of the body through the top of the head. Externally, the manifestations vary. Once, Thelema was sitting on vibrated itself about halfway across the room, and on another occasion, my daughter said my aura turned a brilliant white and looked like a fountain. Andahadna had no intention of publishing her book of the Forgotten Hours, even after the second part had been received. On the contrary, she almost succumbed to an impulse to rip it into shreds. Furthermore, she made no attempt to tonalize the words of power because of her reluctance to play with IHE names in any way at all. She knew that, like the Abramelin squares which Crowley warned against handling idly, the names have a dynamic life of their own that is all too easily awakened. On one occasion, while working with Holub in the subterranean temple of No, she saw the owner euphony off names. She saw No emerge from histopaz, colored cocoon of light and settle around my skull like a helmet, sinking his fangs into my brain. I was even idiot enough to invoke him in ritual with the Shadowwan Nomad, and then watched him stalk the two of them around the circle in my body, drawn knife, flesh hunger, intent on butchers and all. They. Then Pergo/FRNR's arc real enough. Holub, on the other hand, plays quite fearlessly with these names and, so far, with impunity. He has a particular lean ing towards the great old ones, and, according to Andahadna, his work with them is highly effectual. It was during a joint varking that Holub had the vision of the Golden One, the feminine analog of Anaton. Holub is thus an efficient channel of the Dobli current in its Maation form. Naton has stated in a communication received by Andahadna that all pertinent data is presently available to us, and T-hat the translation of it in terms intelligible TP the present state of initiated consciousness is a vital exercise that will affect the establishment of the Mott consciousness in A. the translators, B. the ripe and ready readership audience, and C. the planetary aura. She adds, ominously, if the race is not awakened it will blast itself into radioactive slag. If it does wake up, it has to be in absolute sanity of balance and truth. Mott, in short. She also warns that it is not simply a matter of globally unleashing the Gregorian once in the dayside, i.e., on Techar hither side of the tree of life. This would almost certainly result in massive panic. Man must akisar the mutational leap on the nightzik. It is the task of vitiates to draw out the consciousness of humanity much as the ancient Egyptians drew out of the skull the brain of the deceased, a delicate operation that is possible only if the ego is quite dead. A similar note of caution was sounded by Crowley when speaking about the work of the Commentaneal. He realized that if it were not executed exactly according to the instructions given in the book itself, years, even centuries, of devastating havoc might blast the planet in lieu of the spiritual enlightenment for which it is the purpose of Al to prepare mankind. The children of Mott are the elemental and instrumental factors in the initiation of humanity at the present stage of its development. They will provide the initiations, via the ordeals that will accelerate evolution by Mran's Opha mutational leap. In connection with this event, it is significant that the image of the frog appeared to Andahadna at about the time Liber Penny P number was being transmitted. She then had a vision of the 23rd true MP of the tarot. She supposed this trump to be outside the free of life, reckoning the 22nd path as the last. 223 included thymage Opha frog among its symbols. As previously explained, the frog is the symbol of those adepts who use the Li Remula of the Voyageurs, which involves a method of transcending the paths on the night side of the tree. Ven this forma was pointed out to Andahadna Shahada fleeting but vivid excision ota dark amphibious form, limbed in phosphorescent green, handling a wand. The wand was clearly visible, omitting its own light. A trident in the form Opha Shin, Vada Fire J spirit symbol like Svian was doing in such surroundings, I've no idea. He reminded me of Nut the 23rd trump, which contained the images of a ballerina, a winged rye, a clown, and a frog. The number 23 is of a special importance in the Aeon of Horus Mott. But here we are concerned with the image of the frog as the bowl of leaping from one Aeon to another on the funambulatory pathway, of which the ballerina and the clown are symbols. The W-winged I, on the other hand, is the symbol of I Anu, the formula, according to Holub, for grounding forces of all times into the present Aeon. The symbolism of the frog is, however, a little more complex than at first appears. The following jottings from Andahadna's magical record are illuminating. Frog, Thelus tatrum. Tadpole-like spermatozoa grnwn large. Marvelous mouth with the tongue gut anchored in backwards. Attached at lower jaw and lying eine grokvk toward high back ophi throat. Ven prey comes along. Two tricks toward Lycia spear throw into stick. Lightning quick. Snaring the helpless fly with its adhesive and slightly bifurcac tip. The frog represents Mercury Sagittarius as welt as the elder gods. Frog eggs arc laid eine frothy glutenig mass. The functions of the mouth and the tongue are stressed. The name of the frog is Hecht, from which Egyptian original the Greek Hecate derived. The frog-headed goddess is one of the major totems of the draconian cult. It is not only the symbol of transformation from watery, astral, existence to earth, or flesh. It is also the symbol of leapers who jump the paths on the reverse side of the tree of life. But, most important Ophal, Hecatra is the equivalent of the number 100, Qo-Phi, Techar glyph of Sexnan magic in its lunar phase, and of Ko-Phi, the daughter who refits by means of the secret eve of her sexual moon. The frog goddess is Thusa glyph of Kophnia, the eye of manifestation of the backward paths, and, as such, an embodiment of the Ma-Ion or the Aeon of Mot adumbrated infant #Beak Ugith law. It is noteworthy in this connection theta certain magical word recently pu hlisht eine book, purporting Twashu from alien sources, proves at least the genuineness of those sources, if not the validity of the particular interpretation of the MES sage proceeding from them. The word is Aleister, and it is defined as soul substance. Its number is 542, VR1 SSVR, which is kabbalistically identical with the MQBTH, the foramen or small hole in the heart, which is identical with the void sanyala, that is the base and substance of all things. 542 is also MSHBR, the zeros M0 rhisis Neplura the Mouther matrix or mother. Tihi breaking or opening of the womb. It is thus an umber of Mot, and the daughter of Mot, and of the process of breaking open, represented by the horn of the beast as it accomplishes the great work. This process is demonstrated geometrically by the sum of the initials of the two great orders, Thea, Date, and Theo. Which pity the great actives and passives. The beast and the mother, for OTO plus AA also equals 542. Furthermore, when the beast 666 and the great work 418 are in the phase of direct functioning, their number becomes 1084, which is twice times 542. Thus, Theo.T.O and Thea generate the soul substance known as or Iser, which power informs the Do Blisi Urent of Horus and Mot. Here we have another demonstration of the identity of man's origins in space. According to the new descriptions given in Philip's book, Aleister Isa being of another order, another world, a great old one like Iwas, Emalantra, Eosic, Abuldas, and Oth-Airs. Note the similarity of the word Aleister to the African word Orisha or Oricha, which means fetish, oracle, or divine word. Pharaoh refers to good and bad Orishas and others, who cannot be traced back to any human origin. According to Pharaoh, under the term Orisha are included many gods, stated by the priests generally to be 401 in number. 401 was the original estimate, later accretions bringing the total up to 600, if not more. The number 401 is that of ADH, essence, a precise definition of Aleister and a synonym for Azoth, the sum and essence of all, conceived as one. 400 is the number awful manifestation. 401 is the manifestation of all in unity. Itis one less than OKBISH, spider, the supreme totem of one of the earliest cults known Tomon. ADH, essence also means out Ophi, from the Egyptian UT, the uterus or utrans ofsal into manifestation. One of the numbers of Orisha is 581, which is that of Pan and Horus by Latin Gumfraya, and of OTHLQA, the ancient 1 asterisk, again identifying the concept with Aleister. It is evident that concepts pertaining to the Orishas are relevant also to Aleister, and a Kabbalistly analysis of the two words helps us to understand the power behind them. The book by Phillips is of particular interest here because it refers to the secretions and excretions that are used in sexual magic involving invocations of the Great Old Ones, or of the Forgotten Ones. Whether Aleister pertains to the former or to the latter class makes very little difference. The book advocates the use of these elixirs and draws attention to them as invaluable means, possibly the only means, whereby man may avert the catastrophes attendant upon their abuse and misuse, because through sheer ignorance they have been allowed to go to waste. In ancient Egypt, these vital or elixirs were represented by the beetle, was a symbol offer light in darkness, the sun at midnight. The beetle, Khepra, was also emblematic of the coprophagus deity, the eater of dungeonth day of be with us. In the Aeon of Mot, the representative of this type is the bee that hides its sweetness in darkness. For this insect fabricates its honeycomb out of its own excreta. The light is the male moon. Tachar sweetness is the female moon. Together they form the honeymoon, that isoglyph of the Kalu of Mot mother, and the daughter or Mayan. Hence the emphasis on the bee in Andahadna's writings. She describes the comedy of the stars as an intergalactic brotherhood, and observes that it is engaged in bringing to planetary unity various sentient races within its sphere of influence, and performing thequivalent function with those life FNRMS which manifest neither race nor planet. Man, as a unified planetary person, is vital to the becoming of this supergestalt. As a seed, man is not really native to an Earth. He was planted by the committee long ago by means of DNA manipulation, inio the racial stuck NF the then dominant primate species, thus tasting of the fruit NF the tree knowledge of good and evil. But there was a point NF chnice. A prototype anthropoid nuclear group was bred with human consciousness and was given the opt-in of productin NR sterility. 9-foot he comedy has maintained a close watch ever since, intervening in our history by means of human agents, by myth and legend, by directing the racial unconscious on theatral plane, by focusing the increasingly subtle sequence of the magical current into the developing individual consciousness, and, at last, giving guidance to an Atan Sathat, he can complete the job of his own awakening. Andahadna suggests, no do bt correctly, that one reason why the forgotten outs are so difficult to work with is that they derive from the parent stock of primates upon whose chromosomes we were impressed. Andahadna has no hesitation in declaring that the seed of man was planted on this planet by alien intelligence. That I have suggested in previous writings that the teachings relevant to man's spiritual initiations issue from the A.A, which I have identified with the star of Set, known astronomically as Sirius. It should be remembered, however, that Sirius is the symbol and focus ruim fact of man, of extracosmic influences. Alien origins is concealed in the name Orisur, one number of which is 810, the number of Skmern, i.e., seed. It is also Thumberophel shpth, meeting ad labium, at the lip, and of the Greek Cyprus, a name of Venus, showing, in this context, the sexual nature of the tip, or mouth, and its double function, succimp, absorbing, and uttering the word. Similarly, the word Orisha, when esalude at 650, contains reference to the Lshorm, Orda Anibus Hirsuis, the hairy, goatish deities, worshipped in Egypt, sacred to Sinis. Arabian lore mentions these creatures and identifies them with a class of jinn. The author of the Undis Oi Red Country comments as follows. One is instantly reminded of Highland Glaistig, half-goat, half-woman. The flying saucer resin has reports of entities of this kind. The jinns were also covered in hair and affected animal shapes. These may be equated with the Almas, Thihon Tadof the Gobi Desert. A version of Wo's name appears in an invocation of the Great Old Ones, Ina story by H.P. Lovecraft. The invocation is based on a ritual preserved by Eliphaz Levi, who renders Thelema Zalmausen. The Eam Baraphalmis is 192, which is that of the Zlaf, Orsamum, the poisonous wind associated with the desert of Set, thus connecting the formula with the Lshorm. Of particular interest is the formula of magical cannibalism described by Andahadna in a paper entitled Feast of the Hive, a rite at which Lovecraft hints in connection with the abominable plateau of Leng, which comports a magical for Emma involving necrophilia. This element, however, does not here apply. The feasting described by Andahadna is on fining substances, the culus themselves, the honey previously mentioned. This is the rite of the hive, the bee being the emblem of Mot in Hirionic avatar. The endocrine system contains such a concentration of males that, as Andahadna observes, adepts alone can sustain their ingestion with impunity. When successfully accomplished, the result is an accumulation of endocrine prana that will, at the appointed time, assist planetary man to make the leap to non-corporeal existence in concert with the rest of the comedy. The adepts off this rite feed on the genitals, as well as on the adrenals, pancreas, thyroid, pituitary, and pineal glands. But this happens only when the adepts involved decide THDT it is time to discorporate. Whereas the rite of the beetle is coprophagous insofar as it involves menstrual and other culus, the rite of the bee is so only in the sense that it is concerned with paler beyond the sphere of the moon and outside the circles of time. However, one aspect of the necrophilia rite is emphatically meation in that it involves tile imbibition of fragrances from the flowers of the dead, from the utesiner who exist in the cremation ground in the form of a honey bank, maintained in the void by magicians traveling to and from the various worlds and spaces beyond Kether, Yugath. That these spaces are not merely imaginary locations, but actually inhabitable and inhabited regions, is maintained by Andahadna, who, alluding to the sylphs of Amproteas mentioned in Nigbalsidero/Poundicium, has this experience to relate. I am in the Habii off just hanging out Ina void ot sorts, whenever the rare chance to do so presents itself. A few years ago, I was a bit startled to observe that I wasn't alone in that no place. There was, nota bubble, buta semi-transparent brownish ped, Sanimpilcidi with trachers of veining and a stem. Observing a form moving inside it, one approached and saw a man, about in his yearly sorties, swarthy and with a carefully trimmed beard, and dressed in what seemed tobe the garb of the Italian Renaissance. He was screaming and beating on the walls of the pod with his fists, but I could hear no sound and I had no idea how to tree him, and a vague instinct warned me not even to make an attempt to do so. He seemed to perceive me and plead toward release, but when I decided to heed the hunch not to interfere, his eyes unfocused and I assume I disappeared toward him. I pewed a pentagram off light around the pod, at 90 degree toits long axis, and let it drift off. I'd forgotten all ABO1 read the Amproteas chapter in an ninth side of Eden. These space zones are exclusive to the types of entity that normally haunt the tunnels of Set. There are a number of ways of gaining access to these tunnels, from the curious nervous cough described by George MacDonald in Liphius, to the elaborate dances devised by Andahadna for gaining entrance to the tunnels and the paths. She notes that the dizziness induced by the dances enables the magician to enjoy a dissociation of perception that may be akin to Toastenspare's formula of creative vertigo. Each individual magician should discover his own peculiar modes of access. These cannot be contrived artificially, for they are suggested directly from the subconscious by chance occurrences of nervous stimulation, which engender the atmosphere necessary for creative work in any sphere. Rimbaud's science of stimulation by the forma de règlement de tous les sens has already been discussed. Crowley and others attempted to induce it, he stated, artificially by means of drugs, alcohol, and/or nightside sex. The degree ot success said by these means may be assessed by the quality ot outsideness, or otherness characteristic of the work produced. Crowley, Spare, Dali, Tanguy, and others used the formula successfully, but many artists, although inducing the required state of hypersensitivity, fail to bring through and mold in the flesh of their respective media the influences that flow through them. When this failure is constant, as unfortunately occurs in so many cases, a short-circuiting results, and the psychophysical machinery fuses and burns itself out. The magical ability of the artist depends very largely upon the acuity of his sensitivity. This is something more than the sensitivity of psychic or spiritist mediumship, which is a form of passive creativity. Rather is it the active hyperesthesia of the occultist in an inspired and oracular phase exemplified, in the present cast by Sor Andahadna. This artist-priestess, whose powerfully magical and artistic work is becoming increasingly sought after in the United States, combined initiated insight with a comprehensive grasp of the present critical world situation. She wishes to conceal her mundane identity and, after deciding to appear in this book under the name in which she is known in the Odotero, she wrote, "I had considered suggesting the use of Nathan's name as author, but he wants no part in it, at least in terms of the XXth century. It's not that he is a future chauvinist, but he wishes that the clarity ot distinction of eons be maintained, lest Frater Akkad's error be repeated, and the work of the humps thereby slight. He recommends that each artist working the mot current be fully prepared to accept responsibility for its manifestation as individuals and guides. Otherwise, those whose consciousness responds to the Mot energy may find it difficult, if not impossible, to gain access to it toward themselves. IPSOS will open the necessary portals, but the effects of the initial contact usually as a means of disorientation. This passage raises an interesting and vitally important point. I had written in Cults O/IFISIATOI that Frater Akkad was premature in announcing the incoming of the Aeon of Mot, which he did in 1948, because there were no signs upon our planet of the dawning open age of truth and justice. However, Andahadna's work has made it possible to view this matter in a somewhat different light, as I hope I have shown in the present book. There seemed little doubt at the time that Akkad was premature with his optimism, but that the Aeon of Horus will endure forthspan open Aeon as normally gauged, is now somewhat doubtful. What emerges directly from Andahadna's writings, and indirectly from Akkad's, is that the work of the Aeon of Horus consists specifically in paving the way for the advent of the 80s, with all the implications of that number, and of the remainder of verse 46, chapter 3, with its augury of man's supreme abasement as he stands now, in Tim literally upon the brink of the Tiglify R. 46 is the number of MV, the voice of the vulture, and it is interesting to note in this connection the correspondence with Mot of the three stages of the primal fire, Kundalui in the human organism. The Haiti, or refit, is the fire force at the Earth center, whereas Sekhmet shays the sun lion in the south. At the lunar center Ixod, she is Sekhmet, typified by the vulture, the bird associated with the mummified dead, symbolic of the entranced priestess exploring the amenta, the subconscious. At the highest center, she becomes Sekhmet who utters the word of truth from the mouth of hell. Allusion has already been made, Toa most significant confirmation of the mouth symbolism in connection with the daughter aspect of Ma'ayan. We have here, then, three major concepts that demonstrate a connection between death, the mouth PC, and the sexual energies OT, the lunar current typified by QO5. The formula of love and death is thus resumed beneath the image of the necrophagous scorpion. Ralston Skinner notes that Scorpio borders on Libra, the scales, whose sign is M, which is that of the ancient pillow on which the back of the head to the ears rested. Also, the badge of Scorpio is death life in the symbols. Libra is the astronomical glyph of Mot, and it is here represented upside down, as if to emphasize the essentially Venusian nature of the formula. For Isis M of Maat or Maut signifies Venus in Libra. Furthermore, the Sun and Moon are conjoined in Libra, the Moon representing the OL, or Lopfi, that is the magical image of Ma'ayan. Libra is the sign of the fall, the sunset of the year, and symbolically of the fall of the great equinox. When H. Rumicus shall arise and the Doc Blee wand one assume my throne and place. Al.2 I.34. Hermachis means sun, Haru Ophi star, which star I have identified with Sirius, Sothis, or Seton, Satan. It is the star of Isis, and the name Hermachis contains the names of the sun, Haru/Horus, and of the daughter, Ma, thus showing the dual nature of the double current and the interrelation of the double aeon of Horus Mot. Horus as Hermachis is known also as Herakati, Lord of the Balance, i.e., Lord of Mot, the balance of the double horizon astronomically represented by the two equinoxes, as Set is the Lord of the Dawn Blee solstice. Hermachis is beyond the present aeon, as Sirius is beyond the sun. As suggested in QTR Magical Arvual, it is probable that in this concept Crowley saw an adumbration and hidden god who will not Threfner Erzenfrafi exhume my throne and place, as is written in TBI book after lo, but when is already throwed, has been and will be forever. And what Aru to make ye off the later revelations contained in the /Abelas of Baskull, Tlu Arthorn's underground. This is surely without meaning unless applied to the fun Nels OT set, and their Uardian kings whose thrones are beneath the paths, and lie on the night side of Eden. The name Hermachis contains the daughter star within it, and in his form of Herakati, or Lord of the Two Horizons, he is the vehicle of the double current of Horus Mot. Mot, goddess of the two truths, is the way of the balance, the funambulatory pathway, that indices a peculiar and cray-tie vertigo in those that tread the precarious web slung across the gulfs of space. She is also the /vey of the plume, feather, quill, pen, or penis, that etches the mysteries of Mn on the vellum of the void. She is also the vulture, the necrophagous haunt croft the burning ground and of the abominable plateau ofling. Ling has the value of 88, the numpt of cobs, the star in the kim or magical power. Worship of the km reliases a downshower of the light of Iwas. Degree the Lao terminates the name Hormaku. Andis the magical power of the son, Hor, and daughter, Ma, combined. Their union is Matwo's word is truth. 88 i.e. also the number of Sk, the darkness through which the light of truth shines, and of Ensichel, seething, burning. It also implies the secret glory, for 88 is the number of Amabi. For them that love me, AL.1.60. Taking the terminal of L5 ing i.e. rig, as the primordial sound itself, fin, G or A-ine, 70. And adding it to Lu produces 105, the number of Tzih, desert land. This desert land as the plateau of Lang is the earth of Nizak ruled by Venus, who irrigates it with Mimh, her waters all sol os. But the key meaning of 10 in this context is pk, which means to subvert, to change, and this change is the death that furnishes the feast ot abomination. Finally, 10a is the sum of the numbers from to 14, 14 denoting the sexual aspect of Afinki, power, and the number of the door leading to the inner spaces. The number of Ling, as 88, includes also the symbolism of the tower Anthesi Halais. The number of Toweries Pei, 80. Of the chalice, Rafikfi or 8. The function of Mars in the tower symbolism here refers not to warfare, but to the shedding of the blood of the mouth, Pemiansa mouth, of the virgin priestess, and to the implied sexual onslaught. The priestess is virgin because unawakened, hence the symbolism of the dead, and the apparent contradiction Ofa, living mortuary feast. The number of Rumachis as 570 is that of Shor, the door Tothener spaces and dimensions of Mot as the daughter i.e. as the virgin or entranced priestess. Again, as 582, Hermacasis identical with the Orisha/Orissa complex, thus demonstrating the infinitely subtly interrelation of these magical cross-currents. Andahadna, the virgin priestess of Mot has formulated her will, which is that Tao may flow, that dayside and darkside may unite within consciousness to produce the synthesis, the children, the daughter state of Mot. She initiated this current by publishing the Primorc of Maation rites up to and including the Sphere of Typhoreth. These rites include the Mot banishment ritual, the Invocadion of Mat with feather and flame, a rite for contacting the Norgo/RN1s, and the full mass of Mot, which pertains to Netzach and the Venusian power zone. The latter is Baal anst inth sphere of Had, or mercurial power zone, by the hymnforth dance of the masks in relation to the double tree, obverse and reverse. The double tree forms the 11-fold cross and its reflection, twice 11. In the double backslash vandied 111. 1n barothword mask is 121, or 11 squared. It is the n-umber of nocturnal vision and implies the funk tioning ot the priestess on Tihi nightsider off T tree. That it is also then umber of HGLGLIM, off-whirling motions, suggesting the dance Asa creative vortex funneling he culus of Aegis Ticini. It may also be significant that 121, 1ix11, is a number of Satan. Taking the final letter of Nescathevelu off Kopfi, the number 201 is obtained, and this is the number of Ar, the Chaldean word for light, the light which is concealed Asa child in the womb of its mother, thus the perfect talisman of Maat. The child, daughter, is the manifestation of the mother, Mot. Toward the end office life, while performing the twice-yearly rite of obtaining a word for the equinox, Crowley's magic ring touched upon the word manifestation, at the end of the first chapter of Al. The exact date is unknown, but it was shortly after my first meeting with him in 1944. And so, as the egg in the Amalantra vision broke and gave birth to Akkad's work, so this oracle of three manifestatia seems to point directly to the Mayan which Sora and Ahadna is now bringing to birth.
Appendix
Anati on the Tetragrammatory, IHVH, and its relation to the Eons. While writing this book, the author has received letters from readers of his previous books which make it apparent that the deeper significance of the Tetragrammaton, with special reference to the sequence Ophians, has not yet been properly clarified. Hence this appendix. The Tetragrammaton, a fourfold name, IHVH, conceals the formula of the succession OG the Eons, as well as indicating the stages OT their evolution. The initial letter Yod typifies the father, which Isa cipher for the great old ones who bore THR seed of consciousness to the mother, represented by the second letter of the name, Ionif, represents the feminine and liquid source of life, blood, typified by water. This water is breathed upon by the sun, represented by the third letter of the name, Nu. His is the vivifying breath of air or space, which is the M#NR/room of the old ones. The fusion of these principles produces manifestation in matter, in the earth, represented by the Daw of Tetragrammaton. In terms of the succession of eons, Yod Aimbo great old ones who, having sown these of Konasipu, on this planet, initiated the Ophidian sea errant which attained its apotheosis in the Aeon of Isis. This evolved into the cult of the undead, typified by the Ami in Egypt and by the religions of death and resurrection in the Aeon of Osiris, the patriarchal institutions of which were distorted reflexes of the dimly remembered and primal cult of the great old ones. The Aeon of Osiris broke down because the representatives placed in positions of power on earth fell into conflict with one another and neglected the service of the old ones, who therefore were no longer able to maintain direct contact with earth. Therefore, when the next auspicious alignment of stars returned, they inaugurated the Aeon of the Sun, Far or Horus, who would avenge his father, the Old Ones, and restore the Ophidian sea errant so that the way could be paved for then of Mot, typified by the daughter. In the Aeon of Mot, the full materialization of the great Old Ones upon earth will be effected. The materialism of the present Aeon of Horus is but an adumbration of the materialination or full manifestation on earth of the Yod of Tetragrammaton. The Christians misunderstood the unspeakable name, IHVH, and supposed that by causing a rift between the old ones and the life wave on earth they could save mankind, and incidentally, of course, gain total mystery of the planet. They therefore interpolated between IH and VH the SN of spirit, so that the name became IHSHVH, Jeheshua or Jesus. They then identified this name with a specific human being who, as Gerald Massey has conclusively demonstrated, could only have been, in an historic sense, Joseph ben Pandira. But the Tetter SB represents the triple-tongued flame of the great old ones, whose supreme concentration, Choron Zon, exhibits the triple fire tongue in the number 333. Reflected or manifested via the daughter, this number becomes 666, the Numberoth beast, who is the son of Typhon and therefore identical with Set, or Satan, the Antichrist. I's planetary representative is Saturn, his stellar representative is Sirius, the silver star symbolic of the A. Argmtkamasimj and the source of the mystical Kulus or emanations of the Great White Brotherhood, the reflex of which upon earth is the Great Black Lodge. Crowley established contact with the Great White Brotherhood when he identified himself with the Beast 666, and with Setter Shaitan, after MacGregor Mathers had failed to do so. Mathers alluded to the Old Ones naively buoy accurately as the secret G-Heafs, and Crowley perpetuated this designation. But having officiated as the High Priest at the inauguration of the Aeon of Horus, Crowley was unable further to follow the mysteries of the Eons, a diability which was provided £4 It was Frater Akkad who took up the threads, and after him, Frater Aosic and Sorer Andahadna. The present book, therefore, is an attempt to trace and unravel the ramifications of the patterns produced to date.